All right. There we go. And back to the mines, the mines, the mines, the mines, the mines. Let's move this. Gotta put up a post on the Discord channel. And then we can get started. Actually, put this here. Mihawk solos, yes, yes, yes. Mihawk solos. How's everybody doing? What's up, guys? What's up, guys? I'm just setting up some announcements. Why does that happen? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just readying up some stuff. Discord is notified. iDrops are in. Alright. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, 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 alright. Watching 3 ads straight, my bad. I don't know why you guys get so many ads. I usually just put like the medium frequency of ads, and that's really it. I've been doing that for a while. When's the Yuji solos all of JJK video? Dude, I do not have enough to go off of for that. I can't tell you if Yuji can beat Solo, Sukuna, or Gojo. I know that, like, people go off of that big explosion that happened, but I think that was just a dust cloud that occurred from the cursed spirits. How we doing? We're doing good. We are doing good. We will start up all of the little things we got to start up. Hopefully at some point today, if there is law glaze in effect. It's not glaze if it's true, alright? I avoid ads by switching to shorts, then back to the video. That forces the video to reload and gets rid of 9 ads out of the 10 tries. Nice. Any ads, 9 out of 10 tries. Got you. Alright. Hopefully, we also get a brand new episode, sorry, a brand new chapter of One Piece today. Let me just fix this as well. Okay. Hopefully we get a brand new chapter of One Piece today. If not, fuck it. We ball. A lot of people have been posting spoilers all over the place. Apparently we're going to go back to a break next week, which I just think it's fine. Nope, I have not seen Invincible. Whenever you guys ask me if I've seen the brand new, like, internet thing that's happening on the internet, I'm like the last person to ever go out of my way to watch. I will probably watch JJK's new season, JJK season 3, the One Piece live action, and Invincible season 4 like 2 years from now. I don't really go out of my way to watch this stuff like when it comes out. I don't know. I'm here for the factual glazing type shit. How Law versus Naruto going? It's going pretty good, Peter. It's going pretty good. Hey, if Law's AP is not greater than his opponent's, can he cut him inside room? Yup. Doesn't matter. Room is kind of weird. There's never really been an example of somebody without haki just being able to, like, withstand amputate. There really just is not a single example of an individual not coded in haki being able to avoid amputate. It's kind of crazy. There's also an example where, like, you can argue that Law's attack potency might scale, Room's hacks might scale to his attack potency because he did split Virgo, but that just could be an argument that Law specifically... That might just be an argument that, Law specifically... Give me 1 second, what the fuck happened here? This is really annoying. Okay. Is this the Femboy stream you were teasing yesterday? I've never once said this would be a Femboy stream. You guys just love making shit up. You guys just absolutely love spreading false information. What's wrong with you guys? Alright. Who wins between Maho and Takaba? Takaba the... It's kind of weird, because... Do you think that Takaba's curse technique inherently applies a constant effect? I have not fully seen Chainsaw Man since, like, that time that Denji went, I think it was, like, to hell or whatever. And we saw, like, Aki and Power somewhere in the... We saw Aki and Power, like, or at least, like, a visage of them, like, when he was in another location. That was, like, the last thing I saw from Chainsaw Man. I have not kept up with it in the slightest bit. Finding out that, like, it's all part of a dream or whatever was... I'm gonna be so fucking honest with you. I'm gonna be so honest with you, I have no fucking clue. I genuinely have no fucking clue. I can't tell you, like, what exactly happened. I can't tell you if I think it was a good ending or if it was a bad ending. There's genuinely nothing about the Chainsaw Man ending that even remotely, you know, interested me. Like, it was all part of a dream. Wow, what a trope that... A writing trope, specifically, that I haven't seen anybody use in a while. You know what? I think it was about time that somebody said it was all part of a dream as a trope in their story. You know, as, like, the whole ending of their story. It's been a while, so, you know what? Fuck it. I'm more so just wondering what Chainsaw Man fans feel, because I haven't kept up with the series in, like, a year and a half, maybe 2 years. So, I can't really answer that. But, hey, man, you know, it is what it is. As far as Takaba goes, I think it just depends on whether or not you think that Takaba... Every single instance of Takaba changing a scene to something that he finds funny is an inherent application of his curse technique that is reinforced on the target. If you think that, then there is an argument to be made that Mahoraga might either adapt... Not just might, he will adapt after every single spin, and at some point he might fuck him up. Yeah, from my understanding, Chainsaw Man is just straight up just done. It's just straight up, like, done. Just out of the way. It finished. I don't know what to tell you. The Yeti Cool Brothers versus Madara. I have no fucking clue, dude. But they should be larger than... Actually, should they be larger than the Susanoo? I don't think they're as large as the Susanoo. They shouldn't be as large as the Susanoo. They're like, what, 40 meters tall? Yeah, no, they're not. They're probably not as large as the Susanoo. Yeah, Law's AP... you could definitely say over mountain level if you want to give him, like, that BS from, Punk Hazard. Granted, I think it actually scales higher since the characters would already be stronger than mountain level by that point in the series. At least Continental. At least Continental in Force. But there's never been an example of somebody inside room tanking amputate without them being covered in hockey, so... So... It just boils down to... It's weird people try to compare Law and Chopper in terms of being doctor, when Law is a surgeon and Chopper's a physician, comparing apples to oranges. Well, I mean, they're both doctors, right? But I wouldn't even say, like, surgeon versus a physician. I'd say, like, well, actually, yeah, surgeon versus a physician is actually, like, the best comparison. 42.5 meters taller, 140 feet. Okay. That's not bad. I wanted to look at something real quick, actually. Before we really get started today, I did want to look some stuff up. 3 miles... to kilometers. So that's about 4 kilometers. Cool. Cool. Okay. Just a little thing I want to look up. Yeah, just 2 completely different types of doctors, yeah. Technically, every being in One Piece is Haki, and being stronger also means in general Haki is greater. That is true. So if somebody is built like Goku, even if they don't have any COA, their Haki is greater. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they have Haki. Like, I'm not going to just drop Goku into One Piece and say, yeah, he has Haki. Granted, in Dragon Ball, Ki does, apparently, Ki does allow you to ignore certain hacks if you are just straight up stronger. So I'd still think that he would tank Law's amputate. The difference between Goku and Naruto characters is that Naruto characters don't just ignore things because of higher chakra quantities.
Naruto isn't even in the discussion because there's nothing within his entire arsenal that stops Law from simply amputating him into pieces. Whether it's 10 or 10,000 clones, it doesn't...
What the fuck is a mile? Yeah, true. Yeah, true. It's almost as if Americans exist. Granted, the fuck is this Blobtopia? What is this? Unable to defeat the Demon King, former hero Beyond ended up flooding the world with blobs. Guilt-ridden, he shuts himself away for years until a turning point finally arrives, an over-the-top hero versus society life. Is this a manga? This is really just a manga. Blobby, each and every day, blobby, and I am blobby too. Damn. The next station is 4th Street East, huh? Today was also tiring. Like my boss scolds me so much, I feel dead every day. Just today I gained at least 100 grams of blob. You're so gorgeous, miss. Don't you wanna come drink with us? You're too drunk, man. Come on. Can someone... Excuse me, I'm getting out of here. Everyone is so busy with their own blobs. Why has the world turned into something like this? If only on that day the hero had defeated the Demon King. They're writing about me again. 4 posts in a single minute. I found 4 hate posts about me. Damn it, I promised myself I would never search my name online again. Why do I keep looking it up when I know it's going to hurt me? Heave-ho. Ugh, my name is Beyond. I'm a former hero. There's nothing good happening. Oh, he's just straight up smoking. Yeah. So good. So freaky. So relaxing. It absolutely sounds like a lie. But at some point, I suppose fighting the Demon King and saving the world. So it's over for me. Finally, we've cornered the Demon King, but I screwed up right at the very end. Sorry, guys. My leg cramped up. What do? I can't take a simple step forward for me, huh? What? What kind of a joke is that? Please deal the finishing blow. No, I'm complete. Maybe I've overdone myself. My leg's locked up and I won't move at all. I cannot be defeated by that holy blade. I know I'm very aware, but... What happened? You've given me all the time I needed. In those few seconds, I've composed a self-destructive magic cursing all living things. What? It's an eternal, indestructible hex. You foolish suffer all eternity regretting that one mistake. What? Well, that's how the world got covered by the Demon King's curse. So he just came on them. The Demon King came on everybody. That's what I'm gathering from this. Because of me, obviously, I tried to find a way to break the curse for years. But this is over. I surrender. Truly impossible in the end. The inexplicable blobs kept growing on people's bodies. Slowly, the noise might be their discontent starting targeting me. Take responsibility. I don't want a blobby society. The hero is evil. They said the hero was the true Demon King, or that I was a traitor. Every day, the haters throw at me all their insults to ever exist, and that's why I haven't been able to make a move. Stuck like this. It's safe. They haven't found me. For nearly 3 years, I've cut myself off from the outside world. If I'd only finished them off, nothing of this would have happened. Dude, you literally fucking sold out last second. You... this is literally the definition of... Wait, what's the term? What's that fucking term? It was like It was like he obtained a victory from the jaws of defeat, something like that. Claiming he claimed victory from the jaws of defeats. This dude basically claimed defeat from the jaws of victory. What the fuck? The blobs are growing, gotta remove them. Cigarette. Could it be people downstairs? Who's there? Oh shit. Forgot my keys. Open up. Jeez, it's you. Don't surprise me like that. Caliba? Oh, I'm crying. Caliber. Like Caliburn. First off, don't go around like that. What if the demonstrators recognize you? You're wrong. Since I forgot my keys, I just changed forms to smash the door open. I properly went outside, transformed. What the fuck? Wow, the sword just ended up being a baddie. That's crazy. To begin with, I went through a danger zone to get us food, so stop complaining. Okay, let's chow down. I'm so hungry I might pass away. This one's Caliba. She's Excalibur, the Holy Blade. Since the day I pulled her out of the legendary stone, we have been this whole time together. Ugh, no chopsticks, whatever. Moreover, she transforms into a lot of things that are not even swords. What are your manners? That's like eating with your hands. I don't care. It's the flawed clerk's fault. Well, she is a quirky roommate, Sword. I wish I had an easy life just like you. And how is it going recently? Just by looking, I'd say you've grown more blobs. You're right. I get overwhelmed when I remember my past actions and scared of people outside and search my name and self-destruct. That's my daily life. You're always overthinking everything beyond. That's who I am. But hey, at least I have this. Even in my mental stability gets completely destroyed, even if I get carried away by anxiety and irritation, as long as I have this. Huh? What's wrong? Where are the cigarettes? I haven't bought any. Why? You know how blobs grow, right? Yep, they start growing when you feel stressed, right? All over your body. Then you know to get rid of the blobs too, right? Yeah, you just have to do something that helps you relax, right? And you know that cigarettes are how I relax, don't you? Yep. Then why? We've got no money left, sir. What? But why? I'm sure we saved all that money we got from the bounty defeating the Demon King. No, and stop thinking. You've been a shut-in for 3 years doing nothing. It's obvious that we were going to run short on money any minute. You're right. Really, our budget for food expenses is really tight now. There's no money to spare on cigarettes. What you're saying is I have to keep living without cigarettes? Not being able to dissolve my blobs, I'll keep accumulating them to the point I become like this. No idea about that. So, like, it's hard to say, but maybe we should get out and find a job. Holy shit. This shit got so fucking real in just 2 seconds. Do they even wear socks? What are you talking about? Do you law solos the whole verse? Literally can take the whole verse or just win any 1v1? He wins every single 1v1 and he can take on multiple characters at the same time. Censor the J word? That's what I'm saying. Censor that shit. Who the fuck? How dare they get away with putting this? Listen. Showing cigarettes to children is one thing, right? Showing a person smoking in front of a series that is basically tailor-made, I don't want to say tailor-made, but at least tailor-drawn for children to read is one thing. But you're gonna sit here and tell me that they have jobs? What the fuck is a job? I say as a YouTuber. So, when I went to the convenience store just now, I found this thing here. I thought it would be nice since the hourly pay is quite high, so we could work together, get out and find a job. What? Get out and find a job. Oh, sorry. I might have said something too sharp too suddenly. Impossible. Absolutely. There's no way I could go out and work. Think about it. What if they find out I'm the hero? Who knows what they'll do to me? That's right. Worst case scenario, they might kill me. I don't think that'll be a problem. How could you be so heartless? Don't you even know how I feel? I'm not being heartless, what? Right now, Beyond, you're at least 20 kilograms fatter than before, and you've got blobs everywhere. Your looks are not that good either, so it's okay. No one will recognize you as the hero. I feel like I've been insulted in every way. It's just the truth, but even so, I haven't gone out for years. That's okay. That's where I collaborate. Rome was not built in a day. Okay, so that means Rome canonically exists within this world. There, at least let's go out, let's practice getting out. What? Come on. It can be just 1 millimeter, but try to feel the fresh air. Come on, if you don't go out, you won't be able to smoke. Cigs. You nicotine addict. Cigs. You did it. 1 step is great. Let me guess, he falls off. You're there. Hey, what are you doing? Don't jump the gun. Jumping off will bring you pain. And look, nobody noticed that you're the hero Beyond. You're right, what? Wait, aren't they looking elsewhere? Holy shit. Damn, what? Wait, really? Isn't that bad? Hey, you stop pointing the camera. Go ahead and help her. Why don't you go and why don't you go for yourself? In the end, everyone is busy with themselves. I've had enough. No, Beyond. Wow, he just jumped in for her. Huh? She disappeared. Wow. So 20 kilograms is like 40 pounds, right? Cool. Landed. What? Sorry. I've gotten in your way to jump off and saved you out of habit. Goodbye. Excuse me. Did she realize? I don't know who you are, but I can't believe there are people like you. Thanks. Oh. Okay, so he runs back in. Oh, you're back. That was cool. It's been a long time since I've seen you like that. You can do it if you try. She didn't recognize me. She didn't recognize me as a hero. It's okay if I go outside. See, that's what I said. So, if that's the case, want to try? Sure, let's give it a try. I like her. I like her. She's not bratty. She's not spoiled. She doesn't act like a complete bitch. She's just here to help the guy protect, and she has a very calm demeanor about it. You don't usually see these. You don't usually see these kind of characters. All right, that was interesting. I gave it one chapter. I don't know why I picked it out. It just looked interesting. Good. What's up, what's up, Aster? What's up, One Smart? How you guys doing? Check. Chainsmoker Cat is the best manga ever. Chainsmoker Cat, you say? Chain Smoker Cat. Interesting. Yanni is a cat girl with a seriously bad smoking habit. She smokes so much that her apartment smells like ash and is littered with cigarette butts. And plenty of other trash. Every time she tries to quit, she becomes weak to the cravings and gives in almost instantly. Will she ever get her life together, or is she doomed to live as a chain-smoking slob forever? Sure, let's check it out. Dude, this grosses me out, bro. I don't like cigarettes in general. I really hate cigarettes, and I really hate cigarette smoke, so just in general, like, this stuff is gross to me. World's looking smoky, meow. I'm not done yet. Jesus, okay. So she's drinking too. Okay. Suck them all down in the filter, yeah. Is there a little bit? Alright, I'm not reading this, bro. I'm not reading this. The gods ain't forsaken me yet. That'll be 1,116 yen. Remaining balance 10 yen. What the fuck? This is just pathetic. This is just pathetic. I'm not checking that out. Average high school bathroom. Alright, I definitely don't know about that. It's only up to Shippuden, lucky. What happened? Alright. Enough of the bullshit. Let's see exactly what it is that I have to finish up here. We're at 45 minutes. If I get up to 50 minutes today, I only have like 3 minutes left to fill up. You should check out the genre before reading it. What was the genre? I can't move forward, right? What was it again? Chainsmoker Cat. Seinen. What's a seinen? It's like more like adult stuff, right? Seinens are more for like adults. To comedy, to slice of life. Got you. Got you. Well, it's one chapter. Do you remember any manga? Do you read any mangas or manhwas? Nope, I do not. I hate specifically the paneling for manhwas and manhwas. I don't like it. I don't, especially when it comes to like, I'll just bring up, I don't know, God of High School. I hate how much, like, empty space exists within the... There's just a fucking manhwa... Wait. Is there really a manga called High School? Why is there just a series just straight up called High School? Why? For fighting and humor fans, Joe Pae is not really a sane boy. In our modern days, he wanted to become an emperor of Korea. His first step, he enters high school, is to become the leader of the strongest school there is. No one is expecting it. He actually takes down all the school's Yankees. Joe Pae is now the enemy to kill. All rival schools want his head. Whatever the means. Okay. Let me see the paneling for this one. This isn't bad. This right here isn't bad, but something I've noticed about, like, more modern manhwas is that, like, I'll just click God of High School. There's just so much empty white space. I don't like that. It just doesn't flow right with me. And in some cases, like, I remember with, what's the series called? Fuck, I remember there was a manhwa where, like, they actually, like, do cutoffs, like, mid-page. Korea is lacking behind in terms of the category. They have massive, badass, black-haired guy with no personality problem. Yep, I definitely don't like those. What an amazingly creative name for a person's manhwa. That's what I'm saying. High school. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so what exactly do we have to cover today?
Naruto isn't even in the Naruto isn't even in the discussion because there's nothing within his entire arsenal that stops Law from simply amputating him into pieces. Whether it's...
Okay, Yeah, legitimately the only thing does nothing. Quite literally the only tactic in the entire... Have you seen the JJK LARPing games? I have not.
Isn't even in the Naruto isn't even in the isn't even in
The truth nuke. I think my issue with, like... I think another issue that I have with manhwas is, like I was mentioning before, just in general, I guess with some of them, depending on, like, the paneling... Why can't I go forward? That's so dumb. Oh. In some cases, like, dude, what, like, can somebody explain to me why in a series, why in a manga, they're just an entire page that's essentially just a color gradient? Like, did you really need to write 17 years later just to then have a tiny little planet at the bottom right there? I don't know, man. And then in some cases, you guys can see, like, right here, try reading Omniscient Reader's viewpoint, Eon. It'll get good after chapter 14, trust. The art is also very safe-ish, and they look extremely similar. It's not as developed of a scene compared to manga. I think it's because everyone might be trying to emulate everybody else, you know? There might be, like, an artist that everybody, like, fucks with or is, like, massively popular, so they try to, like, emulate it into some sense. Like, look at this shit. So you guys see right here how it's cut off? That's because, like, I guess in manhwas, they're designed to be read as long strips, but I'm sorry, I don't want to, especially when detailing out panels and stuff like that, you know, like making content for it, I feel like it would be a massive pain in the ass where in certain cases, if I need to take like a specific text from a character or whatever, for example, if I wanted to use this, I basically can't use the full panel, and if I wanted to, then I basically have to not only take this panel and take this panel, and then not only cut them up, not only sever them up completely, but also then try to like line them up on each other, dude. I don't know. It seems inconsistent. It feels weird, incongruent. I don't know, man. I don't like this stuff. Still more frames than Blue Lock Season 2. Yeah, I hope that I never get another one of my favorite anime to be in a position like that again, dude. I don't know, man. I don't personally... Like, look at this shit. What if I need both of these scans? Now I have to, like, stack one up on top of the other in terms of, like, panel, bro? I hate this type of shit, man. I don't know. Like... There's so much empty space here. I'm sure you could at least remove like 3 or 4 pages worth of white space, man. So I don't know. I don't like manhwas. I don't like them, dude. It just feels weird. DOJ commits biggest mistake yet? Oh, fantastic. Hopefully they get caught. Anyway, back to this. Sorry, this has been all over the place.
So isn't even in the discussion.
Okay. Black and white. Let me go here, here. Okay.
Naruto isn't even in the discussion because there's nothing within his entire...
Basically, all of his jutsu lose to room. All of his jutsu lose to room, amputate, or shambles. Let's just start opening these up, actually. Let me go back. Let's go here. Naruto. Open. One Piece. Open it here. Naruto. Part 2. We'll do data books. And we'll do videos. Okay. Hi, Ian. Hope you're doing well, man. What's today's stream about? I'm just editing... They also lack femboy representation. Let me ask you guys this question real quick. I was having a conversation with my girlfriend where she was like, you realize that every time they ask you about femboys, they're referencing also like gay men in general. And I'm like, wait, femboys can be gay? She was like, yes, femboys are gay in general. She was like, femboys are actually gay in general. It's not just a guy who cross-dresses. And I'm like, it's not just a guy with like a feminine guy who cross-dresses. Chat, is she right? When you guys reference femboys, I don't have an issue with it per se. I just thought femboys in general just meant like men wearing feminine outfits and and looking feminine. Or I guess cross-dressing and looking feminine. I don't know that ball, Eon. I don't know. She like, I told her to look it up on Urban Dictionary. She was like, yeah, see right here, it says usually depicted as a gay man or whatever. And I'm like, ah, okay. Well, shit. I don't know. Yeah, no, just something interesting that I found out yesterday. I thought that femboys in general, I didn't know that like generally considered, are most femboys in anime gay, like Phoenix and Astolfo? Are Felix and Astolfo actually gay? I don't know the characters, so I'm just asking, just in general, because she was commenting on like how like you guys, she pops in on streams every now and then. She pops in, she sometimes pops in on streams, but she was basically just like, yeah, no, when your chat's talking about femboys, yeah, they're essentially talking about like gay guys who like, or at least predominantly gay men who also have feminine appearance and also cross-dress. I just gave an example of femboys. I don't actually know if they're gay or not. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't know either. I thought that like a femboy would be like that one character from Danganronpa from like that first season, the one that like I guess has like an AI or something. I thought that would be like an example of a femboy where it's like they just feel more comfortable, you know, cross-dressing. I didn't know if it actually had anything to do with like personal preferences. Being gay is not a requirement for being a femboy. It's just an overlapping thing with the two groups. Okay. So, yeah, because I was telling her that. I'm pretty sure when you guys are referencing femboys, it doesn't necessarily mean, it doesn't at least necessarily mean that, like, you guys are referencing, like, necessarily, when you guys are referencing femboys, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're gay. You know what I mean? Rereading Fairy Tail, I realized that there is no femboy representation, which is kind of weird considering all the things that are in the manga. Yeah, they've even got, like, cat girls in the manga. I remember at some point after, like, what was it, the 100-year, not the 100-year quest. Wasn't it, like, some point after, like, the 7-year time skip, the cat, the white cat, ends up, like, learning, like, magic that helps her transform into, like, a girl? I know they have, like, cat girls. I know they have, like, short men. I know they have himbos. Obviously just attractive women in general. Old women. Attractive old men. Attractive guys in general. Like, they have a lot of shit within there. Yeah, Hiro Mashima is a man of culture. Yeah, Fairy Tail is a lot of shit. Astolfo is the king of anime femboys and he's not gay. So Astolfo is not gay. Okay. So next time I talk to her, I'm gonna be like, so my chat does... So femboys don't necessarily have to be gay. Fairy Tail anime remake with good pacing would be peak. How about that? I guess. At the beginning of the time skip, Carla gets a human form. That's her name, Carla. At the beginning of the time skip, she gets a human form. Gotcha. Cause you said so. Interesting. Alright. Land of Iron, Land of Waves. I need... Law also never shows any explicit attraction or... We need this one. And we're going to use this one. All of his jutsu, this is probably the only jutsu in his entire arsenal that would even remotely come up. Alright, and then the sexy jutsu is the only jutsu that is even remotely relevant within this discussion, and it still loses, and like all of his other jutsu, any iteration of the sexy jutsu, any iteration of the sexy jutsu is likely the only effective jutsu he will have. However, it's to law setting. However, it's not something Naruto pulls out. It's would everything else loses to room amputate. The only jutsu however, it's not something Naruto would pull out the start of the fight with no intel. No intel. Every single other jutsu loses to room amputate or shambles. His arsenal is useless. Useless. Any iteration.
Naruto isn't even in the discussion because there's nothing within his entire arsenal that stops Law from simply amputating him into pieces, whether it's 10 or...
Fairy Tail, surprising amount characters that are implied to be gay. There is even a gay kissing. Cool, good for them. I don't remember that. Where did that show? What series? Sorry, not what series. In what arc were there two guys kissing? Was that in the 100-Year Quest, or was that like in regular Fairy Tail? I don't remember that in regular Fairy Tail. Guys, today I'm prepared. Today we got 2 glasses of water. How's everybody doing? What's up, Justice? What's up? All right.
That stops Law from simply amputating him into pieces.
It's culture difference. In Japan, more feminine men are not linked to being gay, more gay. Bishonen, from the top 10 anime, only one is gay, and that one's from Steingate. Ah, okay. Okay.
On a stream against Law, but what...
I'm just gonna zoom in. I have a whole bottle of water. Nice. Are you including Boruto in this debate? If so, do you think Law's Otsutsuki abilities? Not including Boruto, because I have not read Boruto for the purposes of power scaling. I guess Damon can reflect the Law's attack. Granted, I don't think Damon has the attack potency to actually hurt Law. I have no reason to give Damon... I have no reason to give Damon anything even in remote regards to like continental forms of attack potency. And as far as Ada goes, I mean, Ada's only real thing is that like she makes people fall in love with her. I don't think it matters. I think Ada's not as strong as people think that she actually is. I think Damon's probably the only character that gives Law a hard time. Even Ishiki is just hard countered by like characters with like future sight. Obviously Law doesn't have it, but faster reaction speed, at least quantifiably. I don't think there's any way to really boost up Boruto characters in terms of speed. At least to the point where like One Piece characters are at. And Kagura in the Alvis arc, though it wasn't fully romantic, there's also 2 demonic girls implied to be. What's the name of the girl that like has green hair that like has a thing with Lucy? Wasn't it like she had like a whole thing with her, right? We all love femboys. I don't know about we. I think, when did you start are you French, Sailor X Diamond? Are you French? When did you start speaking French? Brandish.
That stops Law from simply amputating him into...
Wasn't she like wasn't she like wearing a bikini and high heels with a fur coat when they first showed her? It was something like that, right? I had an actual decent crossverse debate with Bleach and One Piece. Details in Discord general. Sure, I'll check it out. Me and you, twin. What is this in reference to? I'm pretty sure Law going to have Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. I mean, he has Armament Haki. Granted, I won't tell you that he has Conquerors.
Whether it's 10 or 10,000 clones, it doesn't change the fact that...
Let's go to... No, we as in like French, right? As in like yes? You saying yes, you love femboys? Yeah. You can like femboys. That's completely fine. I think that's completely fine. Definitely not me though. I'm definitely not into any of that stuff. I love girls, not femboys. I also love women. Why the chat saying we? That's what I'm saying. I don't know why they say we. Like, don't get me wrong. We out here, we not in French. I'm talking about just out here in general. You know, we support all manners of attraction and stuff like that, unless like the really weird ones, which I'm not gonna get into. But like, listen, we're out here being accepting and shit. But I'm not out here saying that I like any of that stuff either, man. I don't know about you guys. You guys can like whatever you like. Don't lump me in that shit. I'm German, bro. Calling me French is akin to a slur. Fantastic. Then you should stop speaking French because I don't know what you mean by we. I certainly do not know what you mean by we. They feel the same on the inside anyways. You see, that's information that I wouldn't know. So you said general, Drake? You said Bleach. What's up, Drake? Actually, a decent debate, cross-verse debate with Bleach, One Piece and Bleach details in Discord general. Cool. Let's see. What do we have? So there's an actual healthy crossbait in the sense that it didn't insult arguments. Lovely. It's all about being as neutral as possible and hope that the other side doesn't take it as personally when you're giving an agreement. It was about Luffy and Law versus end of series Aizen, who admitted it has a lot of hacks and raw energy output. They did agree that Konkurozaki would likely resist being soul crushed, which I see as some win. Yeah, that's lovely. Okay. Yeah, it did bring up how it affected it, and yeah, it admitted Aizen differs to what One Piece has. What was the argument of Konkurozaki that it can affect immortality in region and god hacks? Yet again, it's more that Aizen comes from a different source and works entirely different to theirs. Conquerors would likely hurt and damage, but not kill him. Oh, and staking on Gear 5 amps it further. Yeah. Got you. The debate was about, yeah. They agreed that Konkurozaki would protect from spiritual pressure, but I agreed it could effective KO or kill him. Got you. Gildarts is beating Shanks? Probably. Can't the guy that has like dismantle magic? I gave my money on the Hockey Man. Alright. Who are Damon and Ada? They're characters from Boruto. You know, that series that a lot of people seem to still have beef with. Personally, I don't, but a lot of people seem to really still dislike Boruto. Okay, we'll take this one.
10 or 10,000 clones, it doesn't change the fact that 10,000... That law can literally...
Sure, let's give it a look.
Law can literally swap positions whenever he wants with any clone or attack.
People gay if women... Why are people gay if women also have a butt argument? I never even remotely implied that. Who in the big three has better swordsmen in your opinion? I definitely don't believe Bleach, only because those motherfuckers 100% don't use actual sword styles. In most cases, they either use hacks, or they just swing their blades really fucking hard. People like to go off of this notion that Ichigo's a master swordsman, when all he literally does is swing blade very, very hard with a lot of force. That's all they do. Him and Kenpachi are literally on that front. I know that they know, like, Kendo, or at least the Shinigami are supposed to know Kendo, and I know that Unohana stated to know, like, every single sword style, even though she literally never uses it in any context of the series. It's one of those cases where it's like, well, Batman knows every single martial art on the planet, yeah, but does he use it? No. Alright, then. So who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Zoro, you kind of do see a bit more, like, actual sword-based combat in One Piece, but I'd probably give it to Naruto in terms of, like, I guess, flourishing, since in many cases they do try to employ actual real-world combat into the series, especially when you go farther into, like, Shippuden. Mostly hand-to-hand combat, sure, but you can also see some level of, like, actual swordplay being used by Sasuke. If Boruto has the continuation of Naruto, it wouldn't scale well most of the time, worse than JJK's destructive capacity. I've only seen the Shippuden series. There's a statement of Sasuke telling Boruto controllers Uzuhiko Rasengan would have destroyed the planet, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Fairy Tail is up to Universal Plus by now. Sorry, One Piece ain't going up there in my opinion. That's fair. Doesn't have the speed or the durability to beat Shanks as far as I've seen. Just as the Twitter user says, giving people slander material. I can't believe that somebody actually posted my fucking video, my fucking thumbnail from yesterday's stream. My thumbnail and title from yesterday's stream on a group. That was pretty funny. Here it goes. Bleach in first, second, and One Piece in third. One Piece is getting closer over the years. Oh, I don't think that Naruto's even remotely in contention with One Piece at this point. I think that Naruto absolutely gets curb stomped by like a good number of One Piece characters. They just lag behind in a physical sense. They physically lag behind to such a massive extent. It's not even funny. Killer Bee versus Sasuke was peak swordsmanship display. In my opinion, yeah, it was pretty good. Thoughts on all Marines are evil? Nope. All Marines are not evil. Marines, it's a corrupt system that has issues down to its inception, but it is not inherently evil.
A barrage of tailed beast Rasen shurikens means nothing if Naruto can't stop Law from swapping positions with either himself or his clones or any of his allies. And none of these characters have a can't stop Law from swapping positions with either himself or his clones or any of his allies. Himself or his clones or any of his allies. And none of these characters have a single thing in their arsenals to prevent Law from using amputate or the personality swapping surgery. This is also amputate or the personality swapping surgery or the personality swapping surgery. This is also under the assumption that Law doesn't just end the fight as quickly as possible, since he is relative to Rooftop Gear 4 Luffy at 9,000 times light speed on a low ball, and Naruto is 2,000 times light speed with Wank. That kind of just leaves
Except for that bum Goku. He's a bum. Yeah. Yeah. Bum Goku is a bum. I definitely don't care. I definitely don't care whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I appreciate you guys offering me, like, different series to, like, check out and watch and do all that stuff. Like, I really, really do appreciate it, but, like, just in general, like, I do have to get to work, and it's kind of hard for me to, like, you know, do that when, Jesus Christ, when, God, I forgot my point. Yo, Hiro... Yo, Hiro Mashima really is a man of the fucking people. Holy fucking shit. God damn. God damn. Yo. Yo, Fairy Tail might not be that bad. Terrible writing aside. Terrible writing aside, man. The terrible writing aside. Yo, Fairy Tail might not be that bad, man. There might be some value that the series does offer. I made a poll: Hashirama and Hiruzen versus Green Bull Fujitora. Who do you think? Dude, you should know by now. You should know by now. What the fuck are Hiruzen and Hashirama doing against a guy who's a literal fucking tree and a guy who can drop meteors? What the fuck are they doing? Yeah. I might end up making a video already back to Gooning. We're not back to Gooning. Is a terrible writing, but he's a man of culture. Low-key, if I was a woman in that verse, I'd be gay too. No, type shit. Dude, I'd be into everything in that verse, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Fuck it. Yo, why are the characters so hot in that verse, bro? The show name is Fairy Tail. There is a tail. I'm the show name in the show name, which means furry confirmed. Type shit. Fairy Trail. Have you read Kagurabachi? I have read Kagurabachi. I haven't read, like, chapter 95 or 90 onward. I don't know, I just kind of stopped reading them at some point. But I have, like, paid attention at least, like, what was happening on screen.
Or the personality swapping surgery, since he is relative to Rooftop Gear for Luffy at 9,000 times light speed on a low ball. Rooftop Gear for Luffy at 9,000 times light speed. Gear for Luffy at 9,000...
Even if you don't agree with the multipliers,
9,000 times light speed on a low ball, and Naruto is 2,000 times light speed with wank. That kind of just leaves Kaguya, who loses to all the same conditions. I bet some of you are thinking to yourselves,
this is total wank of the highest caliber. He lost to Blackbeard. How is he defeating a goddess who can swap dimensions and has...
I bet some of you are thinking to yourselves,
this is total wank of the highest caliber. He lost to Blackbeard. How is he defeating a goddess who can swap dimensions and has like 2 one-shot techniques?
What many people fail to consider is that Law was kinda beating Blackbeard of their fight. He only lost when Blackbeard activated his second...
Does not know. Well, what was yesterday's stream title and thumbnail? Yesterday's stream title and thumbnail were, let's see, was day 563 of being 100% right about Law soloing Naruto. The funniest part about this one was that, like, somebody literally showed up yesterday and was like, yo, you kind of ruined my day. I was having a good day until I read your title. Can you please change it? This dude asked me 3 times if I could change my the title of my video because he wasn't gelling with it. I'm like, dude, no. Why do I have to change my title just because you're not gelling with it? It's really not that serious. It's obviously a joke. It's obviously just there. Does Law get past Minato, realistically speaking? What the fuck is Minato doing? What, you telling me the guy who has a teleportation technique that is essentially shambles but worse? Yeah, no, Law gets past Minato. Listen, I love Minato. He's like literally my top, what? I would actually argue Minato's probably like my top 1 favorite character in Naruto. I love... Alright, now... of being right about Eon loving femboys? Alright. That's funny. Let me put it like this. We're basically comparing a guy who can spawn a room where he controls everything inside versus a guy who can only teleport to locations he has to mark first. What does Kurama do? What does having Kurama even remotely mean in this circumstance? What the fuck does Kurama help him out with? What, he's gonna get a chakra cloak that's still gonna make him slower than Law? His instant teleportation only matters. His instant teleportation specifically only matters if he can set up his fucking kunai. And you have to believe that Minato can go into his back pocket and throw more kunais out there than Law simply raising his hand and just start swinging his blade. I have no reason to even remotely entertain that. Having Kurama makes him planetary? Kurama's not fucking planetary, dude. Yo, Kurama's not planetary. Dude, that's funny. Why is the thumbnail where Luffy and them are on boats or whatever live kind of weird? Is that on purpose? No, it's just it's just an image I liked. One Piece has the best physical feats of the big three in general. I agree. Turn the world to ash? Yeah. Does that literally state that he can blow up a planet? No. Also, being planetary makes no sense when the dude's at best blowing up mountains. Kurama literally never blows up anything more than anything bigger than a mountain within the entire context of the story. I don't even have to entertain the argument because I could literally just show you. Kurama never, ever, ever blows up anything larger than a mountain. And its biggest explosions, if you're gonna bring up, what, the Tailed Beast Bomb Clash, or the one that he shot with Killer Bee at, the Ten Tails, are all feats that are performed with Kurama essentially... that are all essentially performed with Kurama with another character, that are also Tailed Beast Bombs that are just charged. Is life wiping at best and life wiping over a period of time. Have you seen Sage's video? He has Kurama at planetary, so had Kurama and Whitebeard equals, proceeds to say Kurama plus, Madara solos the One Piece verse. Except they literally lose to Law. You could literally have Kurama and Madara together with a perfect Susanoo, a majestic attire Susanoo. Law literally just splits them into pieces. They don't get past Law. They never get past Law. They cannot and mind you, I don't even really look at, well, I can't even say I don't look at. I've seen Sage's videos. I don't think he knows One Piece scaling. I think he is genuinely disingenuous about One Piece scaling. The dude does everything he can to, like, basically say, can also plays a seal on anything he touches. He can! He's never touching Law. Never makes direct contact with Law. Loses every single time. I have no reason to entertain the idea Minato ever even remotely lays a finger on Law. Let the Ninetales rampage unchallenged, and yes, he'd actually wipe out life on the planet, yet he can't do it in one attack. Non-literal BS statement made to purely hype shit up, or do you think Hebi, Sasuke, or Choji are stronger than anybody else and has the most destructive jutsu? Who is the weakest One Piece character you think could solo Naruto? Right now, I'm on Law, only because I can't really, at least in terms of like all other characters I could possibly think of, you might be able to say Enel, but the issue with Enel is that he might be too slow unless you give him like the light speed, or the alleged light speed like statement from Oda in the SBS. I think there are plenty of Haxes that can outright beat some guys, but Law in this case just so happens to have a Devil Fruit that unironically solos and just counters everything within the context of these 700 chapters of Naruto. Can Law rip things out with shambles? No, he rips things out with tact. Law can teleport things with shambles. If you're referencing rip things out as in like, can he remove things from other people? Yes, he can literally take away all of literally everyone's. The King, the Wildfire versus Naruto. Naruto has no way of hurting King. He also gets blatantly blitzed. Naruto gets blitzed so fucking hard, it's not even funny. Boruto's flying riding technique is a better version of Shambles. Objectively speaking, it's not. And it's not because it's an objectively worse version of Minato's. There's an actual data book comparing Minato and Boruto's flying Raijin. Minato and Boruto flying Raijin. There's an actual image of this stuff that comes from like the website, if I remember right. Nope, not here. Images, right here. Right here. Here are the differences. There are quick comparisons. Boruto's FTG, Minato's FTG. Objects that can be infused with chakra, limited to metals with mass above a certain threshold. All objects are the target. The required time for chakra infusion, at least 1 minute or more. The required time increases depending on the size of the target object. For Minato, instant marking ability. Movement to a close distance within visible range. Can sense objects that have been infused with chakra and fly freely. Visual confirmation is not necessary. Similar to Boruto's Flying Thunder God. Movement to long distances beyond visible range or another dimension. It is necessary to visualize the shape of the metal that is to be infused. Therefore, common shapes like kunai or shuriken are not suitable for long distance movement to specific locations. By using the sun and leaf ornaments that Boruto usually wears, he avoids failure. As long as there is a marked object, it is possible to move anywhere. Literally, an objective lie. An objective lie. Whoever said that Boruto's FTG is better than Minato's. An objective lie. But yeah, it doesn't matter because it's Boruto. This matchup, I mean, it doesn't matter because Boruto's is worse. That's official website database. Yep. Yeah, definitely not better. Definitely not better, Aries. Sorry to tell you that. Sai from Dressrosa or Morian is 10k Shadow Form. I'd give it to Sai. He knows hockey should be faster, relatively speaking, and Moria specifically at best has like island level attack potency. Sai would hit harder than Luffy, who literally took down Morian like in one hit with Jet Shell. Whether Minato's teleportation is better than Law is case by case. For example, Minato's can go between dimensions since Boruto can, and Minato's is better. So his works against BFRs, yeah, but in a context of a fight like this, it doesn't really matter at all. Like, sure, you could say his gives him the ability to teleport out of dimensions, but like, what does that matter in a one-on-one confrontation? Neither of them really teleport to other dimensions, so it's essentially a bonus that Minato has that Law doesn't have that never comes up. It's like, let me actually give you a good example of this. So some people like to say, some people in general like to say, Naruto's 6 paths senjutsu is better than observation haki because he can sense Madara's limbo clones in another dimension. What this kind of claim usually tends to ignore is the fact that the ability to sense Madara's limbo clones is something that particularly only really matters within the context of that fight specifically, right? There is no other situation where sensing limbo clones besides specifically fighting Madara Uchiha even remotely comes up. Let's say you throw Naruto against Luffy, you throw Naruto against, I don't know, Kaido, Naruto against Sasuke, Naruto against Goku, Naruto against Ichigo. Like, it doesn't matter whatsoever. Sensing limbo clones quite literally adds nothing in the context of any single fight that isn't specifically against Madara Uchiha. It's one of those things that like out of context of the series just doesn't add anything. So like in a scenario where you're having Minato fight Law, yeah, means nothing. Is this Law versus the entire verse at once, 1v1 against every character? Because I think it's kind of relevant with characters like Kaguya being able to chuck everyone in dimensions. I mean, I'll put it like this. It's different rounds with different people. Amputate, would he be able to put himself back together? He would still mark anything while under the effect. That is one of those questions I cannot answer because it is entirely headcanon. Even if you were to argue that, like, Minato, let's say, throws kunais, but Law already split them up, would all of the chunks fly off separately? Even then, we know for a fact that you have to be able to separate to put the chunks back together in a proper way. You have to be able to put the chunks back together in a proper way first before, like, you are, fully put back together. I'll give you an example with Kinemon from Punk Hazard, where his head was severed into multiple pieces. Let's see if I can find it first. Right here. Where Kinemon isn't fully put back together because they couldn't literally set him up right. And by the time that they did, they could still sever his body parts and then put him back together right afterwards. And he was finally fine once everything was put back together. You have to genuinely believe that Minato, for whatever reason, can be cut up by Minato, then teleports, let's just say, all of his body parts into a single location, and somehow, with no help whatsoever, also puts himself back together. I just don't believe that. I have no reason to believe it. There's nothing that even remotely makes me want to entertain the idea. If you don't think the pre-time skip villains were using Haki or didn't know it, then we're clearly aren't reading the right story. Every data book that was post Haki being introduced said they had it. Fantastic. Fantastic. What does that even remotely add to this discussion? I don't know what that adds to the discussion. But yeah, also, if Kaguya switches dimensions, most people just straight up die. Most people are not being saved from falling down into that lava dimension. They all literally just die. Minato can teleport everything his chakra is touching, which is how he teleported the Alliance. So he should be able to teleport all of his body parts at once, since they all have his chakra. That's fine. How does he put himself back together? That doesn't mean that he puts himself back together. He can have all of his body parts teleport, never puts himself back together. What do you mean the counter to Dami Reversi is ice? Where is that implied? I think Casey and Minato can do it with chakra limbs. Fantastic. And Law literally just shambles the parts away. People seem to forget, if Minato teleports himself and tries to put himself back together, Law just shambles all the body parts away. It just doesn't matter. It's all reliant on the idea that Minato gets cut up, teleports himself to a random kunai that Law would still know where it's at, since Minato cannot throw a kunai farther than the size of a mountain, than the range of a mountain. And even then, you're still saying that, like, well, okay, so then he puts on Chakra Cloak, and then the Chakra Cloak tries to put himself back together. Like, at that point, we're basically arguing that Minato can do all these things while Law just sits there and stands there and just watches him. When he can just, again, raise up his hand, and then Minato just gets teleported somewhere else. Imu's weakness is eyes. This Trump beat Imu. Let me check that out real quick. Where is that implied? I don't recall anything relevant to, like, Dami Reversi. So there's the Loki stuff. Oh, excuse me. Damn, I got gas. Ooh, I'm sorry, guys. It's so weird why it's, like, split up like that sometimes. Why is it shooting me down? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't see an instance of, like, where are they weak to ice? Where is it implied that they're weak to ice? What the fuck? Where is that even remotely implied? He probably means chapter... Well, I'm gonna remove your message because that is a spoiler. And as for the person who posted that spoiler, where are you at? Where are you at? There you go. I'm gonna remove your comment, and I'm gonna put you on timeout next time you even remotely try. I don't care what the thing is, do not spoil. If you spoil at any point, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. Don't spoil. That is a spoiler I don't take. I really... What the fuck happened here? Alright. Alright. That fantastic Discord. Fantastic Discord. Of course Drachno would post this. Jesus Christ. Even manga readers can't avoid spoilers. Damn it. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, people can't help themselves with spoil shit, dude. Not even fun, not even interesting, man. By the way, the reason Kagura kissed Urza is to bake up the fact that she did mouth-to-mouth reanimation with Urza's boyfriend, and by doing so, she stole his first kiss, which makes sense. I also passionately kissed my homies when I did something bad. You said it, alright? You said that shit, not me. Alright.
Law can literally swap position.
Well, if fighting the entire alliance, I've mentioned a bunch of people that lost to watch out after amputate. Not really. Who does he have to watch out for? Who does he have to watch out for in the entire alliance? They all lose to amputate. What the fuck do any of them do? What, Sasuke and Kakashi are going to Kamui him or try to burn him with a Matarasu? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Observation Hockey would like to have a word with you. What, Shikamaru? Since when is Shikamaru ever going to be able to use a shadow whatever jutsu? Or Ino gonna use a mental transfer jutsu, a mind transfer jutsu, when they literally cannot even put their hands together to form the signs? Not to spoil, I didn't have anything to do with Dami Reversa. He just can't read. I don't know.
Law can literally swap positions whenever he wants with any clone or attack.
Okay, so for this... Not this one, right here. Give me this, copy. Loki's dragon form is 5,000 or bigger with the Jinbei statement. What is the Jinbei statement? What Jinbei statement? From 1177? When does Jinbei say anything? It's enormous like a Neptunian. Ah. I mean, saying it's like something doesn't necessarily imply that it's as big as it, right? At least in terms of objective size. To go study, probably going to be back later. Goodbye. Have a good one, Aster. Your sub 550 IQ. He literally froze emus. Alright, and now you get timed out for an entire 24-hour because I'm not going to entertain the idea that anyone is going to fucking spoil something when I told you don't fucking spoil. Jesus Christ, people can't fucking just respect the fact that somebody doesn't want to be spoiled. Don't spoil. I don't care if the chapter comes out later today. I don't want to hear anything about the new chapters. I have to change the profile picture when... But when do we get the new chapter? I don't know yet. Jesus Christ.
Wants with
I don't think they paid for a membership. I think they probably got a gifted membership.
Wants with any clone or attack. With
Jesus Christ. They probably got it. They probably got the membership from somebody. Thank God I didn't hear that spoiler. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, no. I don't get some people, bro. Like, just... if somebody tells you they don't want to hear spoilers, shut the fuck up and don't give them spoilers. Jesus Christ. Like, I get there are people out there that don't care and they just want to go straight into, like, the spoilers. Oh, I want to know what happens next. That's very good. I love that for you. Do not do that to me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how excited you are.
A barrage of tailed beast Rasen shurikens or attack. A barrage of tailed beast Law can literally swap positions whenever he wants with any clone or attack. A barrage of tailed beast Rasen shurikens means nothing.
True. Yeah. True. We going back here. Where is the flavor of the month Rasen Shuriken Barrage? Right here. Not this. Can I get Vegas? God damn. Alright, I'm just closing this up because I can't have it keep popping up. I hate it when shit pops up for me and then it removes it. That guy eats beans, 100% eats beans. Loves beans, bro. Absolutely loves beans. Literally just loses to law using shambles. Started here. This attack literally loses to...
A barrage of tailed beast Rasen shurikens means nothing if Naruto can't stop Law from swapping position. Means nothing if Naruto can't stop Law from swapping positions with either himself or his...
Yeah, loses. This just loses to shambles. It doesn't matter. It just loses to shambles. You could say Law can abuse his own flavor of the substitution jutsu. His own flavor of the substitution jutsu. That's funny. Hey, what's up, Freedom? How you doing, man? Good morning. I'm assuming you're more, what is it, West Coast? Luffy versus Naruto, is it? Let me ask you this, Bup the Kid. Is the video you're referencing one named by Anime Addicts? Because we've already checked that out a couple days ago. Or I think last week. The video was terrible. Absolute garbage. I usually don't try to be mean about that, but whoever Anime Addicts is, their scaling is terrible. Absolutely terrible. I usually don't like calling people scaling terrible. I do think that scaling's all about interpretation. But in general, they just ignore so much information just for the sake of making Naruto sound good. If it's from Anime Addicts, yeah, I'm definitely not going to go out of my way to watch that shit again. If I hear anybody give me a video or I might only watch Anime Addict videos just for the sake of like wanting to get myself riled up, bro. Like they're not good in the slightest bit. Understanding the AP is not everything. Still get speed blitz and one shot by law. Yeah. I wouldn't call them chumps necessarily. Thoughts on Akainu versus Shanks? A guy who is essentially sat on a desk for 2 years and got mollywopped by an old sick man versus the guy who is potentially the strongest of the emperors. I'd probably put my money on Shanks, but both of them are also still kind of featless for the most part. I've got one fight for Akainu and one fight for Shanks. I don't really have much to go off of other than, you know, Akainu getting mollywopped by, you know, Whitebeard. Only a substitution is anyone or thing in room.
Or his clones, or any of his allies. And none of these swapping positions with either himself, or his clones, or any of his allies. And
has chain scaling, oh my effing god, Akainu has chain scaling to Roger. Well, if you asked me and you wanted to say that Akainu has scaling to Roger, then why'd you ask? Did you want me to just agree with you? Because I'm not going to agree. You'd have to give me a lot of, like, objective evidence with no room for interpretation for me to sit here and say, is rage bait for you? It's like rage bait for you, but it's the type of rage bait where, like, you sit here. It's like the type of rage bait that, like, you sit here and you watch it because you know it's going to be disingenuous. Like, you know what it's about, you know what the whole conversation's going to be like, but you still watch it just because you're like, you know what, I could use a little bit. Are you jaking it? No, I'm not jaking anything. I don't know what that means. It's one of those things where, like, you do it, what you thought, because, and then told you what I thought. It's not rage bait or wanted me to agree with you. Okay, that's fine. That's completely fine. I wouldn't necessarily call it rage bait either. Let me just be clear. I wouldn't necessarily call it rage bait just because I would have disagreed or anything. It's not necessarily that case anyway. My bad about that, Tete Kinasegi. Tete Kinasegi. Anyway, I'm gonna call you, Tate. Listen, it's not because of that. It's because I usually get a lot of people that whenever, they give me their opinion and they said OMFG or something like that, when they say something along the lines of this, they usually start going ham about why I don't agree with them. So my apologies if I insinuated anything. My genuine apologies. Now, with that being said, if you think Akainu wins, I think that's fine. No, I don't really got an issue with that. Suigetsu, Minato. Suigetsu does absolutely nothing. Law has counter shock, so again, does irrelevant. Orochimaru is irrelevant. I don't even know what jutsu you could remotely argue. Gaara, irrelevant, does nothing. Karin, irrelevant, does nothing. Sasuke, irrelevant, does nothing. Kakashi, irrelevant, does nothing. Minato, irrelevant, does nothing. None of them are relevant. None of them are relevant. My name is Absolute Justice in Japanese. Ah, okay. I'm gonna call you Absolute Justice then. What happened to Naruto versus Luffy video edit, Eon? I never even started editing that video because I never even started writing. I never even wrote the script for the video yet, or at least I never finished writing the script. I do have the script still, but I haven't finished writing it.
Or his clones, or any of his allies.
Okay, guys, I'm like 30 minutes, I'm like 30 seconds into this shit, and I'm an hour and 18 minutes into the stream. I'm just gonna... means choking your chicken. I understand what that means. I understand what they reference. Obviously, I'm not. Also, I feel like that would be some sort of sexual harassment on your guys' end, so definitely not. Half of Naruto characters aren't relevant, and they're useless. At least in the context of this fight, they are. Like, I don't know what the fuck anybody thinks Suigetsu's gonna do against Law. Oh, he turns himself into water? Fantastic. Counter shock. Minato loses all of his kunai, Law piles them up all on the floor, doesn't do a single damn thing. Oh, I'm not attacking the messenger. I'm not attacking the messenger. I know what they meant. Sorry, maybe my speech is just a bit too abrasive or assertive. Man, I got a big spider on my ceiling. What kind of spider you got? Gara, I mean, what, his sand's gonna beat Law? His sand is gonna beat Law? What if Law just shambles out all of the sand outside of, like, to, like, the farthest extents of his room? Karin? What does Karin do? The adamantine chains? Yeah, fantastic. Still gets chopped up into pieces. Those adamantine chains also get chopped up into pieces. Sasuke, Amaterasu means genuinely nothing. Amaterasu means genuinely nothing with precognition. Kamui means genuinely nothing with precognition. Orochimaru, what is he gonna do? Shoot out a blade from his mouth? That isn't even light speed? Oh yeah, Law's just gonna sit there and take a blade from his mouth that Law doesn't just chop up into pieces. Minato has to set up first. Law literally picks up all of the kunais, throws them all right there in front of him. There you go. And yeah, so just loses to Countershock.
Or his clones, or any of his allies, and can't stop Law from swapping positions with either himself, or his clones, or any of his allies, and none of...
Oh, that's the scene I wanted to use. Now I remember. Okay. Now I remember what I wanted to use. Nope. Keep going. Nope. None of this. Yeah. There we go. Copy. There we go. Sasuke's bag isn't useless. Sasuke just doesn't have a single thing in the context of this fight, and he just happens to have a jutsu that basically lost in almost every single scenario.
or his clones, or any of his allies. And none of these characters have a single thing in their arsenals to prevent Law from using amputate or the personality swapping have a single thing in their arsenals to prevent Law from using amputate or the personality swapping surgery. This is also under the assumption that Law doesn't just end the fight as quickly as possible, since he is relative to Rooftop Gear for Luffy at 9,000 times light speed on a low ball, and Naruto is 2,000 times light speed with Wank. That kind of just leaves Kaguya, who loses to all the same conditions. I bet some of you are thinking to yourselves,
This is total wank of the highest caliber. He lost to Blackbeard. How is he defeating a goddess who can swap dimensions and has like 2 one-shot techniques?
what many people, Law could literally allow Hashirama to...
There we go. This is the scene I was looking for. Yep. They have no answers for this.
or the personality swapping surgery. This is or the personality swapping surgery. This is also under the assumption that Law doesn't just end the fight as quickly as possible, since or the personality swapping surgery. This is also under the...
No, not this one. It's too constrained. I don't want to use that. Law is beating the Akatsuki. Law is a Kaguya Dimension swap victim. She leaves your boy stranded in the dips. I do comment on that. You're talking about a strategy that she only ever performed once within the context of trying to separate Naruto and Sasuke when she was just going to go back for Sasuke, which would be completely out of character for her, considering that she would also likely just resort to using jutsu like, I don't know, maybe the... One second. Especially when she would likely just resort to using jutsu like the all-killing Ashbone, which Law simply swaps with. Yeah, no, he's not a Kaguya victim. he's not a Kaguya victim. 100% isn't.
or the personality swapping surgery. This is also under the surgery. This
gonna separate it here. Yeah, Kaguya is just going to perform a hyper-specific function like that. Also, Law would be facing all these characters at once. You guys keep saying that. I don't see him performing the perfect action every time. He has no room for error in this situation. What do you mean he has no room for error in this situation? He's objectively faster than they are to such a high extent that any shinobi trying to perform hand signs at all would already be caught in room and already be amputated. There's no... do you not understand A, the speed difference, or B, and I guess I should just throw this all the way back at the start of the video because you guys keep bringing up the same thing that I keep telling you is not the case, which is...
round rules. I'm gonna throw in different rounds of characters.
Different rounds of characters.
We'll narrow them down to smaller groups as we get to the higher tiers. There will be no prior information. There will be no verse equalization, and because this is Law versus an entire verse,
what exact room for error does Law need to not pass? You can literally put him up against the 80,000 shinobi. They are useless. They don't do anything. They don't make up the speed difference. Like, where are they fighting? Gaara has turned a forest into a desert. He hasn't turned an entire forest into a desert. He turned an open plains. Mention characters that don't have to use hand signs. One smart. Be genuine about what you argued. You're arguing about a guy who turns into water. Law has a move that literally electrically shocks the person, which you are ignoring that Suigetsu loses to. You are referencing Orochimaru pulling out a blade from his mouth. How in God's green earth is Law losing to that sword? And how is he getting that sword out of his mouth, especially if Law chops up the blade whenever he wants? Law, what are you going to bring up, Minato? You're telling me the guy who only has teleportation if he shoves his hand into the back of his bag to then throw out kunai when Law already has a room and already amputated Minato by that point in time. Don't react to everyone's bark. It will cost you your valuable time. I know, yeah, but some of the arguments here are just bad and they just completely ignore the shit I already answered before. Like, Jesus Christ. Would you rather have a tailed beast that you're friends with or have an awakened devil fruit you can pick? Awakened devil fruit, 10 times out of 10. Why would I want a giant where the fuck am I storing a tailed beast? Where the fuck first of all, I'm not becoming a Jinchuriki, and second of all, where the fuck am I storing a tailed beast? Because those things are huge. Is that a mod APK illegal video editor? Nope, it is bought. I just haven't updated it because I hate Vegas Pro 23. Vegas Pro 23 is fucking terrible in terms of like one of the UI functions. I'm gonna just delete this. Remove project.
This is also under the assumption that Law doesn't just end the fight as quickly as possible since he is relative to Roof.
Have a good one, nothingness. Hope you have a good rest of your day. What fruit would you pick? The Ope no Mi, the clone fruit. I'd pick, I don't know, the gum fruit. I think it'd be really fun to bounce around everywhere. The warp fruit would go hard. I'd be lying if I said it didn't go hard. Plenty of devil fruits. Any devil fruit that lets me fly or teleport. Or make clones of myself. I just need, imagine the water and food build for your chakra. They don't eat, so it's fine. Concealing technique is able to evade screen time itself, so maybe she can surprise Law. Yeah, with what? One of the Sage of Six Paths tools?
This is also under the assumption that Law doesn't just end the fight as quickly as possible since
like literally, if you try to bring up Kaguya swapping dimensions or splitting Law up or doing any of that crap, like leaving him there, people just objectively forget one thing. Kaguya can't create a dimension and then just leave it without first opening a portal for herself and then going through it. If she tries to just leave Law there, he just sets up a room faster than she can spawn one of those portals and then just swaps with her and just leaves her there. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, then she goes to another portal? Fantastic. She has to go through a portal first in order to leave one of the dimensions without teleporting everyone, without swapping everyone out of it.
Since he is relative to Rooftop Gear for Luffy at 9,000 times light speed on a low ball, and Naruto is 2,000 times light speed with Wank. That 9,000 times light, and Naruto is 2,000 times light speed with Wank. That kind of just leaves Kaguya 9,000
I'll
times.
put all that information
And
afterwards.
Naruto is 2,000 times light speed with wank. That kind of just leaves Kaguya, who loses to all the same conditions. I bet some of you are thinking to yourselves,
This is total wank of the highest
kind of just leaves Kaguya, who loses to all the same conditions. Who loses to
Yeah. I think the part that people are just gonna be stuck on is, okay, but she like just she'll teleport and then she'll swap dimensions and just leave Law there. I cover that. I cover that in the video. Yes. I will cover Galahua. Yes. I will cover it. It is in the video. Don't worry. I know your counter arguments. I've already thought of them. Nobody is bringing up an argument that I haven't already thought of. And if they are, well, fantastic. I guess I didn't think of it. But in this case, I did think of this one. Haha.
who loses to all the
Yes, yeah. Before you go type... Actually, I'm just going to add it in.
all the same.
Before you go typing in... Yes, I will cover Amino Minaka. Yes, I will be covering Amino Minaka and her leaving Law there. Before you go typing... Before you go typing into the comments, what is stopping her from switching dimensions? You already read Minato can mark anything. Yeah, Minato can mark anything, while room is moving objects and people around them can mark anything. You're caught up with a kunai preset seals. Fantastic, and let me ask you this. How is Minato gonna mark things when his body is left nearly immobile by being turned into pieces? Again, you're just assuming Minato just starts marking things. Even if he does, Law can tell where he's going to teleport. He cannot catch him by surprise. What is he going to do if he's still cut up into pieces, one smart? You keep giving all of these bullshit analogies or things that you say, Minato can do this or that, without completely ignoring the idea that once again, he loses to being severed. How does he put himself back together? Has pre-placed markers in the village. He doesn't have to place one. Are they fighting in the village? Did I say they're fighting in the village? Are they fighting in the Hidden Leaf Village? I wonder. No, I didn't put a set location now, did I? How does that help him? Him there. I cover that in the video. There we go. I'm gonna make this actually 11. I'm gonna make this 11. Comments. What is stopping her? I cover that in the video. Just wait. They don't have to be village distance. They don't have to be in the village. Distance is irrelevant to the FTG. Okay, and where is Law? Okay, so you're telling me that in a cross-verse setting where Law is fighting the verse in different groups, how is Minato going to even remotely make up? Not even make up. How is teleporting to the village going to help out Minato? How does that help him out when everybody else loses still? Or just versus Kaguya. Emperor Drago. So let me just explain it real quick. You see right here it says 46 minutes. I don't think, Ed, I'm only referencing Kaguya right now. I'm making an entire video against Law versus all of Naruto. I cover every single character that I could possibly think of. I guess I didn't cover the Zetsu, so my bad. About to play some Marvel Rivals. Hey, good for you, man. If you want to argue he loses anyways, that's fine, but Minato can objectively teleport to the village to put himself back together. How is he putting himself back together? Explain to me right now how he puts himself back together when his entire body's already split up. If you tell me that he teleports every single body part in his body to the village, how does he get himself standing in the first place? How does he do that? How does he put himself back together? Answer me that first. How does he do that? Because in every instance that somebody has been split up by law, in every instance that somebody has been split up by law, they literally need somebody else to help them put themselves back together.
Who loses to all the same... Who loses...
Do you think the village is empty? Considering this is a very hypothetical scenario and they're not in the Naruto verse, or at least I have no set location, I would say probably it'd be a little weird to then include, oh yeah, well, he's gonna teleport to another fucking verse, or wherever the fuck the battle takes place, and he's gonna teleport to another verse to then have somebody put himself back. How does he get back to the fight then? Because again, you, Cameron, you are arguing a non-point. Going back to the village adds nothing to this. Cap, Naruto, and Boruto over One Piece. Okay. That's a very broad statement. Would you like to be a bit more? Would you like to put in a bit more to your argument, Chakra? Because you're kind of giving me nothing to work with here. You're just saying Naruto and Boruto over One Piece. Fantastic. Fantastic opinion. What does that matter here?
Who loses to all the same...
Oh, I have to add a thing. Like, fantastic. Minato does that. How does he get back? Bro is just saying cap, bro is just saying cap and then not offering anything. Just saying, yeah, okay, gotcha, man. Ooh, there. I totally countered your entire, video. Your entire, live stream has just been finished by me saying cap emoji, Naruto / Boruto over One Piece. Leaves his kunai bag with the markings behind. Oh, so now Minato's leaving. When has Minato ever left his kunai bag with the markings behind? When has Minato ever just left an article of clothing or equipment just to then go somewhere, just to then come back? Does have to bring back... Dude. Is this the same guy from yesterday? I don't know, man. I don't know. That... Fantastic. Dude is making the most non-argument ever. Okay, so now Minato hypothetically performs an action he has never done before. He leaves a kunai bag, then goes to another village, then comes back to the location. Okay, fantastic. And how does he win the fight? How does that still help you win the fight? You know what? You're right. I'll let you guys type something up real quick. I'm gonna go Obito's Sharingan. I already covered Obito. He does absolutely nothing within the entire context of this fight. Kamui does not help him out in the slightest bit beyond simply avoiding room. Sorry, amputate. I'm gonna go get some more water. Man. Madara's clones? What do Madara's clones matter? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Madara's limbo clones? They can't hurt law. Madara's limbo clones, objectively speaking, I have no reason to entertain the idea they can hurt law. I don't have to believe it. I don't even have to entertain it. No, I don't agree that Eon has bad takes. What bad takes? Somebody said I bet. Dude, I read the title of the stream and that's the first thing that came to mind. Cap? Fantastic. Fantastic. You want to counter my argument? You want to have a discussion about this? We totally can. Okay, with the idea of ETG's out, he can always mark something before he leaves. He doesn't have to... So how is he marking something with his body completely split into pieces and hovering above him? How is he marking something with his body split into pieces and hovering something? He doesn't have to leave his bag or a kunai. Fantastic. How does leaving and coming back help? Can Naruto just create 10 clones with KCM with giant Rasengans? I mean, how does that help him win? He does nothing in this fight. He loses to Room and Amputate. You want me to go back? I can, listen, the video's not done with. I can just start to explain things. What are you guys talking about exactly? I'll just put at the start of the video, and then you can literally just start watching from the start. Here. I'll just start at the very start of the video.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I was lying in bed one night.
It's a 56-minute video for a reason.
What if Trafalgar Law went up against the Naruto verse gauntlet? Law is a divisive character that a lot of people don't seem to have a lot of respect for because of his recent losses, but he's honestly one of my favorite characters, and if it weren't for Gear 5 Luffy, he would be top 1, without a doubt. Now, even with that being said, I hope you can understand that this video does not come from a place of bias or my personal preference towards the character and his cool abilities, more so from the perspective that if you look at what his ability is capable of and how much faster he is than the rest of the Naruto verse, it quickly becomes apparent that in most matchups,
What are the characters that can
Law
defeat him?
absolutely wins 10 times out of 10. So I figured, why not?
Want me to make a list? Make a list. Fantastic. And as you make a list, I'll go to all the portions of the video where I cover the characters.
So I figured, why not just throw the whole verse at him in a single video? As you can already probably tell, this video is pretty long, so let me just set off a couple of ground rules. I'm gonna throw in different rounds of characters.
Different
We'll
rounds
start
of
with some big
characters,
groups,
because
and
people
we'll
keep
narrow
assuming
them
that I'm
down
saying
to
the
smaller
entire
groups
verse at
as
once.
we get to the higher tiers. There will be no prior information. There will be no verse equalization.
Your videos convinced me
and
that One
because
Piece
this
is
Law
actually
versus
stronger
an
than
entire
Naruto,
verse,
especially when I
I'm
started
going to
looking
go
into
under
it
the
more
assumption
myself.
that he's
I'm not
simply
even
trying to
asking
end
you
the
guys to look. I'm not even asking you guys to take my word for it. Just look into it yourselves. Just go into One Piece with no bias whatsoever. Don't compare it to Naruto. Don't start thinking blah 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 blah. It can't be stronger than no. Just go into One Piece. Read what the characters can do. Look at the feats from early on in the series, and you realize very early on, holy shit, these guys are fucking physical monsters. Law doesn't have intel, so he has no idea Minato's abilities work, so him knowing he has to prevent Minato from touching is a bit of a stretch. I never said he has to prevent Minato from touching, but I did say, what is stopping him from literally spinning around Minato?
Home-like field
Wait.
that can be considered something.
What's stopping him from simply
damage,
spinning
and
around
the person
Minato
or
like
object
this?
incapable of doing anything about it. Law can
Most
essentially
Uchihas?
sever body
Oh,
parts and
Genjutsu
configure
doesn't
them
work.
to put them back
Genjutsu doesn't
together
even work
in other
in the slightest bit.
or locations. And
Also,
sometimes
again,
even
one smart.
other-
Here, okay, let me put it like this. For the guys that are trying to argue Minato, I'm going to just make it very simple. Minato could go to another fucking dimension. Minato could teleport himself back to the village. Minato could allegedly have a random villager grab him, put his body parts back together, even though he would randomly need to have a kunai somewhere in a location where a person is just randomly going to walk by, which we know for a fact he has specific hidden sheds or storehouses where he can teleport to, which again have nobody knows where they are. Nobody would just be walking into them randomly. Even if you could have Minato teleport away and teleport back, what the fuck does he do? Back to the point. Anyway, back to the point.
And how much faster he is than the
Why
rest
doesn't
of the
Genjutsu
Naruto
work?
verse,
Because
it
you need
quickly
chakra
becomes
and a
apparent
chakra
that
network.
in most
Expansion
matchups,
scale
10,000
speed-wise,
Law
beyond
absolutely
light
wins
speed
10
or
times out of
beyond light
10.
speed
So I
because of a
figured, why not
specific
just
feat.
throw the whole verse at him
Just
in
give it a
single video?
second.
As you can already probably tell, this video is pretty long, so let me
Genjutsu
just set
doesn't
off a
work
couple
because
of
you
ground
need chakra
rules.
or
I'm
a
gonna
chakra
throw in
network. I
different
covered it in
rounds
the
of
video.
characters. We'll start with some big groups, and we'll narrow them down to smaller groups as we get to the higher tiers. There will be no prior information.
Have a good
There
day.
will be no verse equalization, and because this is Law versus an entire verse, I'm going to go under the assumption that he simply tries to end the fights as quickly as possible. This does go against most of my video formulas where I do try to discuss the character as close to their canon personalities, but it's kind of impossible for me to do so without it being a 5-hour long video since I can't talk about every single character interaction. If you like this style of content, please let me know down in the comments. So with all that out of the way, let's begin. I just want to start things off by saying that if we're going to first talk about a character who can potentially solo the Naruto verse, we first have to
I think
consider
Gangster
what exactly
Gastina
they're
would
up to.
obviously be
Starting
Caesar
off
Clown
with
in a
the
fight
Shinobi
type
Alliance,
shit.
it would
He's
be
a
joint
gangster.
operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas to take note of are the commanders that can create a mountain-sized structures to trap the opponent, shoot out barrages of light rays that they can manipulate to travel in different directions, the ability to cast a genjutsu that causes massive flashes of lightning in the form of light, in addition to what could possibly be explained as a hive mind technique that allows them to synchronize.
We
in
should
order
also
to
not
perform
count
large
Haki since it doesn't
scale
exist in the
jutsus
Naruto verse.
simultaneously.
No,
The
because
Shinobi
there is
Alliance
no
is
indication
not
within the
a
entire
joke
context
by
of
any
One
means,
Piece that
especially with a wide variety of shinobi.
here's the problem with that level of logic, Chakra. You are going under the assumption that because Genjutsu has an inverse limitation that specifically states you need to manipulate the flow of chakra within an opponent. Chakra only flows within the chakra network. I provide scan for this in the video whenever I come across Itachi. You have to genuinely sit here and now try to argue that Haki, which has no limitations across any kind of fucking statement throughout the verse is somehow now ineffective against Naruto characters. That doesn't make any sense. You're simply saying, oh, because Genjutsu doesn't work, now something in One Piece that has no limitations must not work either, otherwise it's not fair, even though that in and of itself would be unfair. The reason why Genjutsu doesn't work is because, once again, you need chakra and a chakra network. You cannot infuse chakra into a person that does not have a chakra network. You cannot put a person under Genjutsu that does not have a chakra network because you have to disrupt the flow of chakra within their body. That is how Genjutsu works. You cannot give someone who does not have an entire organ, that said organ, just because you don't like the idea that their verse doesn't have any limitations of the sort or of the like within the context of their story.
Shinobi that can all perform a water-style jutsu.
That is where it becomes disingenuous.
They also have combatants like the Akimichi clan that can turn themselves into giants, rivaling the tailed beasts in size, and through techniques like the mind transfer jutsu or the shadow paralysis jutsu, they can probably take down anyone who is caught off guard.
Like, what's the argument there? I don't know, man.
They can obscure the opponent's line of sight with large air currents, and they're filled up to the brim with sealing capabilities that can immobilize the target and completely put them down. The sheer
If you want a list of characters, I could just go through the video and I can just have it explained for me. I don't really need to.
Teamwork creates a force that many characters across fiction would struggle against. It's then funny to me to consider that all of this is absolutely meaningless.
Don't egg him on, Freedom. Don't egg him on. Don't start antagonizing. You're getting worked up. I mean, that's you.
The
I don't know.
Ope no Mi is considered the ultimate devil fruit within the context of One Piece. This devil fruit is absolutely busted, and in the hands of an actual surgeon, especially
You're probably getting worked up though, because as I've explained to many people before, some people don't like the idea that One Piece might actually be stronger than Naruto.
In all honesty, it's only held back by the fact that its user doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki. We still stand Law though, but what exactly makes this devil fruit so broken? Law's devil fruit essentially allows him to create an extremely large dome-like field that can be considered something akin to an operation room. Within this room, Law has the ability to basically control everything and anything within it. And I do mean basically everything and anything within it. Abilities like Tact allow him to manipulate the objects by picking them up and tossing them around almost like a form of telekinesis.
Both get 2v1'd by Base Ichigo. Base Ichigo gets absolutely split into pieces by Law. Base Ichigo gets curb stomped.
Gamabunta and by extension the tailed beasts
Guys, stop
17
patronizing the guy. Don't patronize him.
He can also use this ability to rip large chunks of land out of the ground and reshape them or hurl them at his opponents. Amputate allows him to sever any object within the broad stroke of his blade without actually dealing damage and without the person or object being capable of doing anything about it. Law can essentially sever body parts and reconfigure them to put them back together.
The verses are not created to fight each other. Here's the thing that many people don't seem to consider, Chakra. Cross-verse fights are nothing more than theory crafts. People say that power scaling doesn't matter to authors, or power scaling is completely irrelevant, one of those stupid things that random fan bases made up. That's not even remotely true. Within the context of any series, especially battle shonen manga, power scaling is extremely important because it allows people, especially the author, to set up a hierarchy of characters in terms of strength, hexes, speed, etc., 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 etc. Right? Now, within the context of these stories, people say, well, authors don't care about power scaling. Yes, they do. In order to maintain a story that flows with a certain level of consistency, an author has to care about the scaling of their story. However, certain authors, some like Kishimoto, write limitations within the context of their story so that the power system is self-contained within their verses. Now, obviously, because of these things, certain stories like Naruto have certain abilities that become kind of useless because specifically they require the opponent to have chakra or a chakra network. Genjutsu is one of these abilities that is affected by this. In every other instance, yes, a Rasen Shuriken, you toss a Rasen Shuriken at Goku, it'll still land, it'll still hit him. I'm not gonna say it hurts him or not, but it still lands and still hits. In a context of like Haki, if Luffy punches Attack on Titan's Jaeger in the face with a Haki infused punch, Eren is still going to take the blow. Nothing is stopping. was writing Naruto wasn't thinking of beating Luffy or Ichigo. Correct. So, but that doesn't stop me from making a video. Doesn't even have to swing his sword plus and lone slams both verses. Not true. But anyway. Just because the author didn't write Naruto with the intention of his verse beating both of these stories doesn't mean that I can't theory craft a battle about... It doesn't mean that I can't, or no one else can craft a theory battle about One Piece characters, Naruto characters, Bleach. Listen, people have been doing that shit for years. People have been comparing Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Demon Slayer, blah, blah, blah. Whatever verse to whatever extent they want. It doesn't change... Yeah, we're just speaking hypothetically. And if I'm speaking hypothetically, if I put... Yeah, it's for fun. And if I put Law inside Naruto and say, yo, sick him, I think he one-shot... Not one-shots. I think he just beats the whole verse. I think Law, unironically, curb stomps the verse for the simple fact that he is way more hack stout than anyone in Naruto, and no one in Naruto has anything even the remotely resembling Haki. Because they don't have Haki, they cannot stop his Devil Fruit. That's how busted this Devil Fruit is.
Law can essentially sever body parts and reconfigure them to put them back together in other orientations or locations.
Above star level? No one in Bleach is above star level.
Bodies. If these abilities already sound overpowered, that's because they are. Within Room, Law also has the ability to use a technique known as Shambles. You know Sasuke's Amino Tejikara, or
1 second, guys.
Shift? The ability to instantly swap positions with any other object? Shambles is Shift, but arguably better. The biggest difference between these two techniques is that Law's Shambles actually allows him to teleport back to back to back with different objects while also having next to no effect on his stamina. Yeah, it might be surprising to some of you to hear this, but Sasuke never actually performs Shift back to back. There isn't a single example where Sasuke shifts and then immediately shifts again with another target. So I have no reason to believe that he can actually pull this off. So if you think that shift is busted, then imagine being capable of spamming it and over a larger, quantifiable area. With these three abilities...
Can Pain get him with Planetary Devastation? I actually already speak on that. Let me just put it over here. I talk about the Akatsuki, I talk about the Ninja Alliance, I talk about all the characters. So just for a second, let me just cover the Akatsuki real quick, because I know you're going to bring them up.
Moving on, the Akatsuki also don't fare any better against Law. None of them have anything even remotely close to lightspeed feats besides arguably Itachi.
Yeah, none of them have lightspeed
who
feats.
was capable of somewhat blocking Kirin with his Susanoo, keyword somewhat, since he also took a portion of the blast that completely destroyed his cloak. No, Itachi is not as fast as KCM Naruto, because he was falling towards Naruto first, and I have no reason to believe that Itachi can just fall at the speed of light without any prior statement or feat. Genjutsu is completely irrelevant in this fight because Law does not have chakra or a chakra network. I know some people believe that Itachi can just point his finger and infuse Law with his own chakra, but where would it flow without a chakra network? Regardless, even if someone were to believe that Itachi can still put him under Genjutsu, the only thing that is really affected are the 5 senses. Observation
I think
Haki
that if
works
he
like
had
this-
Advanced Conqueror's Haki, I genuinely believe he would be way more powerful. It's a literal stat amp. Like, Advanced Conqueror's Haki is just a stat, a raw stat amp. Giving Law a raw stat amp that also helps him bypass other people's abilities to negate his Devil Fruit, I don't agree with that, man. I think he would absolutely be a monster with Advanced Conquerors.
that is really affected are the 5 senses. Observation Haki works like a 6th sense, an ability that actually works beyond the 5 senses. You can see this with Kinemon, who was capable of knowing where exactly to attack with his torso and legs after Law had split him into 3 portions. He didn't know where to go because his Haki couldn't pick up on inanimate objects, but when it came to attacking people, it knew exactly where to hit. Now, I know I'm making Observation Haki sound like it's absolutely busted, and in all fairness, it kind of is, but it does have one major weakness that no Naruto character can truly exploit, and that is speed. Observation Haki is best countered through raw speed, and unfortunately there is no argument one could possibly make to even remotely assume that any Naruto character would be capable of keeping up with Law, especially if you go by multipliers. Law is relative to pre-Gear 5 / ACOC Luffy, also known as Rooftop.
Where the fuck do I talk about
This
the rest of the
version of Luffy
Akatsuki?
is quantifiably 9,000 times the speed of light
I have to
on
still
the
fix
lowest
that.
metric possible if you go by reaching the speed of light the 7th eye-teen art in the context of, after all, immediately setting up a room and splitting up all of his opponents is essentially what is going to happen.
What you gotta say about
in every
Ishiki?
single
Won't even
one of
see him
these
coming.
fights. Though his opponent...
So let me teach you something about Ishiki real quick. Well, for starters, I said this would be all of Naruto. I never brought up Boruto. Because I haven't read it for power scaling purposes yet. We ain't talking about Boruto, and if I have to make a video on this later, yeah, I'll make a video. But Ishiki, let me put it like this. Boruto, especially when it comes to the writing of the story, never even remotely implies how much stronger Naruto and Sasuke have gotten. It obviously says that, like, they have each should now be capable of taking on a Kaguya-level threat, but they already took down a Kaguya-level threat back in the past. Sure, they had Kakashi and I guess Sasuke's wife there, but the difference here is that even besides the fact that she landed like one hit, and besides the fact that Kakashi essentially helped them like set up a move for them to like seal Kaguya, maybe saying that Naruto and Sasuke got 4 times stronger or 4 times faster, which, I mean, sure, I guess. Even then, there's no quantifiable way for me to basically quantify how much stronger and faster Ishiki is than Naruto and Sasuke. So now, let me put it like this, right? You're saying Ishiki, he won't be able to see him coming? Observation Haki works on presence. I cannot tell you if Ishiki can make himself so small that Law cannot sense him just because Naruto couldn't sense him. When it comes to Naruto specifically, he is sensing the character's chakra and their intent, right? Well, not necessarily intent. I guess it would come from their negative emotions, but Ishiki usually comes across as someone who's like very calm demeanored anyway. Regardless, Naruto couldn't sense Ishiki because Ishiki, like other Otsutsuki, have the ability to turn off their chakra. In other words, they have the ability to turn off their chakra signature so other people can't sense them. That's why only Sasuke could track him visually, and barely at that. I have no reason to believe, or at least there is no objective reason for me to believe, that an observation Haki user can't still sense Ishiki, since it allows you to sense a person's presence. And even then, there's no reason for me to believe that Ishiki would be so fast that he would be able to catch Law off guard, shrink as much as a molecule. It's never actually implied how small Ishiki can shrink himself down to. I don't think it's ever actually implied to what size Ishiki is. And if you think that it's actually stated to be molecule, I'm going to need a statement for that. But anyway, besides the speed difference, besides the fact that I don't have a reason to believe Law can't sense Ishiki, there's also the issue that, like, either way, I don't have a reason to believe Ishiki hits as hard as Law does. There is no feat within the entire context of Naruto that implies any of the characters can split continents, so I don't have a reason to entertain the idea that Ishiki can hurt Law to begin with.
What is going to happen in every single one of these fights, though his opponents may not necessarily take damage from
I think I'll get in trouble if I keep calling her Sasuke's cum rag, so I might as well call her his wife.
But even if some people weren't okay with that, Law can also just pick up a large stone and slam them on top of every single one of his opponents, burying them into the ground without a single possibility of them ever getting up, because again, their bodies would be completely immobile and severed into pieces. He can also just straight up drop it on top of their hearts and instantly kill every single person there. Itachi's Susanoo is not even remotely worth having a discussion over, since he would never pull it off before Law simply puts out a room, and even if you had Itachi start off in his Susanoo, Law can easily just shambles him right out of it, completely dissipating the
Law
Susanoo,
is stated to no observation Haki. Law is stated to no observation Haki, so I just have to argue that he has it. And considering he has to fight characters that are as fast, if not faster than Luffy, I would say, yeah, he probably does use it. Considering that it's not visible, I can give you a visual indication, but considering, yeah, stated, correct. And if a character is stated to have Haki, why would they not use it? For what reason would Law nerf himself by not having an ability that lets him predict his opponent's attacks?
The Yata Mirror may have an argument for being capable
We haven't seen such a thing, though. We don't need to see it. We never see when characters use observation Haki at all. The only times we can ever tell when a character uses observation Haki is when it's right on your face, when the author is basically trying to show that there is such an ability, like with Enel and calling it mantra, or with the Boa sisters literally calling out what observation Haki is supposed to work, where she says left leg, then Luffy throws throws out a left leg. Those are the only instances where you can visually see somebody using observation haki. Are we arguing now that Luffy doesn't use observation haki, that Zoro doesn't use observation haki because we never see a visual display of them using it, even though there's no visual display? Come on now, man. That's such a bad argument. That's an actual bad faith argument.
Of deflecting and amputate, but he needs to realize the Susanoo to the point he can use the weapon.
Yes, and Luffy and Katakuri showed visual remarks for observation haki in the form of future sight, which is the little flash of light that they get. But then when you go later on into later parts of the story, Luffy doesn't show visual remarks of him using future sight, even though we know that he still uses it casually.
Itachi couldn't fully react to Kirin, which is at best light speed if you go by the databook statement instead of the source material, which implies it's just a guided lightning bolt. Regardless, I don't believe Itachi ever pulls it out before Law activates Room and swings his blade. Abilities like C0, C4, Sasori's Poison, Hidan's Jashin Ritual, Kakuzu's Hearts, Konan's 6 billion paper bombs, Chibaku Tensei, and Kisame's Water Style honestly never come up, because they're either last resorts or techniques that would require them to attack Law before he puts up a room and simply swings his sword. Obito is unironically the only character within the entire verse that I think can avoid room, and even then, with all of the tailed beasts, I don't think he makes up the speed difference. Summoning his 6 paths or the Ghetto statue do absolutely nothing for him because Law can once again split them up. The Ghetto statue isn't even the size of a mountain in comparison to the mountain jutsu. The 6 paths are not going to go full host transformation immediately, and even if they did, they have no defense against amputate.
Yeah,
Obito
they lose to
likely
amputate.
the only
Everything
character
loses to
within
amputate.
The entire series that actually doesn't instantly lose to Law, and even then, we know for a fact that in any situation where he has to make himself solid in order to land a hit, Law can take him down like Minato did with raw speed. Flying Raijin like teleportation without the need for markers, and a direct loss against a character that could speed blitz him makes Obito unironically not a factor either. If we're talking about Kabuto or Orochimaru, they don't fare any better. Orochimaru essentially needs to get up close to some degree through either his snakes or his movement in order to land any win condition on Law. Kabuto does have to land physical blows as well in order to win.
What's the strongest shinobi of all time? Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto Uzumaki does not have anything in his arsenal. What's the strongest shinobi of all time? What are you gonna say, Naruto Uzumaki, or are you gonna try to bring up Madara? Because I can just show you like a quick 3-minute portion. Boruto Uzumaki? Oh, okay. Fantastic. What does Boruto do? How does Boruto not lose to Room? What are you gonna say, Flying Raijin? Flying Raijin that's objectively worse than Minato? What he's gonna do, Rasengan Uzuhiko? Yeah, a jutsu that he needs to set up first when Law just has to put up a room and then literally amputate him. Yeah, Boruto still loses to, where is it? Right here. Boruto still loses to this.
They have no defense against...
Genuinely loses to this. I have nothing, there is nothing inside Boruto's arsenal that even remotely makes me think he beats this.
They have no defense against amputate.
Absolutely nothing in the arsenal that makes me think he beats that. What is he gonna do? Uzuhiko Law? Yeah, okay. When he lands that jutsu, I'll agree. The strongest shinobi is Choji, stated in the databooks. Type shit. Okay.
I bet some of you are thinking to yourselves,
This is total.
I bet some of you are thinking to yourselves,
This is.
He won't see it coming. Why wouldn't he see it coming? He has observation haki. He has literally. You say room, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Room, amputate. Room, swing his blade. Law is way too fast. I have no reason to believe that Boruto is faster than anyone in One Piece. I have no reason to believe it. There is no, without any way of properly quantifying how fast the characters are, without any way of getting actual quantifiable multipliers for amps, I have no reason to believe that Boruto, even by the time of 2 Blue Vortex, has the speed necessary to make up the speed difference between himself and Trafalgar Law. Not even worth me considering. Unless you have a statement that says the characters are over 1,000 times faster than the speed of light, I have nothing to go off of. What do you want me to do? I don't care about opinions. I don't care about interpretations. Give me objective evidence.
This.
Oh, I need more, I need Sandbag right now. Guys, we're bringing back Sandbag. Did you see how he slashed Mitsuri? Yeah, okay, fine. He slashed Mitsuri. Who cares? In less than a second. Fantastic. In less than a second, so can Law. Way faster, in fact. We're comparing a guy from a series who has very weird lightspeed scaling versus a series like One Piece that's had lightspeed scaling 12 arcs before Wano and 14 arcs prior to the current point in the story that we're at. I have no reason to entertain that. I have no reason to entertain that. At all. Nothing within the context of Naruto makes me believe they're faster than One Piece. Nothing at all. Instant teleportation, One Piece got that too. One Piece has that as well. Faster than light movement speed, One Piece has that in spades. Hey, what's up, Pedge? No, not right there. Extra videos, background clips, music, sound effects, logos. Ah, Sandbag. You're such a piece of work. Hey, what? Listen, you could call me a piece of work. That's completely fine. But I ask you this. If there were an objective piece of evidence that made me even remotely change my mind on whether or not Naruto characters are even remotely as fast as One Piece characters, I would actually pull it. I would pull it up on the channel. I would go. It's easy for you? Of course it's easy for me, because I've read the stories. I've actually read all of Naruto in the past few months. Again. In the last 2 years. For the second time. You talk while I have to type. I mean, what could you possibly tell me that I don't already know about the story? You're gonna bring up a random character that, again, loses to room and amputates shambles. The only character you have an argument for is, like, Damon, but again, I'm not talking about Boruto, so within the context of the video, I don't have to care. And sure, Damon's a problem, but I also don't think that Damon has the actual raw physical strength to hurt Law anyway. So at that point, it's Damon punching a guy who basically tanks punches greater than anything he's got in his arsenal versus a guy who, I guess he just can't hit him back. I've been on that end, though. I've been on the end. You have to type. Well, the other person can just talk. I get it. I understand. I understand the frustration from that end. I do understand the frustration from that. I am sympathetic. Says you brought up Damon. What? He killed 1,000 Mamushi clones in less than a second? Yeah. Oh, sorry, less than a minute. He killed, like, what was it, 500 or 1,000 Mamushi clones? What about Ada? Ada has no combat capabilities whatsoever. That bitch is weak. The best that bitch can do is fly and make you fall in love with her. Still loses to amputate. Still loses to amputate. Ada still loses to amputate. Damon is, unironically, the only person Law can't just put into the ground in terms of amputate. And you know what the craziest part about Damon is? There is an argument. He won't do that, though. And you know what the funniest part is about Damon? Law can probably just, if they're in any location with any kind of fauna, in other words, insects, bugs, animals, if there is a rabbit nearby, he can just swap Damon's personality with a rabbit. He won't bring himself to do that? What do you mean? Law has literally swapped people's personalities. Literally swapped another person's personalities.
This is total wank of the highest caliber. He lost to Blackbeard. How is he defeating it?
Ooh, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I know exactly what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna take this.
He lost to Blackbeard. How is he defeating a goddess who can swap dimensions and has like 2 one-shot techniques?
What many people...
Are you talking about Boruto 2 or not? I am not talking about Boruto. The character limited friend. Jinchuriki, there's Yagura's mirrors. Again, loses to amputate. Dude, you keep bringing up jutsu that are completely irrelevant because I once again said they all just lose to amputate. You have to basically sit there and tell me that Obito summons the Jinchuriki, then has one of the Jinchuriki bring up a mirror jutsu. Bro really thinks that Yagura is just going to pull up... Bro really thinks that Yagura is just going to pull up a mirror. Mind you, the mirror has to be close to the opponent. He's not just going to tell it... He's not going to do it from, like, a vast distance away. Dude, yeah. Yagura does nothing.
Like 2 one-shot techniques.
What many people fail to consider is that Law was kinda beating Blackbeard throughout a decent portion of their fight. He only lost when Blackbeard is that Law was kinda beating Blackbeard throughout a decent portion of their fight. He only lost.
Okay, so right here. Come on, 5 minutes.
He only lost when Blackbeard activated his second Devil Fruit, which turns off all Devil Fruit abilities. Something neither Kaguya nor the rest of the verse can accomplish because they do not have anything that counters or resists Devil Fruit's abilities. Something neither Kaguya nor the rest of the verse can accomplish because they do not have anything that counters.
Were to take Sasuke's Law's sword with his Rinnegan, Law takes it right back. Law takes it right back. What do you mean? We're talking about Amino Tejikara? Yeah, a worse version of Shambles. Yeah, you know Sasuke's shift, right? You know Sasuke's, like, shift move? Yeah, Amino Tejikara, the move that you're referencing? Yeah. Law has a better version of that.
If these abilities already sound overpowered, Amino Tejikara or Shift...
Yeah, right here.
You know Sasuke's Amino Tejikara or Shift? The ability
Law
to
just swaps it right back.
Positions
and then Amaterasu. So you're gonna sit here and tell me that he's going to light Law's blade on fire before Law just swaps it right back.
You know Sasuke's Amino Tejikara or Shift? The ability to instantly swap positions with any other object? Shambles is Shift, but arguably better. The biggest difference between these two techniques...
What the fuck? Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Why is this thing...
Shift.
Why does this say this?
Shambles is Shift, but arguably forms Shift back.
Law did not have a room active. Law did not have a room active at the time. Or the Yamanaka. Nope, they all lose to getting severed up by Room Shambles. Also, the Yamanaka clan jutsu quite literally can be broken out with willpower. You know, hockey.
Is that Law's Shambles actually allows him to teleport back to back to back with different objects while also having next to no effect on his stamina. Yeah, it might be surprising to some of you to hear this, but Sasuke never actually performs Shift back to back. There isn't a single example where Sasuke shifts and then...
Why the fuck is this different? What the fuck happened here?
Shift back to back.
There's a moderate lag time between them.
Law is a divisive character that a lot of people don't seem to have a lot of respect for because of his recent
I'll fix all of that
losses,
when I go through it again. I'll fix all of that when I go through it again.
What many people fail to consider is that Law was kinda beating Blackbeard. with many people kinda beating Blackbeard throughout a decent portion of their fight. He only lost when Blackbeard activated.
Okay. Copy. Paste. No. Let's go all the way back. What nickname or title would you give Law to keep his One Piece one? I'd keep the One Piece one. Surgeon of Death goes hard. Like, Surgeon of Death goes real fucking hard. Oh, you were happy about Sandbag being back?
Blackbeard activated his second Devil Fruit, which turns off all Devil Fruit abilities. Something Night Fruit, which turns off all Devil Fruit abilities. Something neither. What many people fail to consider is that Law was kinda beating Blackbeard throughout a decent portion of their fight. He only lost when Blackbeard activated his second Devil Fruit, which turns off all Devil Fruit abilities. Something neither Kaguya nor the rest of the verse can accomplish because they do not have anything that counters or resists Devil Fruit abilities. Her all-killing Ashbone.
Losh clearly shows.
What many people fail to consider is that Law was kinda beating Blackbeard throughout a decent portion of their fight. He only.
Law was more confident than Blackbeard up until. Law was more confident than Blackbeard, even landing a shock when. This is also not to bring up Blanco. You can see their demeanors change. Both of their demeanors instantly change. Used his second Devil Fruit. I'll just go down one more. Both of their demeanor. Hey, yo, what up? Sergeant Dutton. Black BB is missing the C. You're stupid. Hey, what's up, Aster?
He only lost when Blackbeard activated his second Devil Fruit, which turns off all Devil Fruit abilities. Something neither.
Literally loses because he could not use the thing he is more reliant on. Within the context of this fight, Law loses. Law lost this fight because his power. Something no one in Naruto can do. No one in Naruto has any argument. Yeah, no one in Naruto has an argument for this. Devil Fruit Merchant type shit. People want to talk about Law being a Devil Fruit Merchant. Blackbeard's a fucking Devil Fruit Merchant. Someone should make an accountant and call themselves the Surgeon of Debt. That's funny. That's funny as fuck. That's pretty funny. That's actually kind of funny. Let's see. Something no one in Naruto can even remotely do.
which turns off all devil fruit abilities. Something neither Kaguya nor the rest of the verse can accomplish because they do not have anything that counters or resists devil fruit abilities. Her all-killing Ashbone isn't a factor in this fight because there is no circumstance where she shoves her hand through a portal to shoot Trafalgar.
Have a good one, Chakra. Hope you have a good rest of your day, man. I got that hit to beat the block. You can get that face on below. Yeah, hope you have a good rest of your day, man. Seriously. Drink some water, too. When you leave, drink some water, Chakra. Get some water. Don't forget what? Naruto solos, One Piece, type shit. Yeah. Naruto solos, One Piece, Naruto and Boruto over One Piece. I agree. Yeah. Totally. Type shit. You totally right. Only right take. Only correct take. I mean, nobody here, I don't think, well, I can't speak for anybody else, but I don't think that Naruto or Boruto are bad in any way. Just to be clear, just because I think that Law absolutely curb stomps the whole verse, negative difficulty, doesn't mean that, like, you know, I think the series are bad either. I don't call them peak fiction. They definitely have their problems, but so does One Piece. One Piece definitely also has its problems.
Neither Kaguya nor the rest of the verse can accomplish because they do not have anything that counters or resists devil fruit abilities. Her all-killing Ashbone isn't a...
Again, very good series. Very good stories. I don't necessarily agree with calling anything like peak fiction. Personally, I just don't agree with calling anything peak fiction. I think you guys are getting the wrong idea. Oh no, I think it's fine. I think the series are good. I think they're good. I think they're fine. One Piece is great. Oh no. One Piece is fine. I think One Piece is a good series too. I just don't think either Naruto, One Piece, I don't think Boruto, I don't think Bleach, I don't think any of them are like peak fiction on an objective scale. They are pretty good though. They are all pretty fucking... Oh, yeah, no. No one's saying also Naruto can't be someone's favorite. Naruto's fantastic, dude. Again, I think that the series are all fine. I think all the series have I think every single one of these series has their problems. I think Naruto has a problem with like the series not utilizing all of its characters to like the best extent. I think One Piece has a pacing issue. Sometimes I feel like it just really tries to drag on with things, but you know, it is what it is. Every series has its flaws, but honestly, those flaws can also make it kind of endearing, because with a series like Naruto, for example, maybe other characters don't get a lot of emphasis, but Naruto and Sasuke really do. Characters like Naruto get a lot of emphasis, and I really do appreciate that as someone who just enjoys main characters. You know what I mean? Naruto and Boruto are great, though. I really don't have, like, a big issue with them for the most part. Would you rate them? If I had to rate Naruto... Like, okay, let me put it like this. If I had to rate Naruto, even with all of its issues, I would rate it like a solid 7 to 8 out of 10. Like at least a 7.5 out of 10 to, like, maybe an 8. I think that, like, that's honestly, like, a really good scale, because that's definitely way above, like average, right? Like, if 5 or a 6 is, like, average, I think that Naruto is definitely, like, above average. I think that it's at least an 8 on a good day. I would say that, like, Naruto at its best, without any of the flaws, is a solid 9. I think without its biggest flaws and Sasuke's wife, I think you remove its flaws and Sasuke's wife, I think that, like, the series is a genuine, like, 9 out of 10. I think One Piece, on average, is maybe, like, an 8 on average is maybe, like, a 7.5, like, an 8. I could probably push One Piece up to an 8.5 just because of, like, the world building as well. I think it has really good world building. But, like, One Piece at its best is, like, a 9 as well. I don't think that One Piece is, like, anything above, like, a 9, 9.5. Right? And I say that just because, again, some pacing issues. I do think that there are certain extents where I'm, like, I will say that, like, not killing off certain characters does help bring it down. I think Bleach is a genuine, just hard, like, 5 to 6. I don't think Bleach is anything. So are you saying Sasuke's wife isn't a flaw? No, I'm saying Sasuke's wife is something even beyond a flaw. I think it's something that, like, is on the same level as a flaw, but I wouldn't necessarily... Because flaws are something that can be fixed. I don't think Sasuke's wife can be fixed. I just think you should just throw away the whole character. I like that Rain is a dumbass leader, like Tomoro is mad coded. Also, Gekkomon is hilarious. I really want to give that series a watch. I just have such a tough time, like, sitting down and watching shows. The fuck was I doing? The fuck was I doing? Oh, All Killing Ashbone. All Killing Ashbone. All Killing Ashbone. That's what I was looking for. The All Killing Ashbone. There we go. Favorite anime girl? Probably Nami, just because of the whole, like, narrative and story for her. I really do like Nami. Uh-huh. Faster reaction time than Sage, faster quantifiable reaction time with a form of precognition that works off of intent.
Isn't a factor in this fight because there is no circumstance where she shoves her hand through a portal to shoot Trafalgar Law when he once again knows exactly where she is going to be attacking him from. As a matter of
Hancock, of course. I don't care for Hinata personally, but I don't care for Hinata personally just because she doesn't do anything within the context of the story besides saving Naruto once. Like, she is one of those characters. She is legitimately one of those characters that, like, I could genuinely give her, like, at least some saving grace if she had done anything else within the story besides being meekish and being nice to Naruto. Which, to be fair, there were other characters already being nice to the kid, so I'm like, she just adds nothing for me in that instance, you know what I mean?
When he once again knows exactly where she is going to...
Combination... Naruto's six-path sage mode, I really do not have a reason to entertain. Like, I really do not have a reason to entertain the idea, especially considering that's how I see it. Yeah. Hancock, Boa Hancock is fine. One of our mods doesn't like Boa Hancock, so it makes it very blatant that she's a bum. I don't agree with him. I really don't agree with, like, the idea that, like, Boa Hancock is a bum by any means. But, you know, people can like whatever they like. I don't really have an issue with people liking characters, per se. Even if I don't personally care for them. By the way, Chakra, you're always more than welcome to come back. Whether or not you agree or disagree with me, it's fine. There are many people here that also disagree with a lot of my takes, which is also completely fine. I'm willing to let anybody join the crew, the community. At the end of the day, this is all for the sake of fun. This is all for the sake of having a conversation, and something that we like to push in this, at least within the context of this group, is that, or I guess I should say this, community is that you can have whatever opinion you want. Just be respectful to others, dude. Just be respectful, and if you can't agree with people, just agree to disagree. Have a good rest of your day, man. If you're more than welcome to come back to other streams. If my streams are never revolved around the idea of changing people's minds, they're more so just placing my position on these things, and essentially if anybody disagrees, we can have a conversation. In some cases I do try to time out people or block them, but mostly just because, like, they just can't let go of a conversation. But I feel like that's not going to be an instance in this case. Who's worse, Boa or the author of Fairy Tail? The author of Fairy Tail is just a straight up perv, dude. At least I feel. Have a good one, man. Also, Boa Hancock could technically beat Roger. Also, her physical strength is at least above Doflamingo. What makes you say that? Are you gonna bring up Film Stampede? I think that's fine. I'm just wondering how you came to that conclusion. People assume that Six-Path Sage Mode is this insane. People assume that that Six-Path Sage Mode offers, because of the databook entry, a lot of people assume that Six-Path Sage Mode, no, Naruto gets consistently caught off guard. Naruto gets consistently caught off guard. using 6-path Sage mode. Would only get caught off guard let me move this back here, move this here, only get caught off guard if Kaguya is faster. Wait. Which I don't have to agree with. One of the coolest characters. I think Law's cool. He's one of my favorite in One Piece, definitely. I appreciate that, man. Have a good rest of your day, dude.
When he once again knows exactly where she is going to be attacking him from. As
I need the observation hockey stuff again. What was that? 5 something? 5. No, not that one. Otsukare-sama deshita. Otsukare-sama deshita. Isn't that Otsukare-sama deshita usually used when you're eating something? Or is that like just like a goodbye?
As a matter of fact, this is probably the worst jutsu she could use under any circumstance, because if Law just swaps himself with her, which
I have no reason to believe that Kaguya would ever be able to make up the speed difference, considering that
use under any circumstance, because if Law just swaps himself with her, Law just swaps
himself.
Law just swaps him circumstance, because if Law just swaps him circumstance, because if Law just swaps himself with circumstance, because if Law just swaps him because if Law just swaps himself, because if Law.
Okay, right here. Because there we go. By the way, Daigo Knight doesn't acknowledge Boruto, and to me, he's one of the best Naruto content guys. Doesn't he? He really doesn't acknowledge Boruto? That's crazy. Is Bean Rage amped? I will actually German suplex you off the Burj Khalifa, my friend. Don't play with me. Okay, time for me to get out. Oiled up Eon versus Femboy Chakra. That's... What the fuck, dude?
Because if Law just swaps himself with her, which she would instantly die to her own all-killing Ashbone. Kaguya's teleportation, because if Law, she would instantly die to her, Law just swaps himself with her, which she would instantly die to her own, which...
I don't need this portion.
Which... She would instantly...
I don't need this portion. I don't know why the fuck this happened here.
Because if Law just swaps himself with her, she would instantly die to her own all-killing Ash.
She would instantly die to her own... Eon scales to Eon Versal. I appreciate that. I scale to Boundless. I scaled to Boundless, Omniversal, Plus, Deluxe, Deluxe Mega. I applied to all those shits. Views are botted, but I just can't prove it yet. That is a crazy thing to say in modern day, bruh. Yeah, anytime he mentions it, he grumbles and says it's non-canon as such. He's also critical of the Naruto plot, but he's not hating on it. I think it's fine to be critical of things. I feel like sometimes people just get too antsy and they feel like, oh no, you're actually just shitting on the thing that I love. Oh no, oh god, you are the worst person ever. You have disrespected the series that I grew up with. This is the series that I have grown up with. You have disrespected it for the last time. I will not allow you or anyone else to talk shit about the series that got me laid. Yes, Naruto got me laid. I told some guy that I watched Naruto, and he thought it was crazy that a girl would watch Naruto. In this case, I'm acting like that's definitely not British. It's definitely not British. That is definitely not British, bro. That was definitely not British. Wouldn't Kaguya have resistance as her own Ashbone since they pierce her skin to come out of? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I'm just gonna see if I can like cover her face over it. Damn. People talking about Kaguya's recovery is crazy, bro. She still got a bruise on her face after Naruto punched the shit out of her. Who the fuck's out here lying to themselves saying Kaguya got great regeneration? I'm gonna move this to like the center. Then I'm gonna move this here. I'm just gonna throw Kaguya's face on top of Naruto. Yeah, I'm gonna try to like edit Kaguya's face over Naruto. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now.
Teleportation is not instantaneous. Ashbone. Kaguya's teleport.
If you haven't noticed, she has to go through portals. Like every other video, a major plot point is somehow a retcon, and I'm not touching a rewrite of his with a 20-foot pole. I don't care for rewrites. I don't personally care for rewrites myself. I think we can agree on that. I don't know. I don't know. When it comes to rewrites, it's not to say that like a person can't like do a better job than an author. Not to say that either. Obviously, the rewrite might actually hold like a lot of value in terms of the content that it provides, especially in a case where like you can always just argue that like, you know, not only are they having fun with it, but like there are blatant issues that exist within the context of a story, and this person could just be essentially fixing some things that like a majority of people would likely agree with. It's not to say that again, so let me just be clear. I'm not going to talk about, especially since I've never seen his content, or at least like the rewrite content, but like, I don't know, man. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, no matter how good the content might be, no matter how good, you know, the rewrite might be, how they can like fix all of the issues with a story, I just am one of those people that's like, if it is non-canon, if it just does not matter within the context of it. Magnetic Dramon? You're telling me we're getting Magnetic Dramon? Dude, I think Magnetic Dramon is really fucking cool. Way too much. Naruto X Sakura. Oh, really? They focuses a lot on Naruto X Sakura? See, that's also one of those other things where, like, they start getting to the point of, like, shipping. If we're getting anything animated, I'd rather it have been close instead of Pyramidimon. Yeah, I really wish that we got some, Digimon what is it called? Digimon TCG manga? The fuck is it called? Liberator, Digimon Liberator. Liberator characters. I think the characters are pretty cool. For like Digimon Liberator, I think the characters are pretty fucking sick. I like Shoto as a main protag. He doesn't come across as like a guy who's like already really good at the game. He's actually a guy who like is fine enough at like the TCG, but when it comes to like playing the game in like the actual server, he's actually like pretty fucking bad, at least at the start of the series. Cool Boy is just so fucking cool, man. Cool Boy is just so cool, and this is close. She's my favorite character for a lot of reasons. Close is great. She is fantastic. I do not drink coffee. But yeah, Close is great. Arisa's pretty cute. I think she's pretty cute. I love her outfits. I love her little jacket. I think Arisa's great. Violet is honestly, she has a personality where she comes across as like a rich girl, but she has, and I'm gonna be honest with you, she is very endearing. She's like I wouldn't even necessarily call her like bratty. She's more so like very excited about like playing with other people. I like that shit a lot. Yao Qinglang, I don't know how to, that's the is that, yeah, that should be Qin Rang. Yeah, Yao Qin Rang. So Qinglong. So yeah. It should be, the Q in Chinese should be Qi. Yao's pretty awesome. She does help up, like, make the server. She sometimes gives me, like, the idea that she's, like, very, what's the right word here? She has, like, a lot of, like, anxiety sometimes. I don't know. Of course, your barefoot is his favorite. Fuck right off! God damn it. Violet or Close are both great. I like them because I like the characters' personalities, alright? I like the characters' Digimon. Tsunorizamon evolves into this thing called Pyramidimon. And Magnetic Dramon, which I think are pretty fucking sick, by the way. I think these Digimon are pretty fucking sick, dude. He also becomes Pyramidimon, which I think is also pretty chill Digimon. Like, you never really get to see, like, well, at least when you go into, like, Egyptian, archetypes. Oh, also, Omekamon, technically becomes Omnimon, and I think that's fucking sick, dude. I like that there's a guy who uses a deck entirely revolved around the Royal Knights. Shumon's pretty sick. It has this Digimon evolution called Sendromon. Sendrelmon's pretty sick. They use this like puppet mechanic within the context of the TCG. It's pretty cool. I do like the series. Drinks British tea. I do not drink tea at all. The only tea I drink is iced tea. I need to get back to reading this, damn it. Yeah, I need to get back to reading it too. I stopped after I think they beat the... It was after they beat the Imperial Dramon that I stopped reading. Rewrite is fine. He has an advantage of the full series context to include an early part. It's not perfect, but it's interesting to me as a writer. I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair. What question? How old is Close? I don't fucking know, dude. Did they give their age? Let me see. No. Let me see. Oh, they do have ages. Okay. We don't know how old she is. Do we know how old Cool Boy is? No, we don't know how old Cool Boy is. How old is Zenith? 21? 21? He's 21? 23. Damn, my bro is an unk. My bro Owen Dreadnought is an unk. Wait, what the fuck? He's 4 years older than Shoto? That's crazy. Guess I'm safer now. I can have a favorite character be 17 and that shouldn't be an issue. It's not like I'm sexualizing the character. It's fine. People get too itsy about that shit. Too antsy about that. Not saying that you guys are, just in general. People do get... Was the Bleach research done when you started? Yeah, Bleach research was completely done. Though I might have to give you. Do you want me to spoil about Close? No, please don't spoil. If there's any kind of spoiler, I will time you out for 24 hours. Don't fuck with me on that.
Kaguya's teleportation is not instantaneous. She has to go through a portal first. Ame no Minaka is quite honestly the only other jutsu within the entire context of the series that can possibly counter Room because she could potentially get a win condition by simply...
Ah, there it is. There it is. The win condition. He's an uncle at 23. Bro, I'm 27. Bruh, people call motherfuckers at the age of 19 and 18 unk. What are you talking about? Now, we need to protect these fictional drawings. Lock up Eon. What do you mean, am I blue or red? What the fuck does that mean? Are you asking me in terms of pills? Are you asking me if I'm red pill? I'm not fucking red pill. I don't like the red pill movement. I'm not 34 either. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I say once that I'm closer to my 30s than I am to my 20s, and people automatically think, oh man, Unk gotta be 40, bro. Unk gotta be 50, bro, because 50's closer to 30 than it is 20. Like, come on, bro. What chapter of Naruto is the Rasen Shuriken explained to destroy cells? I'm trying to power scale debunk Naruto. I can give that to you right now, if you give me 1 second. Rasen Shuriken training. It doesn't necessarily, like, destroy the cells themselves. It just rapidly attacks them, and when you have an attack, it's rapidly attacking your cells, and yeah. Right here. His chakra network has been completely severed. It's hard to imagine it, but it is. How very thorough. The effect is more like a poison than physical trauma. It damages on a cellular level as attacks go. It's incredibly minute. Yeah, so it has a bunch of attacks that each deal just damage over, you know, the amount of time that you're within the explosion. No, like red or blue in color. Maybe purple. I like blue. I like blue. By the time you meet her brother, you will realize... I don't know, man. 4,000? Yeah, I guess 400 million. Is that the number? 400 million? Yeah, you did write 400 million. I guess 400 million is closer to your 30s than it is to 20. So sure. Didn't we literally have a Tate red pill guy in here yesterday? We had the guy come in twice! Should I become a chakra network specialist? A doctor who treats the chakra network? Dude, you know what? If you can find me the chakra organ in a real human body, I would say go for it, man. So basically someone can regenerate from a cell. They can survive this attack. Yeah, but you would also have to assume that the attack is powerful enough for them to be completely wiped out.
Kaguya's teleportation is not instantaneous. She has to go through...
Okay. Oh wait, where are we at? Okay, right here. Kaguya is really a stingy bitch, bruh. Kaguya is really a stingy bitch, I will say. She really said, I must have all the chakra. I must have it right now. The chakra must be mine. If I cannot have the chakra, then what am I? Stingy ass bitch? Alright. The chakra is mine. You cannot have it. You guys ever seen the Boondocks? The booty is mine, you cannot have it. This is my booty. The booty is mine. You cannot have it. Yo, that shit is too funny. The way they just emphasize certain words is just too funny to me, man. Are you the first person to walk the earth, Eon? No, the fuck I am not. I was born like 20, 30 something years ago. Was prepping for a 1v3. Would you crack Kaguya to save the world? Would she leave right afterwards? Would Kaguya leave right afterwards? Bro truly is a listen, how the fuck am I a gooner? They're literally asking if it's for the sake of saving the world. Boondock, I do it for free? That's crazy. You got problems. She got no shape, bro. She got absolutely no curves. That bitch is a walking triangle. Kaguya is literally a walking triangle, bro. Depends. Do you want her to leave? Yes, I want her to leave. She's a fucking alien menace that's trying to absorb all the chakra on the planet. I want that bitch to get the fuck out of there. So you're an unk. No, the fuck I am not. I'm not an unk. Jesus Christ. You know what? At some point, you guys are all going to be fucking unks too. I don't even know why you guys are laughing.
Ame no Minaka is quite honestly the only other jutsu within the entire context of the series that can possibly counter Room because she could potentially get a win condition.
Ame no Minaka. 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 You're talking about girls like this, shameless. What do you mean y'all are talking about girls like this? She is literally an ancient... Because his age is measured in eons. Oh, yo, that was so funny. Yo, man, Aster. Yo, you come up with that shit. Yo, that was a real knee slapper, dude. Yeah. 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 That was so funny, dude. Are the actual chakras in real life are based out of... I don't think so. I think there are more than eight chakras. The whole stream... got the whole stream laughing. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Alright, wait. I gotta mask this. Let's just mask it here. Right here. Bro, you don't know what it's like under that robe. I don't gotta know what it's like under that robe. That bitch is crazy and I don't want anything to do with her. Kaguya is the definition of a crazy bitch. Why the fuck would I want anything to do with her in the first place? She was literally out here crying. She was literally out here crying because she thought she saw her sons inside two guys that she'd never met. And it wasn't even her sons. They were supposed to be her fucking grandchildren, which she never met. I'm laughing at you, laughing about Dracno becoming a hero, Shade. Hero with Shademon. Ah. I think Shademon-like fusions have potential as battle spirits done right. Part everyone hated about Frontiers was the lack of partners. Frontiers wasn't bad. I like the fact that they turned into Digimon. And there were enough kids to, like, you know, make up the fact that you didn't have the Digimon. Also, I like the fact that, like, they had, like, the Beast Spirit evolutions, because the Beast Spirit evolutions were so fucking cool. I bet someone finna say they can fix her. That's what I'm saying. Dorito is a very delicious snack, especially when it's spicy. Fuck you. Misogyny died? No, misogyny isn't dead. It's still very much alive, and certain people really like to portray. Technically, according to the backstory, there was nothing wrong with Kaguya. No, that bitch was crazy, bro. Yeah, the backstory that isn't canon to the manga!
Because she could potentially get a win condition by simply swapping dimensions and then leaving Law there. Because she could potentially get a win condition by simply swapping dimensions and then leaving Law there. That is very much so possible, however, she doesn't really... and then leaving Law there.
I don't think she just pulls her hand into a portal.
And then leaving Law there. That is very much so possible, however, she doesn't really display this kind of behavior, at least possible, however, she doesn't really, however, she doesn't, however, she doesn't, however, she, however, however, she doesn't really display this kind of behavior, at least within the context of the story.
She pulled Sasuke in first. She never swapped dimensions and then pulled in Sasuke. She never swaps dimensions and then pulls in Sasuke. Ghost Game had potential, but it was squandered. What made like Ghost Game so bad? Because like, let me ask this: I've seen Ghost Game. I've seen at least like images of Ghost Games back in like the past, like what 4 years ago when it was first like airing and stuff like that. I saw like a lot of like clips about it. The main protagonist believes that in the Digimon Gamamon they call themselves brothers. They have like a brother-sibling bond, but like Gamamon's like technically the villain because of like a virus or something. It was something like that. What makes it bad? Like without trying to spoil it too much, what makes Ghost Game bad? Because I know that like, I at least as far as I know, they never went with like the mega form of the evil version of Gamamon, and they never like had like the fusion of them that only appears in the TCG. Any crazy hear me outs? Ooh, I have a crazy hear me out for you. Here. I got you with a Radiant Typhoon. Here. I have a hear me out. Not this one. Yo, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is my hear me out. I just like the colors, to be fair. I just like the colors, to be fair. Something about like blacks, blues, and like slight hints of purples are really nice to look at. I don't know about like me doing anything with her, but I do like the colors, and obviously, you know, the fuck is that? It's a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh monster. You never played Yu-Gi-Oh? What am I looking at exactly? It's a... Alright. I would not crack a Stalfa for the world. See that? It's a female face, female body, legs right there, arms right there. This is supposed to like signify her hair. All right. No shit, man. I mean, what the fuck is that on the image? Oh, I don't know. All right. I don't know. It's an aqua monster. It's an aqua monster with clouds in it. I don't fucking know. I don't know what you were referencing as what the fuck is that? And set up a lot of plot points by the end were very badly resolved in a way that makes Chainsaw Man look like it's ending as, oh, please, the original one was more... I guess proceed. I can't say how bad it is without spoiling it. It's fine. I just know that, like, we never got to see, like, Arcturusmon or whatever the fuck the evil version of, like, the mega version of Gamamon was. I would not crack a femboy to save the world, alright? The world can go at that point. I'm not doing it. It wasn't story-focused and leaned more towards the monster of the week that Digimon kind of started off, and what I heard, the final episode was about as good as Chainsaw Man's ending. That's crazy. That means Eon hates femboys. I don't hate femboys, I just wouldn't crack one. What part of I'm not cracking a femboy under any context whatsoever? Listen, my children could be held at gunpoint. I am not cracking a fucking femboy. My wife could literally tell me, yo, I'm going to divorce you if you don't crack this femboy. I am asking her to serve me the papers that moment. I'm not cracking a fucking femboy. How is that hard to understand? Yeah. Further proving she was last second edition, changed my mind. Her backstory adds much more to her, in my opinion, further proving she was added last second. I don't think Tayuya compares to Takato, Henry, or Rika from Tamers. He had such good writing and depth. You know, Arcturusmon is the fusion of the two sides of Gamismon. Alright, yeah, well, they didn't show it. They didn't know you were femboy phobic. It's a preference. Would you crack LeBron James? Would I crack LeBron... I'm not cracking a man. That does not make me homophobic in any way. I'm just not cracking a dude. What the fuck would I get for cracking LeBron James? Or you just asking me if I would crack him in general? I'm not cracking LeBron James. No balls? Yeah, no call it whatever the fuck you want. I'm not cracking. What the fuck?
And that's after she realized that it wouldn't be a good idea to fight them both at the same time. Besides trying to separate
Oh, right. That's what I was doing. Wait, where the fuck did I add the images?
Behavior, at least within the context of the story, besides trying to separate Naruto and Sasuke specifically, and that's after she realized that it wouldn't be a good idea to fight them both at the same time. In a one-on-one, I can't...
My question is, why would she just do this randomly in a 1v1?
In a one-on-one, I can't exactly figure out why she would just swap dimensions and then leave Law there instead of trying to kill him in a single shot.
With no intel and no reason to want to do it, I don't have a reason to believe that Kaguya would just, without a... You wouldn't even crack one of your homies? I would give the homies a kiss goodnight. I'm not fucking cracking. Would you crack a woman constructed entirely out of beans? That one's just putting you on timeout. I don't even know why you fucking chose to ask me that. That's a 10-second timeout right there. Go to the corner and think about what you've done. Loves oiled up Gojo? What the fuck?
Instead of trying to kill him in a single shot. Possible win condition for her aside, the rest of her abilities doesn't really help her out that much. Possible win condition for her aside, the rest of her abilities doesn't really help her out that much. If she teleports Law to the lava dimension, he can always just spawn a...
Okay, lava dimension.
If she teleports Law to the...
Yeah, I never actually said no to my query. No, I'm not fucking... I'm not... The answer is no. The answer is no. I would not smash a girl entirely constructed from beans. That sounds gross, and it sounds smelly. No, I don't want to do that.
If she teleports Law to the lava dimension, he can always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual area and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply that's larger than the actual area and create a platform for himself and create...
I have no reason to believe this area.
And create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply by using her as a platform. The ice dimension is probably her best choice, especially if she can stick him inside of an ice block. The ice dimension is probably...
Okay, we'll just go there and then we'll move back. We still have to get to 50 today, then we'll do 3 minutes tomorrow, and then I'll just start getting ready with, like, editing everything out.
In a one-on-one, I can't exactly figure out why she would just swap dimensions and then leave Law there instead.
This is one of those win conditions that only happens if you plug a controller up her ass. If you... This is one of those win conditions. Win conditions that only happens if you plug a Would you let Irene do to you what she did to Mir in chapter 493 to save the world? This better be fucking good, dude. I might as well just start fucking... I might as well just start... Fairy Tale. You said 493. Jesus Christ, hero. What she did to Mira Jane? What the fuck? You'll be a disgusting lump of meat that no one can stand to look at. What the fuck am I looking at? Yo. What did she do? She just, okay, she tore... Jesus Christ. So, would I let her rip my clothes apart, strap me to a rock, rip my clothes apart, and then have her shoot me in order to save the world? Just a random foot shot. Fantastic. They just needed to add a random foot shot. Why is she... Alright. Larsad. Larcade. Larsad. Dragneel. Who the fuck... These are just unnecessary, dude. And why is there a random foot shot? Alright, I'm done. I'm done. You know, Aster, you know... Alright. Are you goated with the sauce? Who, Mavis? Is Mavis a kid? How old is Mavis Fairy Tale? Sure, how... Dude, I don't want to search that up. I'm just gonna look up Mavis. Mavis Fairy Tale. I'm just gonna look it up like this. Isn't she the first fucking thing? Isn't she the founder of Fairy Tale? How the fuck is she... There's no fucking way, dude. She's 24, biologically comatose. Ew. Why? 451? You know what? I don't care. I don't care enough. Stuck in the body of a child explicitly stated. What the fuck? I'm not Epstein, dude. Would you have a BBL one day? No, I would not have a BBL. I actually saw a video of a dude that is like a quote-unquote addicted to getting BBLs. That shit was gross. Not necessarily because a guy's getting a BBL, more so because, like, the dude clearly has an issue. If he's getting multiple BBLs, it could threaten his life. No, don't compare me to Epstein or Diddy. Come on now. Got a mobile YouTube update midstream. Unfortunate. What the fuck, man? What the fuck is up with Fairy Tale, dude? What what the actual fuck? This is one of those win conditions that only happens if you plug a controller up her ass. It really kind of is, though. Wait, the whole thing. 18, there we go. Conditions that only happens if you plug a controller up her ass because up her... She only did this to separate us.
In a one-on-one, I can't exactly figure out why she would just swap dimensions and then leave Law there instead of trying to
What do you mean? I'm surprised you used the actual verbiage. Brazilian bubble butt. What the fuck, BBL for a guy that's gay? I mean, I'm pretty sure the guy in the video was gay, which, again, nothing wrong with, but they were very interested in... It was one of those things where, like, the person that was doing it was, like, one of those people that, like, does a lot of cosmetic surgery. Addicted to getting BBL. Guy is addicted to... If it's blinking, why won't it type if it's blinking? What the fuck? It was this one. Yeah, this is this dude. Yeah, it was one of these things where, like, this person was addicted to getting BBLs. Not something I would personally do, but free will is a thing. People are allowed to do whatever it is that they want. Everyone needs uncle like this. What the fuck are you talking about? My uncle has one and he isn't gay. Yeah, you really do not need to be gay to get a BBL. Some guys just want a larger ass. Some guys just want a cushion when they sit down. There's nothing wrong with that. If you haven't even seen the scene of being tortured by it... I don't think I need the scene, Aster. It's fine.
Instead of trying to kill him in a single shot. Possible win condition for her aside... Instead of trying to kill...
Copy.
Instead of trying to kill him in a single shot. Possible win condition for her aside.
Who the fuck is Miyazaki? Who's Miyazaki? Miyazaki. Oh, the Studio Ghibli guy. What about him? What about the Studio Ghibli guy? The From Software guy? We're talking about... Which Miyazaki? There's clearly more than one Miyazaki now.
Possible win condition for her aside, the rest of her abilities doesn't really help.
As you play Time Strangers, there's going to be a large-scale expansion DLC releasing sometime next year, so that's going to be peak. Kazuya Mishima over Kaguya is crazy. That I did not say. Hidetaka, the president of From Software. What about him? What's the issue with the president of From Software? Hidetaka Miyazaki. What's wrong with this dude? How the fuck create such cool monsters creature designs? The fuck? How the fuck does Hidetaka Miyazaki create such cool and monstrous creative designs? DM and since the last few years I've been really thought about the boss's creature designs. Really, every time I see a boss in Elden Ring like Mesmer or a Bloodborne creature, I get totally struck by the creativity involved in it. I just wanted to know what kind of creative process could result in that. By the way, to be honest, okay. He separates his visions from merely gross and grotesque is a certain kind of dignity. Even the most broken creatures are still held with dignity in mind, which I do think has a fairly tangible effect on the vibes and is often present in From Software. He doesn't do it alone, he has a big team. Not everyone will do monster designs, but some of them are always harder to create than others. If I could break it down, the best of my knowledge, he does a mix of things. He creates a concept that's fairly common in Western fiction lore and cosmic horror. Yeah. Femboys are so cute and fluffy and soft. Dion has zero taste. Yeah. I could also just look at women, you know. Women are also cute and fluffy and soft. Live not like... How can you even live not liking femboys? Why? Because it's called a preference. Look up Freed's cutscene in Dark Souls 3. I'm not looking up a whole fucking cutscene, dude. I'm not looking up a whole cutscene. Just as the department makes a secret confession about prosecution. They limited how many cards? Yeah, I don't care. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Marvel rival situation is insane. Maybe I'll check that out later. Has a lot of barefoot characters.
Possible win condition for her aside, the...
He's one of us for sure, right, Eon? What do you mean, one of us? The fuck do you mean, one of us? Because us would imply multiple people, not including yourself, and us might also imply me, which I never said. Stop saying Law solos Naruto. No, I will not, because I think I have a very decent argument.
The rest of her abilities doesn't really help her out that much. If she teleports Law to the Lawa dimension,
How many abilities does Kaguya have again? I just gotta, like, double check that. Kaguya. Naruto. Stop saying Kaguya solos Naruto. Stop saying Law solos Naruto. Stop saying blah blah blah. Yeah, no. I have no reason to. Nothing is stopping me. Free will! Free will! Free will! Free will! Free will! What is this? Yomotsu Hirasaka. Ah, this is what it's called. Any sentenced to be hero watchers in chat? Probably not. Probably. Robert Freeman's voice actor? Yeah. Unfortunate. Great 80 vacuum, expensive TSO. The ETSO and the Infinite Tsukuyomi are two. The rabbit hair needle. Sensing technique, summoning technique, temporary paralysis technique. Free will, free will. I've got free will. Yeah, Time Strange is more because Digimon characters are all fantastic. Baku's-mon hurts so much. Plus, I greatly enjoyed Agiomon's character. I thought that whole plot twist with the player character in Agiomon was kind of crazy. I thought that shit was actually fucking crazy. For a moment. And then I was like, okay, genuinely stat checks the verse and I don't really have a resistance or immunity to his hacks, yeah. I know Eon had pipes like that. Not really. Yo, I did try to do some karaoke at the cruise ship because they were doing like this whole thing where like the person that won could potentially go to like, I think it was like Mexico's Got Talent, because we were going to Mexico for part of like the cruise that I went to. Or I think it was like supposed to be like the equivalent of like a Latin American version of like America's Got Talent. I don't know if it was Mexico per se. I don't recall correctly. I lost in the first round. All things considered, I kind of do blame it on the fact that like they basically had no songs I could sing. Everything in my fucking playlist, mind you, I don't even think I have like anything really outside of like pop culture, but like they basically had like very safe songs, or like they basically had like very family friendly safe songs, all things considered, and stuff that like I just didn't either know, cared for, or knew how to sing. So I was like, all right, fuck it. Native American better than others? Probably, yeah. I'm pretty sure Totsuka was just memeing in the title of the stream, not actually trying to stop you. Oh, no. I mean, they can't stop me anyway, but yeah, I mean, it's fine. I can stop you. You can stop me, kangaroo? You can stop me from what? Can't keep my hands to myself. Pick 'em up, dust 'em off, put 'em back up on a shelf. In case the little baby girl is in need. Am I coming out of left field? Apollomon, Dianamon, Minervamon are the best. Waifu's Junimon had all mediocre arcs. The kangaroo can't win against the kiwi? That's crazy. Those are fighting words, by the way. Doesn't cost a lot of money to... Doesn't it cost... No, it doesn't cost. It was just one of those things where, like, people go to do the karaoke thing. Then, based on applause, they go to the next round. I imagine that's what they meant. Then the person who wins goes on to, like, the next round. The people who win go on to, like, the next round with, like, they then have to play with, like, a live band. My cousin actually won 3rd place. I was so fucking proud of her. She's a fantastic singer. Holy shit. She like, I think it was, like, 30 minutes. Stay on live. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. I'm not gonna turn off live until, like, at least 6 p.m. my time, dude. You're fine. There was a point where I was like, by the way, I hated the whole like Junomon thing that happened within the context of like Time Strangers, just because with Junomon specifically, it was like she lost her shit, then she just kind of went crazy. It wasn't even like, I don't know, it just didn't feel like it was fully fleshed out. But yeah, my cousin did a fantastic job. She ended up taking 3rd place when she was like practicing the song, like, I think it was like what, like 15 minutes, like 15 minutes to like 30 minutes before the whole thing started. Most of these jutsu straight up require Kaguya to not have all. Most of these jutsu already lose to shambles plus room plus amputate. Yeah. Can't keep my hands on myself. Put a makeup on a shelf. That's fair. Hysteric mode was always weird to me, even given the context of the Greco-Roman mythology. Hysteric mode wasn't bad. I actually unlocked it earlier, so when I first saw, because I like grinded the game really hard throughout like every single point in time that I could, there was a point in time where I was like, oh, Juno, when I finally got a chance to make Megas and I found out that I can make a Junomon, and then I found out Junomon has like a cross digivolution into like that hysteric mode or a mode change, I was like, oh, so I'm sure there's gonna be a point in time where like I go in there, I talk to Junomon again, and then she goes into like this crazy mode. But by the time I walked in, give Perona Conquerors and drop her in front of Madara. She doesn't need Conquerors, to be fair. She really does not need Conquerors. But anyway, there was a moment where I thought, like, I'm going to go see Junomon. She's going to explain herself and her crash out, and then we're probably going to see a situation where, like, she transforms, right? No, she was already transformed and she was already going crazy. I was like, alright. I don't know, man. I don't think that Digimon Time Strangers is like a bad game, but it definitely shows like a little bit less quality in terms of like, you know, me talking to Junomon after the Shadow Agiomon twist reveal. Yeah, and we never even got to see anything with Shadow Agiomon. I never got to see anything with that. What the fuck? Like, everything just escalated so quickly. At least in terms of, like, writing, I feel like the game is very Saturday morning cartoon. The game is very much so Saturday morning cartoon in terms of vibes. Okay, sample, and then we do, besides, okay, so, none of her jutsu really counter room plus amputate / shambles. The ETSO, the infinite Tsukuyomi, is meaningless from a genjutsu standpoint, is meaningless since it's genjutsu. The ETSO only happens if she destabilizes and goes berserk. Temporary paralysis only happens if she makes physical contact. More like infinite Tsukuyomi type shit. type shit. Yo, what's good, Yule? What's good, Thine? It's been a minute. Actually, it's not been a minute. You've been coming a lot more recently. It's lovely. Physical contact. All of which are reliant on law. Everything else are reliant on law, simply on all on law, not simply starting, not choosing to, not simply starting the fight with room. Amputate. Simply starting the fight with room and amputate. Yeah.
If she teleports Law to the lava dimension, he can always just spawn
Lava dimension.
just spawn a room that's larger. He can always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual area. Law to the lava dimension, he can always just spawn a room.
Does regeneration in Naruto rely on chakra reserves? It relies on, well, you can't just heal without having any chakra. People in Naruto, people have this preconceived notion. They didn't lie. TS was butt. Are you referencing Time Strangers? I watched the series years ago. They were lab rats to like planetary/uni. Crazy reveal that Star Fox is going to be in the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Spoiler! This shit was butt. Nah, the Chainsaw Man ending. Yeah, it was. I mentioned it earlier on stream, Aura. I mentioned it earlier on stream, but I found it funny because it was like, yeah, Power was showing her the Chainsaw Man ending. I mentioned it before, but I was like, I think we were in due time for a shonen to finally have the whole it was all a dream at the end of it, at the end of everything. I don't know, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know. If people are mad about the Chainsaw Man ending, I think that's completely reasonable. I don't know how I would feel about a series that I've been keeping up with for this whole time, and then all of a sudden we find out that oh man, it was all inside of a dream. It's kind of crazy. Oh, damn. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. The fight is inside of this area right here. Sorry about that, Aster. My apologies. I was okay with that because, damn, I think it's too late. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, dude. I'll time myself out.
He can always just...
If Oda ever makes the One Piece a fucking dream, or it makes it some bullshit like, oh, Luffy... This entire time, it was the One Piece was just, yeah, it's fine, Drake. If Oda ever makes the One Piece some bullshit, like it was an actual dream sequence as well, it was all just a child's mind playing tricks on him, the adventure was some bullshit. But I'm gonna actually, if it was that, or, if it's ever that, or if it's, it was the friends we made along the way, which Oda said it is something physical, I will actually go out of my way to fly to Japan the day of. I will book a flight to Japan, and I will find where Oda gets his mail, and I will go to it, and I will go to wherever the fuck it is that he lives, and I will take a shit in his cereal. If he eats cereal or drinks coffee, I will take a shit in it, and then I will go home. I will buy a same day flight back. It's a real thing, yeah. But if it ever happens to be the case, I will go to Japan, and I will take a shit in his cereal.
He can always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual area and create...
It was just spawn a room. Yeah, the area that they fight in is inside this. And if Law can span multiple mountains, I have no reason to believe that this area is larger than multiple mountains. Over here. I don't disagree, but for the people included, I've been pestering them to give Digimon a chance. It was the first contact with the RK, with the Royal Knights as a group, and now I think they're the good guys. Oh, yeah. The Royal Knights are usually, like, the fucking bad guys, right? They're usually like, oh, man, everything's going to shit, we're gonna have to...
He can always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual...
I have no reason to believe. Copy. Paste. I don't have a single reason to entertain the idea that... Definitely up in the 50s, right? Yeah, it's definitely up in the 50s. No, it's up in the 7. It's up in the... No, definitely not that. So then we do have to go up a couple of chapters. Wow.
Larger than the actual area and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply by using her as a platform.
I don't have a reason to believe that Kaguya's, that the mountain there inside is larger than 3 mountains in the One Piece verse. I don't have a single objective reason to believe. Yeah, they're fighting inside. Also, since Law's gotten way stronger, shouldn't his room be way bigger by now? Yes, it's actually big enough to cover Onigashima. Or at least cover Onigashima to the extent... It at least allows him to cover Onigashima to the extent that he's able to teleport all the way from the roof, all the way down to like the 2nd floor. And we know that those rooms are absolutely massive. Even if you don't think that Onigashima, that like the inside of Onigashima is bigger than these mountains, which, sure, completely fine. I genuinely do not have a reason to entertain the notion. Let me just put this here, and let me just move this slightly to the side. Just slightly to the side. I don't have a reason to believe. I don't have a single reason to believe. Would Room be teleported with him? Well, not necessarily. It wouldn't be teleported with him, but I use this in reference to Law can just spawn the room as he's falling. Unless you think that he would fall at faster than light speeds. Would Room be teleported with him? Yeah. That's fair. RKs are some dumbasses, and it flip-flops. They're the good or bad guys. Once made a joke that they would forget the mission and tumbleweed went by. Yeah, I from what I remember you guys telling me, the Royal Knights, especially like in Time Strangers, are like the nicest version of the Royal Knights, and I kind of agree. Especially after playing Cyber Sleuth. Holy shit, in that game, the Royal Knights are just fucking assholes, dude. Especially Crusadermon. Dude, Crusadermon and Dynasmon are just like the evil Royal Knights. And I guess Leopardmon by extension. I don't like those Royal Knights. My favorite... What are you guys' favorite Royal Knights? Mine's are Jessmon... Jessmon, Omnimon, yeah, ha ha ha, he likes Omnimon. Ulforce Vidramon, Gallantmon, I like Magnamon, I really do like Magnamon a lot. And, Alphamon, I really like those. Sunamos, would it be criminals? I'm definitely not being a criminal. I'm definitely doing the right thing. Alphamon is so cool, dude, especially Oriuken. Okay. I have no reason to believe that the chamber they are fighting inside is larger than the 3 mountains in Punk Hazard. Mountains in Punk Hazard. Ooh, almost. Wait. Yeah, I have no reason to believe that the chamber they are fighting in is larger than the mountains in Punk Hazard.
Always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual area and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply by...
Okay. And then, I need that clip of Law literally ripping stuff out of the ground. I did bring up tact before. I did bring up tact before. No. What? Dude, no one can tell me, no one can tell me I haven't put in work into this shit, bro. I also like, is it Kentorismon? I also kind of like Kentorismon. I've kind of been growing a bit more... I've grown a bit more warm to Kentorismon, and I will say I do personally like... Kentorismon, that one, and then probably Dynasmon. I wish Dynasmon wasn't always fucking evil. Alpha has one of the most broken abilities I've ever seen. Yeah, a fight will continuously replay until he wins. That shit is fucking stupid. Who the fuck just has a random power that... Why the fuck did they just want to grant Alphamon a random ability to reset the fight until he wins? Let me look up Alphamon real quick. Alphamon. Alpha Inforce. Yeah, the Alpha Inforce. It is a cool Digimon. It is a cool looking Digimon. It's just a fucking asshole, dude. Okay. The Ulforce. The Alpha Inforce is an ability, is an ultimate force that possessed by Alphamon. It allows Alphamon to instantaneously replay an elapsed battle so that it can unleash countless attacks in the same instant, making it theoretically impossible to see any of them other than the final blow that brought you down. Let's translate this. One of the highest level of security, the Paladin Royal Knights, which is said to have 13 bodies. Although he is a Paladin, he is also said to be a deterrent to the Paladins, and he does not appear normally, and it is also called the Solitary Hermit, who wears a blue cloak and is a Royal Knight located in a place called the Blank Seat. In battle, Alphamon's attacks end in an instant because it has an ability of the ultimate power Alphamon Inforce, the Alpha Inforce, to instantly regain past battles, but in reality, it is not known how many attacks it has launched, and theoretically you will only see the final blow of the enemy's downfall. Deploy a magic square of digital letters from both hands to attack and defend. Its special moves are Holy Sword, Gladalfur, which pulls out the convergence of light pierced in the center of the magic circle and pierces the enemies in Digitize of Soul, which spreads its wings on its back and flies to deploy a huge magic square from above to summon a legendary monster from another dimension. This dude's just ripping shit out. What the fuck is Alphamon Burst Mode? What the fuck? Oh, Almamon First One. I was about to say, what the fuck is Alphamon Burst Mode? Jesus Christ. I was about to say, that thing is crazy. Oh, let's see. Alphamon Oryuken. Due to the actions of the magic circle of the Digimon released by Alphamon, Oryumon miraculously evolved into a sword. Oryumon is the ultimate form of the test subject prototype Digimon that pursued further combat power and is said to become a sword. All of its combat power is devoted to attacking. The swing of this Royal Knight sword is, so to speak, to handle all of the power contained in the ultimate Digimon, and is not a sword that can be wielded by ordinary Digimon, or is a sword. Yeah. This doesn't really add anything, it's just lore. What does this do? Look up Jesmon X's Os Generix. Aus Generix. Os Generix Digimon. Jesmon. It's Aus Generix. Alright, let's see. Enables it to temporarily rewrite its own data and perform actions that transcend the laws of nature, leaving its physical abilities unbound by the laws of the digital world, and allows Jesmon to overpower any enemy without taking a single scratch. If you want to check it out sometime, Boruto versus Yuta. Boruto versus Yuta. I would probably say Boruto scales above anyway. I don't really watch these guys though, so I think it's fine. Holy shit, he's already got 300. He's almost got 400 in an hour? Jesus Christ, I gotta get my numbers up. No way. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's what she's looking like? That's what Baby Doll's looking like? Holy shit, she's looking fine. She is looking fine. Anyway. Just how curious long is the stream gonna be? I'll be streaming until about 6 p.m. if I'm done beforehand.
Self from any of the nearby stone, or simply by using her as a platform.
If you're ever to scale Digimon, just remember it's fucking insane. The writers just do whatever they want, yeah. This literally proves Digimon and Pokemon are not on the same level. They never were. They never were. People, and mind you, people have to use bullshit like, well, Palkia and Dialga are the masters of time and space. Boruto should win with these, I agree. Boruto should win. That I will not deny. I would find it weird if they made an argument for Yuta to try and like scale him up to Boruto. Alright, we're 48 minutes in.
From any of the nearby stone, or simply
Oh, I really can't switch it much up more than that. Okay.
and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply
Nope.
or simply by using her as a platform. The ice
Does Boruto slam the JJK verse? I would say at least Yuta. Probably the whole verse. I would say so. Probably. Granted, he basically has to become an Uzuhiko merchant because I don't think he has anything else really in his arsenal. I don't really know what else he has besides, I guess, Rasengan. Yeah. How so does Marukimon according to Time Strangers? Ancient Wisemon basically attacks with Cthulhu. He uses her as a platform. What can I use for that? I can't think of one right now. 546 freestyles Rasengan. I'll figure this one out later.
The ice dimension is probably her best choice.
Okay, Ice Dimension. We're up to Ice Dimension. Ice Dimension. Dimension. Does anyone in JJK beat Luffy? Sukuna if he lands a world-cutting slash. Sukuna beats a lot of people if he lands a world-cutting slash.
The ice dimension is probably her best choice, especially if she can stick him inside of an ice block. However, since Naruto and Sasuke were capable of using jutsu while in... However, since Naruto and Sasuke... Since Naruto and Sasuke were capable of using jutsu while inside the ice block, I think it's fair to say that Law can likely also perform a room and easily get himself out of there. The acid dimension wasn't really used. Also perform a room and easily get himself out of there.
Kaguya also shows that Kaguya can spawn a portal inside, so I don't really have... Yeah. I'm sure your pure souls don't want to see what happens in the chapter I was talking about. Is 365 from page 10 and 4. Sure, whatever. Sure, whatever. I'm going to be called a gooner anyway, right? Motherfuckers are still gonna call me a gooner regardless, right? So who gives a shit? Fairy Tale. It's at 465. Fader New World Pirates versus with Blitz Sukuna. If they could drop a pacifista, I believe them. Yeah. Whoa, Natsu's pretty damn strong. Holy shit, that's actually a pretty good feat. Holy shit, just splits the whole thing. Getting carried away. You've done a former chairman's house. The chairman's guys working for Tartarus. A dragon's nose ain't nothing to scoff at. Oh, fucking right. Ah, why do... Alright, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Jesus Christ. You know, at this point, Aster, the fact that you're going out of your way to find these things kind of makes you a gooner, bro. I don't know, man. What the fuck is this? Okay, so she rips... Okay, sure. Jesus, that's a big blast. Satan, Soul, Mira, Jane, Allegria. My Avatar supplies me with quite a few souls. In fact, I ate all of them. You said 492, page 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, this is page 11. The fuck? Not 492. 482. Ah. Okay. More like Fairy Goo. Yeah, this series is very obscenely fan service. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh! Yeah, I'm definitely getting demonetized, dude. There's no way I don't get demonetized. There's no way I don't get demonetized, dude. This series... How is this shit PG-13, bruh? There's no way... Is Fairy Tail PG-13? PG-13. I gotta know. Is generally considered appropriate... Dude, there is no fucking way that is appropriate for fucking audiences ages 13 and up. Wow. That is... That is definitely... That is... Wow. Alright. Fairy Tail is certainly one of the series of all time. It is certainly one of the series of all time. Jesus freaking Christ.
Jutsu while inside the ice block. I think it's fair to say that Law can likely...
I've joined the
also
Fujitora
perform
agenda. He has solar system level range and planetary DC. It's defendable, so yes, join the Fuji agenda. He's top 1. Cool. You didn't even go further to see hers again. No, I'm not going any further. I'm not going any further, brother. No. That's fine. I think I'm okay. I think I'm good. Did I close it? I did close it. Good. Good job, me. Okay. Bro, Japan has some strange standards. Okay, I think I'm gonna log out of chat and watch some other stuff. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, alright, have a good one, Emperor.
The acid dimension wasn't really used, and Law can always create
I don't even want to read it now, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. What the fuck?
The acid dimension wasn't really used, and Law can always create a platform from nearby land, or again, can simply just stand on top of Kaguya.
There's nothing implying that Kaguya... There's nothing for me to... No reason for me to believe Law can't shambles himself with Kaguya, so she falls first.
And Law can always create a platform.
This one's a bit more headcanon-y because we don't really know, see or know what the lava dimension is. This one, I will argue, is a bit headcanon-y, but...
and Law can always create a platform from nearby land, or again, can simply just stand on top of Kaguya. The gravity dimension is likely a bigger penalty for Kaguya than Law himself, since he
is a W read visually. Yeah, I'm sure if you're just looking at Fairy Tail with one hand, if you're just reading through it with one hand, if you're just clicking through all the pages, you're not really paying attention to anything of the story, none of the writing and anything, I'm sure it's probably a good read, right? It's probably a very good read. 48. Okay. Hiro Mashima. Let me just look up Hiro Mashima real quick. Hiro Mashima. Okay, he's 48 years old, and this was written in 2009. We're in 2026, so that was 17 years ago. So Hiro Mashima would have been 31. He would have been 31. Yeah, he would have been 31 when he wrote that. Dude, there is no way there's just a book written called Fairy Girls. There is no way. It's a manga spin-off of Fairy Tail created by Hiro Mashima and illustrated, focusing on the adventures of the female members of the guild, primarily Lucy, Urza, and Juvia. Alright. Alright, sure. I guess it took it very literally, which, you know what? Fair enough. Oh, I opened up Discord. Ah, all right, that's right. Hey, look, it's Eon. Can I? I'm gonna put Drachno on timeout for like the next 5 hours. I might. You know what? I'm putting Drachno on timeout. I gotta go. Give me 1 second. I really do need to go. What the fuck? Yeah, I gotta put I might have to just put Drachno on timeout for that one. Bro really said it's me. That's crazy. Let me see. How the fuck? I haven't put anybody on timeout in a minute. Alright. This is appropriate. Also, somebody looked at the panels and said, yeah, this is appropriate from 13 years old onward. Anyway, Hiro needs to drop the pen. He has done enough. I feel like he has. I feel like Fairy Tail's author probably has earned enough money from his series that they don't really need to do it anymore. This is probably the most headcanon portion of the video. I will at least admit that this is the most headcanon portion of the video. The actual acid dimension is never... This is definitely the most headcanon portion of my argument. I will definitely argue. I will 100% concede that this part of the video... This part is definitely the most the most relying on headcanon, because we only... is definitely the most reliant on headcanon. I will admit. Because the acid dimension only shows up for one panel, and we only get to see a single small area inside. can't really tell you if there is any ground uses it, so any argument regarding is the argument is definitely the most reliant on headcanon.
The acid dimension wasn't really used, and law can... The gravity dimension is...
Typo, my bad, I got away with it. What'd you write? What'd you write? I plead innocent. You'll be fine. You typed up twice. Oh! Thank you. Well, I guess I have to fix this whole thing now. All right. No, so... Okay, good.
The gravity
Thank
dimension
you.
is likely a
Thank you,
bigger
thank you.
penalty for Kaguya than Law himself, since he just needs to spawn a room, which shouldn't be, since there's no...
When does Law fight Fujitora? Obviously in Dressrosa. No, that's already way past that. Law never got shot. I am going to assume... Let's just go to 722. To be fair to the guy, Mashima was producing chapters twice as long as the average shonen chapter with a weekly schedule while working on other manga, and likely was using only one hand. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that the guy was able to draw his entire manga, release the Eon files. What the fuck are the Eon files? What do you think are inside the Eon files? Just to double check. What do you think are inside them? Because I don't know what inside the Eon files. Naruto solos? Probably. Right? Probably. Yeah. Totally. Naruto totally solos. Negative difficulty, in fact. No concept of difficulty. Okay, so they've already defeated Law. You know what's in there? And can you tell me what's in there? Because I don't know what the Eon files are. Really? Was this far back? Interesting. Hurry, Joker, hurry up and flatten this miserable excuse. Naruto, Juan Piece. Dores Rosa. Okay, so we already have that. One Piece. Dores Rosa. Neither equals in this matter. As the article says, we have an alliance. Bing. Bullet tank and earthquake carrier say no to the title. No to the title of the live stream. Ah, you came here to say no to the title of the live stream? Yeah, no one can stop me, right? Is the Brandish clip in the files? What's the Brandish clip in the files? What Brandish clip are you referencing? Your girlfriend said she saw you hanging out with Bonnie. You got anything to say? No, the fuck she did not. Don't even put that out there. No, the fuck my girlfriend never said that. 100% my girlfriend has never fucking said anything even remotely close to something like that. My boy really splitting a fucking meteor, bro. Yo, green bit is huge. God damn. Damn, they censored my messages. Damn you too. Oh, let me just put live chat. Gotta head out. Have a good stream, fellas. Have a good one as well. Have a good day as well. Okay, I have that. I would have that. Okay. I split a meteor last Tuesday. That doesn't mean nothing. Did you now? Where'd the meteor come in? Fujitora versus Mihawk will move mountains. The Brandish feet fetish. All right. Jesus Christ, you could throw a random fairy tale girl in there, bro. If I just sniff at it, you guys will say I have a random fetish for it. If the girl has it, her fucking what is it? Her arm up behind her head, and I make any kind of a fucking bit for it. You guys will be like, oh, now he's into armpits. If the girl like does something with her hair, or there's a panel with her hair, and you guys will say like, oh, he has hair fetish. Like you guys just make anything up, bro. Oh, a picture of Lucy Hardfilia from like the neck up. Oh, Eon sniffed at it. Oh man, now he has a neck fetish. No, yes, you're wrong. Yes, you're fucking wrong. The Eon files contain every femboy you... Name one femboy you think I've... Name one femboy then. Because I don't do anything to femboys. You guys have problems. I mean, you're laying it all out there. I'm not laying anything out there.
The gravity dimension is likely a bigger penalty for Cog.
Not this one. Is that statement quantifiable in any measure? Hey, what's good? What statement being quantifiable? Which statement are you referencing? Eon took a trip to Thailand. I've never even gone that far out, bro. Typing script in a Clorox mines. The timestamp 128. Let me see. Which one did you say? Typing script in the Clorox mines. Ah. And you said 128.24? It should have been me, not him, me. Alright. Alright. I can't make a fucking joke? God damn. Jesus Christ. You guys just make shit up. Yeah, once a visit Ladyboys. I definitely did not do that. I've definitely never done that. You've water emoji likes femboys. I don't like femboys. How many times do I have to say it? To the best femboy of all time. I'm not even a femboy myself. I've never dressed up as a... You know what's... No, you know what? No. That's I don't know, man. Funny enough, Hero was doing 3 mangas at once when doing Fairy Tail. During Eden Zero, he did the same thing while developing the game, playing games, and going out every weekend. Hero got these mangaka looking bad. We all know Goons to Femboy Kashima. I've never once in my... I heard some about armpits. What is he getting accused of? I'm just saying, these guys will say... there could literally be a Fairy Tail girl doing anything, or any anime character doing anything. These guys will say that I'm into something just because I make a fucking bit, dude. Rage baiting old people is fun. I'm not even old! What the fuck? We gotta make a whole I gotta make a whole fucking, like, live stream or whatever about, got the premium LGBTQ plus membership. What the I didn't know there was a membership for the LGBT. What the fuck?
The gravity dimension is like...
Yeah, I don't know. You guys just love making shit up, man.
Gravity dimension is likely a bigger penalty for Kaguya than Law himself, since he just needs to spawn a room which shouldn't be affected by gravity, since there's no implication that gravity warps or affects his rooms. Given the massive speed difference, he can likely act before she can shoot him with an all-killing Ashbone, which she clearly showed which shouldn't be affected by gravity, since there's no implication that gravity warps or affects his... Given the massive... Given the massive speed difference, he can likely act before she can shoot him with an all-killing Ashbone, which
Could have cured cancer. He could have cured cancer? What the fuck? So we all agree Eon had a partner Digimon, it would be a Mamemon? You know what? I'm not even mad. I don't dislike Mamemon as a Digimon. I personally fuck with Big Mamemon. He's just like me for real, for real. He's just a guy, he's just a chill big dude. He's just a chill big dude that tends to blow up sometimes. Yeah. You're saying this would be my partner Digimon? You know what? I could probably make like make a mascot for the channel with like my logo and maybe like over this. Wrong timestamp. The right one was 5:05. 2:05. 2:05. Okay. Why the fuck am I even looking this up? No, fuck you. I'm not looking this up. What do you have to say to this, Eon? Your Discord clearly filled with feed pics. No, the fuck it's not. Where the fuck did you... You know what? You know what? You know what? Where's the... Okay, okay. Wait, let me see. Where's the mute function? I don't know how to mute on this shit. More, mute. You know what? I'm just... What do you mean as a mod you can confirm this is true? What the fuck does that mean? Alright, alright. You know what? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Alright. What was it? Oh, yeah. 1 hour... Damn, I can't time out 6, I forgot. That's 1 hour, Drachno. There we go. I don't know how to do it on my PC, but I can do it on my phone. No balls? What do you mean no balls? I'm not gonna have you here put up any bullshit from the fucking... You know what? You know what? This is nothing more than a hoax by the woke Naruto fans. The woke Naruto fans are doing nothing more than trying to sully my good name. You are nothing. Goon level is immeasurable. No, the fuck it isn't. The evidence is starting to stack up. What evidence? What evidence? You guys are making up bullshit. You guys are just saying there's evidence. There are files. You guys are saying, what the fuck? What evidence? I mean, you didn't check the timestamp? I don't need to check the timestamp! Fine, I'll check the fucking timestamp. Goon to Brandish, that's fine. Fine by me. I don't think there's any moral dilemmas there, but, like, I'm definitely not gooning to her. See, I just said it! I'm definitely not gooning to Brandish, so what the fuck? You forgot clogging the pipe. There are no clogging the pipes allegations! You guys are just making shit up! What's your opinion on Mexicans? They're fine enough people who make great food. I actually know quite a few of them. Some of my best friends are that. Mexican. I don't know why I said that. They're Mexican. But anyway. You guys just make up bullshit. God damn it. The fuck? As a matter of fact, when I was on the boat, I used to actually go up to like they had like this Mexican style bar where they had like a bunch of like carne asada, I should say it right, carne asada with like some tortillas. They had burritos, bro. I was eating there, and guacamole, bro. I was eating there every fucking day. Finished the clip. I did finish the clip. That was the clip. I don't need to do anything to brandish. What the fuck? Bro's out here just making shit up.
Or simply by using her as a platform.
Which I think is completely reasonable considering he can just teleport on top of her. He can literally just shambles on top of Kaguya. He can literally just swap positions with Kaguya and have her fall first.
Of the nearby stone, or simply by using her as a platform. The
Considering he can just swap positions with her. So she falls first. Considering he can swap positions with her. Do you love unclogging femboy pipes? I'm gonna... Mods, time him out! Ban that guy! Fucking hell, man. Good that you clarified, because I was certain you meant food. Because I was certain you meant food. Yeah, I really do enjoy Mexican food. They make really good stuff. I don't think standing on the lady with ash bones is a good call. I don't think she's spawning them out before he simply gets away. Or just jumps right off of her.
which shouldn't be affected by gravity, since there's no implication that gravity warps or affects his runes.
Literally nothing within the context of the story implies it.
Given the massive speed difference, he can likely act before she can shoot him with an all-killing Ashbone, which...
Not this one. I'm closing this. There we go. If Naruto and Sasuke can dodge.
Given the massive speed difference, he can likely act before she can shoot him with an all-killing Ashbone, which she clearly showed she has to adjust her aim for in the first place. That's... That simply leaves the ETSO. This jutsu is what people primarily use to scale Kaguya to anywhere around large planetary to... That simply leaves the ETSO. This jutsu is what people primarily use to scale Kaguya to anywhere around large planetary to star to solar system to universal. These time spaces come from her ninjutsu.
The fact that there are so many different interpretations for this. If there's nothing wrong with the issues with the clip, you have another... Yeah, if there's nothing in the clip, you'll have no issues watching another 20 seconds. True, but I also have to finish my work. You know, the thing that I have to worry about more, that I still have an entire other minute to get through. And I'm also... You know what? I'm gonna go... How about happy holidays, everyone, at 2:30? Why are you so damn well focused on me doing things or me looking up stuff for my old clips? That's all in the past, dude. It's all in the past. I'm gonna go get some ice cream. Just give me 1 second. I need something in my stomach. At least like a little mochi ball. I need something. I'm starving. about like 6 hours since I last ate. It's been about like, yeah, about 6-ish hours since I last ate. It's all in the past is what Drip Sauce said when defending a pedophile. What the fuck? The past was 3 months ago. Can we please not put my name near pedophilia, bro, please? Because, like, that's some actual serious shit that, like, at any point... Here's the thing I feel like you guys don't understand. As a content creator, though I personally don't think I have anything to worry about, considering I know myself, people tend to, especially if they don't like you, people tend to read into things and make big deals out of nothing. So when you guys make comments like that, it could potentially come back to bite me in the ass for no fucking reason. And considering I'm a content creator in a space where people can get very fucking toxic, it does actually, like, scare me a little. So you admit that you were a gooner 3 months ago. I'm not admitting to anything. I'm just saying I don't like comments like this where he's like, all in the past is what Dripsaw said when defending a pedophile. Like, dude, just don't put my name next to shit that, like, in references to pedophiles. I just don't like that. I think that's a pretty fucking simple ask. Especially with all the other shit you guys say. Like, I'm not even, like, joking around. I'm just being serious here. I don't like that kind of stuff, man. I've never even as a joke even hinted as much as anything related to minors. I only make jokes about beans, feet, and femboys. Like, that's fine, but just in general, like, people tend to like look into, like, other shit. I know I have like a lot of my old past streams, like, still open so that people can see them if they want to. I don't really have an issue with that, but it's like when you guys make jokes like that, all you need is, like, one person to be like, I don't fuck with this dude, for them to, like, take clips out of context and then just make shit happen. And, like, yes, I do make certain bits that I do think are funny in the moment because, ha ha ha, gooning is kind of funny. But either way, or at least, like, the idea of being, like, a quote-unquote gooner is funny, but at the end of the day, it's like somebody out there is going to try and, like, spin that on some shit in the future, or they might try to, and I just don't want to have to deal with that. Like, if you want to make jokes about, like, the feet stuff, the femboy stuff, the bean stuff, like, I think that's all fine. That's why I really don't try to time you guys out for that kind of stuff, because I think it's all fine. Invisible food, clogging the pipes, all that shit, I think all that's fine. But, like, I do draw a hard line at some other kind of those jokes, just because, like, yeah, people will, you know, go to a certain extreme sometimes. And I just don't fuck with that. Are you dropping an ending worse than JJK? W ad hominem is crazy. So no timing out for beans. No, I will time you out for beans. We chats have all goon before. I will time you out just for that, Marcos. Don't play with me.
That simply leaves the ETSO. This...
Okay, ETSO. Also, Kakashi and Obito could literally run so. Kakashi and Obito, while under heavy gravity, could also...
with an all-killing Ashbone, which she clearly showed she has to adjust her aim for in the first place. That simply leaves the ETSO. This difference, he can likely act before she can shoot him with an all-killing Ashbone, which she
I also have no reason to believe that the all-killing Ashbone is light speed, considering Kakashi and Obito literally, while under higher gravity, were able to move and intercept them. I also don't have a single reason to believe to Especially since the characters aren't light speed. I don't have a single reason to believe the all-killing ash bone are even light speed, considering that Obito and Kakashi could intercept them with while under higher gravity. Breathing in micro bombs from Deidara. You mean the bombs that never even remotely come up because Deidara loses before he ever pulls them out? That's why I ought to respect you. Stop calling you Elong. Jokes are cool, but you guys are overdoing it a bit. Yeah, just like what... Listen, when it comes to shit about, like, anything that involves, like, abusing children or putting them in positions that are, like, you know, obviously very morally fucked up, or anything to do with that kind of stuff, I just rather you guys just didn't make jokes about that. The Gooner stuff, sure, whatever. It's 2026. Everyone's a Gooner to some extent. You can dislike it personally, doesn't make it objectively bad. Oh, you guys are talking about something else. What's the smallest thing Observation Haki has sensed? I don't know, dude. When I reread through the portions of One Piece that focus more on Haki, I'll probably focus on that. If you could have one bending style from Avatar... Oh, air bending for sure. Air bending 10 times out of 10. I want to fly. I like the idea of flying. I like the idea of just being on a fucking gliding kite and just fucking around. I love that shit, man.
Which she clearly showed she has to adjust her aim for in the first place. That simply leaves the ETSO. This jutsu is what people primarily use to scale Kaguya.
Nothing but awesome to me. Damn, Naruto forgave Obito real fucking quick. The 8 vacuum wave fist. Yep. So I can't share fairy tale chapters anymore. You're fine. You're fine. Again, it's all for like the sake of a fucking bit. We're just joking around about like, oh man, fairy tale character. Here is a chapter page of them being of like the girls being put in these positions. That's fine. Hopefully, as long as it's not Wendy or Lucy in this case. If it's Urza, I think it's fine. If it's Mira Jane, I'm pretty sure it's fine. But like, you know, just in general, dude. Would you say Kaido would solo 4th grade Ninja War? Yes, 100%. Clears through the fucking 4th grade Ninja War. Only thing I goon to is my femcel looks match. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck is a femcel looks match? I'm not looking that up.
Leaves the ETSO. These times.
I'll probably just make a whole thing right here. I don't have to really make it. It's fine. I think this is fine.
Place. That simply leaves the ETSO. This jutsu is what people primarily use to scale Kaguya to anywhere around large planetary. Used to scale Kaguya to anywhere around Kaguya to.
Just move this over here real quick. What is Kaguya? What is Kaguya? What? There we go. Boruto is faster than Luffy. You would say so too? Fuck no. There's no reason for me to believe that under any confines of logic or reasoning, especially within the context of both stories, I have any reason to believe that Boruto is faster than Naruto. Something tells me they've seen Naruto. Something tells me they've seen Naruto. I just can't put my finger on it, though. Dude, I'm gonna crash out on this. No, I don't think... Did Boruto really move at stop time? If the limbs are still long enough, it doesn't matter. Amputates heads. We're still moving. What was the question? Would you crack Black Ferris to save the world? Who the fuck is Black Ferris? Out of context, it doesn't actually scale to inaccessible.
These time spaces come from her ninjutsu, Ame no Minaka, and her root Kaguya to used to scale Kaguya to anywhere around large planetary to star to large planetary to star to solar system to universe. Planetary to star to solar system to universal.
Large planetary.
Planetary to star to star to star. To star to star to solar system to universe to universe to universal.
The girl of... Oh, right. I mean, yeah, sure, I'll smash. Why not? Is she above the legal age? Yeah, sure. Is she above, like, what, 20 years old? Sure, I'll smash. I don't care. I think it was like an ability, not his speed. He was moving so fast that someone else that stopped time, he kept moving. What are we referencing here? Are we talking about, like, the Boruto anime? Are we talking about, like, the Boruto manga? Like, what? I don't recall them ever moving in stop time. Star. (21:16), so I have to remain it at 16:21 to start. To solar system.
To solar system to
universal.
large planetary to star to large Large planetary to star to solar system to universal. Large planetary to star to solar system to universal. These time spaces come from her ninja.
Aster, let me ask you a question. You call me a gooner consistently, but you're constantly asking me if I would smash other characters. Why does this incessant need for people to want to know if I would fuck a character? What if I just... How do you think Toto would respond to the answer, I like girls of legal age, to his, what type of a woman do you like? No, if he asked me what type of a woman do I like a tall woman with a fat ass. 100%. I like a tall woman with a fat ass. 100%. You know what? Throw in a little bit of muscle mommy in there. Throw in a little bit of muscle mommy, bro. I'm cheesing. I'm fucking cheesing. Autism? So that's what you would call it. You call it autism? Fair.
These time spaces come from her ninjutsu, Ame no Minaka, and her root time space was going to be wiped out.
My type is the opposite of Toto. You like small girls with small asses? You like short girls with small asses? Alright, shit. I mean, hey, to each their own. If you like them petite, you like them petite. That's fine. Some people really... I learned that, like, a lot of people have an issue with, like, petite women. Like, it doesn't matter if they're, like, 30 years old. Like, if she's petite, people just have an like, people just automatically assume that women who are innately petite, even, like, in terms of, like, their... Not even in terms of, like, height, I would say, but just, like, in terms of, like, just overall physique. People, for some reason, think that, like, petite women, like, automatically just translate to, like, a child. I don't get that. Like, I get where, like, the idea comes from, but it's like, I don't know, man. You can't just think that everything is a child, either. I don't know. But then again, I guess the internet is weird in general, so, you know, when... people just get defensive about shit. Or people get accused of being weird because petite women look childlike, gross implication. That's what I'm saying. It's like, here's the thing. Hey, how's everything going? How much have you edited so far? We are 49 minutes in. We are 49 minutes in. We are very, very, very close. Very close to finishing. If I can get to 50 minutes, I'll probably try to push a little bit onward, because I only have to get to like 53, and then that's basically it. You ain't talking about the Yuta type of it? No, he's not talking about that. I hope not. So Momoshiki stopped time for everyone but Boruto. That's not a feat. I also literally saw the panel. He didn't move.
These time spaces come from her...
I mean, think about it like this. When Naruto talks to Kurama, right? They're technically talking in a space that is outside of, like, technically time. Right? They're talking, like, in their own special space where, like, time flows differently, or where, like, they can have full conversations while, like, in the outside world, like, not even a second has passed by. I don't think that makes Naruto immeasurable in speed. How's it going, Lapis?
These time spaces come from her ninjutsu.
The modern moral secular concern over it is based on a neo-Marxist lens of the world that can only see the world through oppressor or oppressed power structures, meaning that those desires, are fundamentally based upon a corrupt power seeking dominance. It's a lot of big words you use there. The world that can only see the world through the oppressor/oppressed power structures. I guess. So you're essentially saying that, like, the people... Yeah, we got a philosopher in the chat. That's what I'm saying. Bro really pulled out ChatGPT. Bro really put on his philosopher thinking cap on. No funny shit? No funny shit? I respect that. I really do. Prepare for trouble and make it double. Yeah. Fundamentally based on a corrupt power-seeking dominance. Like, Itadori lit does the same with Sukuna, so Itadori is a measurable speed. Sorry, it got ChatGPT'd. What's that other new, I guess, what's it called? Gemini? What is it, Gemini? That's the new, that's another AI thing that people use now. People stopped using ChatGPT.
These time spaces come from her ninjutsu, Ame no Minaka, and her root time space was going to be wiped out by the ETSO. Considering that these time spaces come from a ninjutsu...
Gemini sucks ass. I heard Gemini is, like, a lot better. Claude. I heard that, like, Claude is, like, worse than Gemini. Gemini is, like, just the best one out of these. I used my homework before and got a 60. Well, that's the fucking problem! You shouldn't be using ChatGPT to help you with your fucking homework. What the fuck's wrong with you? What type of shit is that? Yo, you kids nowadays, I wish I had fucking ChatGPT and AI when I was a fucking kid, dude. You guys got it so easy. Oh, you kids nowadays with your AIs and your ChatGPTs and your Grogus or whatever the fuck they're called, Groks. 1 second. Different. School looked a little different in the Mesozoic era. Aura, how old are you, bro? How fucking old are you, right? You come across as a grown-ass man, too. Don't give me that fucking bullshit. What kind of shit is that? Bro, I was in high school back in, like, the 2010s. What the fuck are we talking about? It's barely 19. I'm fucking weak. Alright. I got a bunch of BB poo-poo babies in my fucking chat. I got a bunch of kids in my chat. Jesus fucking Christ. Barely missing Age. Eon is used to drawing with rocks. Is fucking crazy. You know what's funny? When I was a kid, I found like this like orangey looking stone. There's like orange-ish stone, and I remember like it was like a rock that was like near like my house, and I remember picking up that rock and just like putting it over the concrete like pavement, and it would actually like come out as like orange, and it would almost be like an orange crayon, so it would actually like just mess around and like just make up and like just practice writing and maybe did like a little bit of drawing on my sidewalk. Eon's barber used shovels. What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. What kind of a barber uses a shovel? That just sounds like they're gonna whack me in the head. What the fuck? Yeah, I suppose the biggest issues when you're young were the Black Plague and the Spanish Inquisition. Fuck right off. Fuck right off. Yo. Who's to say La Trafalgar Law would just get crushed by a Naruto Sage Toad? What, you mean the Sage Toads that are smaller than a fucking sea cow at the start of One Piece? Yeah, okay. Yeah. How is he gonna summon that thing fast enough against Law? First pet was a Velociraptor. Honestly, fuck you. Fuck. Damn, I am Unkin. That's still ancient to me. How bad was the asteroid 65 million years ago? Listen here, you little shit. Alright, listen here, you little shit. I am not 65 million years old. Adults with rare growth defects are overrepresented in anime, and everyone knows exactly why. Okay, in that case, you are right about that. It's not a matter of power, it's a matter of who strikes first. 100% Uzumaki Blend, and Law is quantifiably faster. Played OG Fortnite when he was 30. I was like 18 when Fortnite came out, bruh. I was like 17 or 18 when that game came out. What the fuck are you talking about? Scientists are still trying to figure out how the universe was created. Why don't you just tell them? All right, you guys can all you guys can all go fuck yourselves. How about that? You guys can all go fuck yourselves. Bro really said it's not about power. It's about who strikes first. I'm crying as if Naruto characters have better speed feats than One Piece characters. Bro literally has never watched One Piece and it shows. Eon taught calculus on the cave walls. All right. First of all, joke's on you. I almost failed fucking calculus, so joke's on you. Idiot. By neo-Marxism, referring to a combination of the postmodernist philosophic schools descended from the Frankfurt School structuralists and Marxist dialects, which have culturally emerged within the last 4 decades. Yeah, bro's definitely using ChatGPT for this. Yon was alive when the Crudes were I've never even seen that movie. Did they invent fire already when you were a high schooler? Yes, and we also had TVs. Yes, we also had TVs. Fucking Frozen was already coming out. God damn. Eon's so old, his previous last name was Osiris. Alright, I'm going to... I'm going to collectively gather all of you, take you all to Dubai, where I will take you all up to the Burj Khalifa, and I will fucking German suplex each and every one of you. Eon is a campfire story? That doesn't even make sense! Frozen like the Ice Age? Alright. Alright, you know what? Alright. This is just, a good bit of the verse upscale off of the Raikage, the guy who doesn't have an objective light speed feat or statement? Yeah, sure. A good bit of the verse upscales from a guy that says he's almost light speed, and a good bit of the verse doesn't even run as fast as he does. Fantastic. I swear on my entire family's lives that I did not look up any of that on a copy and paste it from AI. Yo, your family's gonna die, bro. If something happens to your family, you know why, Pedge. Don't fuck with me. Now I get why you're bad at math. He was born before it was invented and discovered. Alright, you guys are just mean. Was helping Oda write One Piece Season 1. I wish. I fucking wish. Young, can you power scale the meters that took out the dinosaurs during your time? No, I can't. Jesus Christ.
And her root time... And her root time space was going to be wiped out.
You guys are terrible. You guys are fucking mean. I'm just gonna say it. You guys are fucking mean. All of you. You guys are just bullies. You guys are just taking it all out on me. You guys are just taking it all out on me because you guys are upset at the fact that I can actually legally drink, even though I don't personally care for it. You guys are just jealous. You guys are just jealous that I actually got a chance to go outside and play like a normal child instead of being stuck on my fucking tablets. You guys are just upset. Speaking of cavemen and dinosaurs, have you ever watched Primal? I did watch Primal. I like the fact that there's not a lot of, there's not actually a lot of, dialogue within the series. It's actually quite interesting that they, are able to write the dinosaur and the caveman's personalities. What is it, Scar or Fang and Spear, I think are their names? Something like that. So how was it to witness the birth of light at the beginning of time 13 billion years ago? There you go again, looking up ChatGPT on my grandmother. Took his first shot 30 years ago. That's crazy. There's a myth that most people in One Piece are FTL that has been debunked. I'll give you Luffy MFTL, but not Law. Law did not lodge a light speed beam. Yo, you want to stay there for just a second? Yo, stay right here. Stay right here for just a fucking second. Stay right where you are, bruh. You're really telling me that Law didn't dodge a light speed beam from a pacifista? Fantastic. Yo, these Naruto fans quite literally do not know One Piece speed scaling, and it fucking shows, bruv. It fucking shows, bruv. Alright, where the fuck is the feat? Let me see if I can find it real quick. When the fuck do I start talking about speed? Oh, because I'm in 20 minutes, that's why. Alright, where is it? Foxy, yeah. Yeah, okay. It's over here.
Sepsis.
Give me 1 second. Where the fuck did I put that? Was it this one? No, it wasn't that. Oh, here it is. Here is an image of Law quite literally evading a beam of light without a room even up.
As a matter of fact, he was capable of using shambles to evade a beam of light shot by a pacifista during the pre-time skip. As a matter of fact, he was capable of using shambles to evade a beam of light shot by a pacifista during the pre-time skip. During the same era, Monkey D. Luffy...
You know what? Let me do this. Let me even make this easier for you. Let me just make this easier for you by just showing you from right here. I'm just going to show you right here. I'm going to just extend it. I'm just going to extend it out for you. Here, let me just delete this and just spread this out and then actually stretch it out. Give me 1 second. Here it is. The entire feat. Look, no room is out. No room is out. He is standing there, not even active yet. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. Law, just out here. Let me just speed it up a little bit. Yeah, there. Here you go. Oh, the pacifista just standing there. No edits, by the way. No edits whatsoever. Law basically sits there and says, "You know my name?" Law basically stands there, sits there, says, "You know my name?" It charges up the beam of light. It shoots it. Law doesn't move yet. Oh, but look at that. Look at this. And because I have to go downstairs real quick and I have to do something. And look at this. Look at this. Just walks away from it. Just walks away. Not even a scratch. Oh, man. Yo, don't you just love it when people say shit about One Piece that they don't actually have ever seen? Man, you know what really helped those One Piece Naruto fans in their place? If you made a video showcasing One Piece FTL scaling and how ridiculously easy people scaled to it. If only that existed. Yeah, isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? Oh, look at that. Now Lost spawning a room. Fantastic. Okay, but I don't need to watch 1,000 just to know the scaling, which I already know. One Piece, they cap at mountain level? Wow, I guess they cap at mountain level. Man, I guess Luffy literally fighting 2 guys that can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal caps at only mountain level. Man. Yeah, no, you don't watch One Piece Uzumaki Blend, so I'm just going to give you the benefit of doubt and say that, you know what? You just don't know what you're talking about, therefore I don't really need to have much more of a discussion with you. But anyway, guys, give me a few minutes. I'm going to go downstairs. I gotta go take care of something. Or in this case, pick something up. I will put up a video for you guys. Let me put up something for you guys. You said Boruto versus YouTube. You know what? Why the fuck not? Yeah, sure. We're gonna do Boruto versus YouTube. Does it feel like people are abandoning? I keep seeing clips of a guy saying the scaling doesn't matter, the writer keeps blowing up, the recent One Piece even got... What recent One Piece event got people mad? People are always going to be mad about shit because they don't like the idea that the verse is strong, therefore they have to tell themselves, well, you know, it's inconsistent, the author just genuinely doesn't care.
Hello everyone. It's been a minute since I did a...
Bro is really a hypocrite. Bro said your name is Strawhead, dude. Stop being an anime character. And your fucking profile picture is Madara Uchiha and fucking says Uzumaki in the name. Yeah, okay.
Yo, but
I swear to God, people really just do not have self-awareness sometimes. I find
Hey, this is Bubbles. This is my first time on the channel. I appreciate Troy for having me. My channel will be linked in the description. I do lots of JJK content and Naruto as well. So if you like this video, definitely check out my videos.
Yeah, he makes really amazing content and he's a bit of a JJK expert. But moving on from that to the actual topic is gonna be Boruto versus Yuta. What makes this matchup interesting isn't the fact that, you know, they're both similar at all in power levels or even similar type of fighters. They're just both swordsmen who have a bunch of potential, specifically the potential to be either the strongest or second strongest within their respective universe. And with Yuta debuting in the Cullen games within this week's JJK episode, I thought of no better matchup than against someone who I've basically talked about in every video, that being Boruto. Starting with Boruto, even though I've scaled him multiple times on this channel, I'll just give you a quick rundown of his powers, abilities, and just where he generally scales. Starting with attack potency or AP, Boruto or the Boruto universe, they pretty much start at the end of Shippuden, or at least that's where the Boruto top tiers start at, and this is with Kaguya. Kaguya comes around and she's able to casually create dimensions that hold stars and planets, and even destroy these same dimensions with the expansive true-seeing orbs. This is pretty much the height of her abilities and what she can do at the very highest, which many people think that she scales to, many people think that she don't, but luckily in Boruto we have direct statements that not only scale the characters above her, but scale them above all of her abilities, which is, you know, pretty good for scaling because you don't even have to scale specifically Boruto to this one attack that's used in like one chapter, which is typically the issues you come into contact with when trying to scale people to certain AP and attacks. But after doing such feats and losing to Naruto and Sasuke, who arguably aren't even stronger than her at the end of Shippuden, someone named Momoshiki comes around, who is basically what Kaguya was terrified of, and then he fuses with the other person she was terrified of, that being Kenshiki. And with this, they are pretty comfortably above the likes of Kaguya, and they end up losing to a amped up Naruto and Sasuke, who are stated to have the strongest offensive and defensive ninjutsu in history. That means that this would scale above things like the expansive true-seeing orb, which is of course a ninjutsu. But it doesn't stop there, because Boruto doesn't just surpass Naruto and Sasuke. No, he surpasses beings that are far above Naruto and Sasuke. After Naruto and Sasuke get all of their amps and they train over the time skips and just continue honing their abilities, they come into contact with their greatest foe yet, that being Jigen or Ishiki Otsutsuki. Ishiki, while not even utilizing his full capabilities due to him having a bad vessel, is able to pretty much toy around with Naruto Naruto and Sasuke and leave them at death's door without even breaking a sweat. He only really starts to crack and fold once he realizes that he just played around too much. And you may be thinking, well, you know, that's what Boruto pretty much caps out at, but there's a extra layer to this because someone named Code comes around to be even stronger than Jigen, right? So already starting at the base level of Kaguya reaching these star or solar system levels of power, then you have Momoshiki who can pretty much scare her and beat her up, then you have Jigen who can beat someone who beat up Momoshiki, and then you have Code who can do Jigen even dirtier than what he would do Naruto and Sasuke. Boruto at the start of the time skip is able to completely toy around with Code and defeat him in chapter 3 with pretty much no difficulty. He even holds back the attack that he used to defeat Code just to kind of further his plans and agenda to save the planet. So just to put into perspective, Boruto is way higher than these levels. When I said like Kaguya is where it starts, that's truly where it starts because Kaguya is the weakest person that Boruto kind of scales above. She would get beat up the worst per se. She's like nothing compared to his power. But just for the sake of this video and just for the sake of not going too in-depth and getting complex, we can say he scales to Kaguya, right? He scales to these star solar system levels, and with his weaker jutsu such as the Uzuhiko, he can make the entire planet shake even while holding back. Boruto is truly, at least in the power department, a force to be
Really sorry about the...
And his speed is no different.
Really
Boruto
sorry
or the
about the
Naruto
wait,
universe
guys.
Had many faster than light
Creation of the
statements or
universe.
light
He was
speed
there when the Big
statements.
Bang
And
happened.
judging from what I
That
just
would
said
put
about
me at
Boruto
older
pretty
than the
much no
universe
different
itself then.
universe
What the
with
fuck?
Naruto Shippuden. You should be kind of understanding where I'm about to go with this, and that these light speeds and faster than light statements that they had prior in Naruto, Boruto just scales way above. I mean, things like Kirin, things like the Light Fang, even Delta's light beams, Boruto would just be able to easily evade and easily outspeed due to people far weaker being able to do these same feats. And with even recently Chidori Sarada in the Boro fight having a faster than light statement, you can pretty much slap that on top of Boruto as well and say he scales pretty comfortably and gigantically above feats performed by a kid Sarada who had a 3 Tomoe Sharingan using Chidori for the first time. So we have Boruto pretty much comfortably at star level or solar system level, whichever one you want to go with casual holding back planet busting attacks, and then on the speed end he's
Probably large planetary based off the difference between him and weaker characters. Alright, well, back to this.
And her root time space was going to be wiped out by the ETSO. Considering that these time spaces come from a ninjutsu and the TSO are specifically stated to null all ninjutsu, I have
no reason to believe, yeah. Oh, you guys are, they were talking about like the planetary, let me see what the fuck they were talking about. I didn't actually watch this. Boruto's AP. They're comparing it to this?
which is of course a ninjutsu. But it doesn't stop there because Boruto does
What they say here?
defensive ninjutsu in history. That means that this would scale above things like the expansive True Seeing Orb, which is of course a ninjutsu.
It would only scale above it because these things get countered by Sage Mode, and Naruto's fucking Kurama avatar with Sasuke's majestic attire Susanoo would be coded in 6-path Senjutsu, which just counters this thing. This thing loses to them because it gets countered by it. It's not because it has higher attack potency. What the fuck are we talking about? Kaguya's creation scales to her physicality? No, it does not. It does not at all. Here, when you show me Kaguya physically creating a universe, then I'll believe it, alright? When you show me her literally grabbing planets, debris, and all this crap and then putting it all together, sure, I'll believe it.
considering that these time spaces come from a
Ameno Menaka is stated to be a...
that these time spaces come from a ninjutsu and the TSO are specifically stated and the TSO
right here?
and the T
I'm going to need an arrow! Actually, no. If you're going by what you're going to actually make a reasonable take on One Piece verse being weaker, then I'll consider. If you're going to actually make a reasonable take, except the One Piece verse isn't weak. I don't know what makes you even remotely believe that it is weak. Well, besides the fact that you don't actually watch One Piece or read it, but yeah. Text media. No, not text media. I don't need text media right now. I need generate solid pattern. Let's go throw in some green in here. Sure. And then we will simply edit this over here. What? No, we need a circle. What the fuck are we doing here? We're not going with squares. We're no squares.
The ETSO. Considering that these time spaces come...
Unironically, you're the weakest one here? That's crazy. Episode 1 Naruto stomped? Yo, you gotta, sometimes people just believe shit, like, they just genuinely believe shit, and it's just gotta be, like, the funniest thing ever, bruv. Yo, that's funny. Sometimes people just believe certain things. They just gotta sit there and it's just funny, man. It's just genuinely funny.
Considering that these time spaces come from a ninjutsu and the TSO, are specifically stated to null all...
Okay, yeah, it has to be rage bait. 100,000 billion trillion % it has to be fucking rage bait, dude. There's no way. Where the fuck's the TSO negating what's his face? Oh, there it is, ninjutsu. There it is. Why do I need to read a Spanish Bible for 10 years to realize that the verse is actually bums? Because this is not a Spanish Bible. It's not a Spanish Bible at all. It's just a story, like any other, just like Naruto. It's got maybe 400 extra chapters. It's maybe a little over twice as long. Not really. A little over 1.5 times long, but anyway. I mean, you don't have to read it, you don't have to watch it, but you can also try to make a genuine claim and say, hey man, I don't read or watch it. Maybe I shouldn't make an overgeneralization of a series that I haven't watched. You know, something you could learn, Uzumaki Blend. Here, let me teach you something that you could just learn, especially for me. You know, when people come into my chat and they ask me who do I think would win between, like, let's say Deku Midoriya and Tanjiro Kamado from Demon Slayer, you know what I tell them every time? I say I have no idea because I don't know the scaling of the verses. When anybody asks me, oh, who do you think would win between, I don't know, fucking Guldo from Dragon Ball or fucking Sailor Moon, I say I've never watched Sailor Moon for the purposes of power scaling. You know why? Because I don't want to make a generalization or say that I know something that I actually don't know. If you've never actually gone out of your way to read One Piece, which, mind you, is completely fine. I'm not going to tell you you have to read it or watch it. I don't think it's necessarily reasonable or fair for you to say, then that's just blatant ignorance. It's not blatant ignorance. How is that ignorance? If anything, it would be ignorant of me to say, hey, this character beats this character because... there is no because, just because I say so. That is ignorant. But anyway. Eon, he's not multi-continental silver, he's mountain level and hypersonic, and you, my friend, are put on a 5-minute timeout. Yeah. You, my friend, are put on a 5-minute timeout. How about that? Bro really said it's ignorant to say, yo, I'm not gonna scale series that I don't know about. That I don't know a single damn thing about. Maybe you should take a page off of that book, man. I don't know. But you know what? You have free will. You can do as you please.
And the TSO are specifically stated to null all ninjutsu. I have no reason to believe that her attack potency is actually within the realm of star level, let alone anything above planetary.
Just because there is a star there, the entirety of this time space is created. I have no reason to... The TSO are also generally considered hacks. I have no reason to believe that even if there was a star in here, that the jutsu, that the entire time space itself, the entire time space, yeah, okay. The time space itself, there is dead ass versus battle going around on TikTok, Instagram, and it's Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo versus Yami from Black Clover. That's funny as fuck. Yami should neg. Doesn't really have internal anti-scaling branch. I don't know what the fuck that, it's on internal anti-scaling branch. One Piece anti-feats are nearly non-existent. Unsubbing, by the way, never watching your stream or your videos again. You just lost yourself a viewer, so later you can think about it alone in a corner. Oh no, boo-hoo, somebody doesn't want to watch my channel. Oh my god. Oh geez, oh god. A single person didn't want to watch me. Oh man, I'm so sad. I'm heartbroken. Yo, how will I ever recover from this loss? Guys, how will I ever financially recover from this? But he isn't beating Saruto Uchiha. That is funny. That is funny. Yo, some people really think of themselves as some people really think of themselves as him and or her. Like, oh yeah, without me, oh man, how will you ever move on? Oh, the planet stopped spinning. Oh, my money stopped coming in. Oh, I no longer have water coming into my house because Uzumaki Blend 717 chose to unsubscribe. Dude, I don't care, dude. And if people don't want to watch my channel, that's completely fine. If I need to pivot content, that's completely fine. If I need to do anything to change it up or whatever, that's completely fine. I don't get it, man. Some people really just take all this shit to heart. Is the jutsu legit chakra dependent? I'm kind of done with Naruto discussions, to be honest. You said what now? Boruto, 2 blue vortex, burrito. I gotta stop saying burrito every time I'm thinking about writing something, because every single time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Let me just make sure. 26. Chakra dependent. I mean, it's a jutsu, so it has to be chakra dependent. He's probably just using the Earth's rotational force. But motherfuckers will unironically say you just lost a sub and expect you to react like Namek is about to explode. Lobster is no longer buttery. That's what I'm saying. Uzumaki Blend was the Uzumaki Blend, and all these people that unsubscribe because they don't like me telling them that I don't have to agree with their opinion. Honestly, all the time, all I ever really get from them is just like, oh man, yo, without you, my steak is no longer gonna be juicy. My crops will from here on out no longer be bountiful. My juice won't be juicier. My fruit won't be fruitier. My clothes won't be as clean at the laundromat. You know, I don't know, man. Yeah, if Eon pivots to Fairy Tail feet tier list, channel is completely fine. Alright, subbing by the way, always watching your streams and videos. You just gain yourself a viewer so you can think about it together with friends, not in a corner. Thank you, Lasso. I really appreciate that, man. Incorporates the planet's chakra. Its rotation, I take it as just rotation, or the planet needs to have chakra, whatever that means. Yeah. Let me see that again. Let me just open that up again. Okay, so it's just the Boruto standing there and talking to him. What did you do to me? Enjoyed thinking of it as a biting counterattack from this planet that you were trying to destroy. From this planet, the planet incorporates the planet's chakra, its rotation. That's what Uzuhiko is. The power that is rushing through your body right now will never dissipate, just like how a planet will never stop spinning. It clearly doesn't have, like, nature energy into it, and obviously the planet must have some level of chakra to it. He's probably just using the planet's rotational force, and he's calling it chakra. I don't know, man. He was also 1 million power in Rise of Kingdoms. Did Gooning already exist when you were born? No, Gooning didn't exist when I was born. As a matter of fact, no one had sex until I was born. Jesus Christ. I was the first person. Dude, I can't fucking do this. Where is Uzumaki? He better get back here. Eon's losing a sub. That's what I'm saying, bro. You guys, without him being here, without this person being here, yo, we will never, ever, ever be able to recover from this. There's no point in having conversations. It'll all just become bland, you know what I mean? All right, but anyway, that's enough of that. No reason to keep piling on that. That's in the past. Let's move on. Let us move on to bigger, better things. Yeah. Let me just cut this one out and just do this. A lot of your opinions, and I'm still here. Yeah, I don't agree with a lot of your opinions, and I'm still here. Same. I can provide the chapters for feats of you. I don't want the chapter. Just stop, please. All right. The jutsu, these time spaces originate from a ninjutsu. So they know all ninjutsu, and this thing does not expand that quickly. So why? I have no reason to believe it did exist. It was called fapping back then. All right.
That her attack potency is actually within the realm of star level, let alone anything above planetary. Especially if I were to agree that the TSO are existence erasure. If the TSO
are existence erasure, therefore that means that they don't necessarily have conventional attack potency. They just erase whatever they touch. Therefore, it is a Hack's ability, so it does not matter how powerful you think Kaguya is, she does not inherently scale to them. These dimensions are created. These dimensions are created from a ninjutsu. The ETSO is just a bigger TSO that is nulls all ninjutsu. Let me just move this up. I have no reason to believe that nulls all ninjutsu. I have no reason to believe that this byproduct, it's one word. Byproduct's one word. I may never know how to use my goon techniques again now that 1 in a million subs has been lost with FTL speeds. If you're gonna rage bait, at least make it realistic. I have no reason to believe they scale above country. Bro hit him with the Eon argument. He said, I have no reason to believe they scale above country level. He hit him with the Eon. Black Clover is country, translating I support Israel, glory to Netanyahu. Let's hopefully not get political in here. You need to be saying more believable things, like Black Clover being town level. Yo, that's funny. Alright, I have no reason to believe that this byproduct of a ninjutsu wouldn't simply get nullified or erased by an ability that is specifically stated. I have no reason to believe that this byproduct wouldn't simply get nullified or erased by an ability that is specifically stated to nullify and erase jutsu. Erasing the root time space. Erasing time space. Root time space means she's going to have to make a new root dimension. Or create. Okay, let me just fix this. Nope. No. Yes. That this byproduct of a ninjutsu wouldn't simply get erased by wouldn't simply be erased, get nullified or erased by an ability that is specifically stated to nullify and erase ninjutsu, erasing the root time space. The root time space only implies Save exclusive domain where she can directly extract chakra from the Donobi stable. Erasing the root time space only really implies that Ameno Minaka. Creation feats do not equal AP. Creation does not equal AP. Equal. Creation doesn't equal AP. Okay. Creation does not equal. What is your opinion for flirting? Is calling women lesbians a W-Riz strategy? I say don't think about it too much. Like, if you're actually being serious, I don't really... Well, I think you're not being serious at all, considering, you know, the fuck? Oh, test results. Cool. One second. Anyway, when it comes to flirting, you don't really need to think about it too much, right? Just find a person that is obviously, that you're having a good conversation with, and just see where things go. I know it sounds like very simplistic. I had a debate, and he said ETSO solves in a cross-verse topic, then later caught him saying ETSO is useless in a 1v1 whenever an inverse topic. It's hilarious. Yeah, people will literally change opinions on the fly just to, you know, win an argument. Some would call it grifting.
Especially if I were to agree that the TSO are existence erasure. If the TSO are existence erasure itself, then that means that their capacity to destroy objects specifically comes from hacks and not attack potency. The TSO can't be both existence erasure and also have star level attack potency because both concepts inherently contradict one another. Regardless,
these dimensions are created from a ninjutsu. The ETSO is just a bigger TSO that nulls all ninjutsu. I have no reason to believe that this byproduct of a ninjutsu wouldn't simply get nullified or erased by an ability that is specifically stated to nullify and erase ninjutsu. Erasing the root time space is only really implies that she just has to make another one with Ame no Minaka. Creation doesn't equal AP. Okay. People can change their opinions 100%. People can change their opinions, but when you're saying it in such like a drastic case where it's like the TSO solos cross-verse, then it doesn't, it's completely useless. I don't know, man. It doesn't sound... I agree with the notion, and you can 100% give people the... I'm just back. I just read through the Eon files. It was disgusting. Let me ask you a question, Julio. You said release the Eon files, and now you said you just read them. So either A, you had the Eon files this entire time, and you can fucking put them out, or B, and more importantly...
The Eon files must not be that big if you just finished reading them like 3 hours later. Not even 3 hours, technically less than an hour and a half earlier. Oh, fun cross-verse idea. The Bender militaries. Yo, that... when you said Bender, I don't know... yeah, versus the Ninja Alliance. I do not watch enough Avatar for that, dude. I can give Avatar a look at. My hockey surpassed even time and space, even yours, Eon. No, the fuck it does not. Okay. Within the realm of star level, let alone anything above planetary. Especially if I were to agree that the TSO...
You cannot, if you believe TSO are hacks, if you believe the TSO are hacks, then they have then you cannot argue star level AP, star level / universal AP. If you the TSO are existence erasure, aka hacks. If you believe the TSO are existence erasure, aka hacks, then you can't argue the ETSO has star level AP. Star level or above AP. AP. Existence. AP. If you believe the ATs are existence erasure, aka hacks, then you can't argue that either they destroy everything they touch, or they have an AP threshold. Touch, or I'm gonna make this like 18. Yeah, that's better. The ETSO, if you either they erase everything they touch, or they have an AP threshold. Hacks anything that cannot be inherently quantified, abilities that inherently affect concepts, or abilities that cannot be inherently quantified count. Ah, shit. Abilities. Hacks can be used to describe. Can be used to describe abilities. Describe abilities that cannot be quantified. Hacks can be used to describe abilities that can't be quantified by any reasonable metric. Usually affecting That's fine. That's fine. Yami's Dimension / Hacks or AP. 6 specifically says that, mind you, I don't really know Black Clover power scaling like that. 6 has made many claims to me before that AP in Black Clover, your magic does scale to your attack potency. There are certain spells that I do think could be classified as hacks. He's told me otherwise, so I can't tell you, but it boils down to if you can find a statement, either you can find a statement that could be easily interpreted as you scale to your magic, which if I remember right, 6 has done before to me in the past, and if you can't find anything of the sort, then you can argue that the Dimension / essentially has whatever APs Yami has, but it also allows him to cut through dimensional structures, which, I don't know. Black Clover is one of those things that I'm thinking about getting into. Definitely considering it, but I'm not there right now to be the person who you can ask. What are your thoughts on science-based lifting? There is a right and wrong answer. Like science-based, like, workouts. I think I saw a guy, when I was watching something across this guy named the Liver King, I got a couple of, like, science-based, not science-based, more so, like, lifting, controversy, drama. And one of them was in regards to a guy, some like white dude with glasses that was like actually doing like science-based lifting. Pretty jacked dude, mind you. And he was talking about, specifically, you know, how certain workouts or certain body types at certain thresholds, etc., could allow a person to like maximize their gains. In certain cases, you can either push a person or not. Would you rather be a gay man in JJK or a lesbian in the fairy tale verse? Definitely a lesbian. Definitely a lesbian. Emu has to get wet and steamy for the story to be at an all-time high right now in the final war arc. All the viewers would be reading one-handed absolute cinema. Why the fuck would you tag me in that? Couldn't you have just... Why the fuck would you tag me in that? Like, genuine question. What... Under what facet of reason... did you think it would be an interesting... Why not just write that in the thing without having to tag me in it? I would have just glazed over it. What the fuck? Now I guess I'm answering my own fucking question. Jesus. There are billions of ways to prove Jami scales. You don't even need to prove magic scales to your AP. Okay. See, like, say 6 says he can prove it. Listen, I can't disagree with him because I don't fucking know. I can't disagree because I don't know. I genuinely don't feel comfortable telling you guys whether or not it's hacks or AP because I just haven't read Black Clover like that. There are a billion ways to prove it. Let's see. Why can't I see some messages in chat, but they appear on screen? I definitely put live chat up, so it should definitely pop up. Maybe YouTube's like blocking them out. The way I see it, there is a given hacks by a grimoire. Grimoire. Nice. And I think it's Grimmow. Grimoire. Oh no, Grimmoir. Yeah, it's OIR. And when they gain more mana on their hack skills with them, not the other way around. Okay. You're already squabbling with somebody else. Handle your ones. Alright, shit. Handle your ones is crazy. Yo, Jeff is a troll. Yo, you are a fucking troll, my guy. Like being bored, able to cut a dimension with 1 mana level, 2 dimensions at 2 mana level. I don't know about that. What instance would be gay be an option? The females in Fairy Tail are banging. Yeah, at that point, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I mean, yeah. Would you rather crack a Stolfo or a Siberian tiger? Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. That's big. Oh, that... Dude, look at the size of this thing's head. They have to tie down its fucking paws. I am in fucking tears. There is no way that's a real image. Dude, that's a pickup truck. You know how many people can fit behind a pickup truck? That's a fucking pickup truck, dude. Jesus Christ, this thing's big. That's just how they grab their young. Yo. How about neither? How about I just have free will and I don't have to crack either? If Ibu got steamy, that would end my One Piece fatigue. Alright. Alright. Fantastic. You misspelled emu, by the way. You wrote the animal. Did you guys know that in Australia, there was a war that it was apparently lost to emus? Yeah. Australian war on emus. Yeah, they had an actual war against emus. It was kind of crazy. The 1932 Emu War in Australia was a failed military-led nuisance wildlife control operation in Western Australia. Roughly 20,000 emus destroying crops led to soldiers deploying with Lewis guns, yet the birds' speed and evasive guerrilla tactics resulted in minimal casualties, leading to widespread media ridicule and military withdrawal. Imagine losing a war to a bunch of fucking flightless birds. Could not be me. Under no circumstance could not be me. Anybody want to talk about how Australia in 1932 specifically lost a war against emus? I bet that wouldn't happen nowadays. I bet in good old 2026 we have definitely improved our military and weapons-based tactics. You know, do you agree that Ivankov is top 10 best looking in One Piece? You know what? Ivankov can be both a man and a woman, and they can get pretty hot as a woman. Yeah, why not? Ivankov is probably top 10, especially with that afro. I just seen a trailer that says the new Isekai Knight knows how to game the system. This is absurd. What the fuck is the quality? Where is this coming from? I have no clue what you're talking about, dude. Yeah, Eva's definitely up there. Are you really thinking about this? Thinking about what? That's big. Looks at the size of that thing's head. Alright. Tiger's big as fuck. That's what I'm saying, bro! Yo, you are just expecting me to believe your claims without substantiation. This is funny. Tiger's big as fuck. Is this the size problem? It's a fucking animal. Yeah, but I'm not fucking a goddamn child, nor am I fucking a femboy. Speaking of isekai. Listen. If you're put in a position where you're either told to be wait, I don't know how old Astolfo is. You know what? I'm just gonna assume Astolfo's a fucking kid. If you had a position where you are being put in a potential position where they're asking you, would you rather be a pedo or would you rather be an animal fucker? I think to some fucking unethical moral extent, or I guess I should say ethically moral extent, maybe just saying no to both is probably, objectively speaking, the best answer possible. But either way, I have to see how big the tigers are. Sometimes tigers are kind of smaller. Not to say that I would have fucked it if it was any smaller, but still. Speaking of isekais, how about that one about the mustache man being reincarnated as a teenage girl? Oh, right, that one's just weird. Would you really be a lesbian in Fairy Tail over glazing your king in person? I'm not getting close enough to my king. I am not getting close enough to Sukuna for that man to not slice my head off without him thinking I'm at least interesting in terms of JJK. And if I'm born without a curse technique, there's no way I can glaze him, so I'd rather just not live in that world. How about that? 6, are you really arguing being able to cut a dimension is not hacks? How do you know that there's no birds in the chat? I don't know. If you're a bird in the chat, sound off. Reinforcement magic is a bit different than output and properties of different spells. Like Yami uses reinforcement and his massive muscles to fling darkness magic because it's slow on its own. You know, something funny, the farmers were able to stop the ebus by simply putting up fences. Yo, why is she trending? Because people are asking me whether or not I want to fuck a goddamn fucking femboy, dude. And I'm just going to constantly say no because I don't want to. I am talking about quality of the anime specifically. It's absurd, the motion framing perspective. Fair. By the time they cleaned and chained their ammo, those shitty muskets he was on them. That's what I'm saying. When reincarnated was stated to be able to destroy the world, and this is multiple chapters after the dimensional slash. What do you think of the theory that Emu is evil because Lily cheated on them with Joy Boy? I will crash out if that's the fucking reason, but it'd also be pretty funny. It'd be some real, it would be some real... Honestly, that would probably make Emu the most... And just hear me out. I'll look them up. Astolfo. Fate, I'm assuming. Fate? Right here. This is Astolfo. This is essentially the character that they're asking. I think it would be crazy because that would probably make Emu the most toxic masculine character in all of fucking One Piece. Like like a girl cheated on them, therefore now they must destroy the entire planet and flood the world. What kind of shit is that? Bro, she just said no. I would crash out. Would Minato give Sukuna a run for his money? Let me ask you this. Do you think Minato's kunai can withstand Sukuna's slashes? Do you think his kunai could tank a Sukuna slash? If the answer is no, domain expansion turns them into pieces and Minato automatically loses. Like, he has no answer to fucking domain expansion. You basically have to argue that the Reaper Death Seal is faster than the speed of light. And you'd also have to argue that Minato would just randomly just use Reaper Death Seal at the very fucking start of a fight. Yeah, it isn't possibly worth it. Isn't the possibility worth it? Possibility of what? It's really not, though. It's really not. Sukuna likes both men and women. What the fuck told you that? This motherfucker doesn't love anybody. Where you scale Madara spreading the god tree roots from the planet, or do you think that's hacks? It's not so much that I think it's hacks. I can tell you that, I'll put it like this. Let me show you something. You know when like Madara spreads the roots of the planet, like there's literally no external structural damage to the entire verse? Like, as soon as this shit goes away, oh no, I have to do the whole like Sasuke thing first. Fuck me. Damn it. Alright, give me 1 second. Now I gotta go all the way here. Yeah. Yeah, there's like no structural damage anywhere, dude. Yeah, there's like no structural damage anywhere. Everything's just back to normal. No one ever once mentions that there's like these massive fucking trees just destroying their houses. Nobody's house is destroyed. There's no structural damage to the ground or anywhere near them. Like, yeah, I mean, I'll give you planetary range. I will 100% grant you planetary range and distance. I will not give you planetary attack potency. I have no objective reason to believe it. Girl with a penis or a guy with ass. You're basically asking me a man or a man because women don't have penises. At least, like, no, just no. I'd rather, how about neither? Show that at a point, the world-bending spell is even seen as fearful. Emu being red pill could be fun. It could be funny. That's real shit. That's what I'm saying. That would make him a simp. That would make the One Piece villain that literally created an entire fucking world government a dark dystopian society just because a woman said no. That's crazy. I don't even know if that would technically make you a simp. You know, Minato can one-top Sukuna with a finger, right? Give me the one feat where Minato used a single figure to one-shot somebody. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, I swear to God, I get some of the worst. Like, here's the thing. I would at least entertain the conversation about Minato beating Sukuna, and I get your name is Mina Goat. Guess what? Minato is my favorite Naruto character as well. Unless you believe his... Well, he can't do it. Well, why can't he do it? Because there's no feat of him ever using a single figure to defeat somebody. A. And B. Because Minato doesn't have a jutsu that ever uses a single finger. And C, because you have to genuinely believe that his kunai can withstand domain expansion. And I'm sorry to tell you this, I don't have a single objective reason to believe Minato can throw a kunai over 200 meters before Sukuna, for whatever fucking reason, just doesn't start off the fight with a domain expansion when he literally does. Literally used a domain expansion against a quote-unquote special grade fucking curse, dude. But he's catching Sukuna off guard with prep time? What prep time? Why would I grant them prep time? I don't consider that bullshit. Why would I give a character prep time? Under what reason do I have to give a character prep time? Kanji Sekka, which would be universal. Yo, 6 is just going at it now. Yo, y'all really putting 6's universal, low complex outer versal Black Clover to the test. You know what? Let me see it, King. Fight for this shit, 6. You got it, King. Since when does it explicitly state that Yami is hurt by this attack? Yo, yo, this is multiple people. Yo. I'm crying. Wait, since when do you have to explicitly state? Yeah. 6. Imu is Sanji if he locked in after being rejected. That's crazy, bro. We laugh, but the women knowing their worth is a legit plot point multiple times in history. That's crazy. Here's the thing, I would honestly give it to Lily, though, because that means she basically chose a guy who wanted freedom, A nice chill dude in the form of Joy Boy. That would technically make Joy Boy the exact opposite of a toxic man. Emu is a woman anyway. Immortal baddie with a fatty. You got problems, bro. Name one woman in One Piece, not named Big Mom, that has a fatty. But he's catching Sukuna off guard with prep time? Yeah, no. Emu, the Andrew Tate fan that showed up last stream. That's crazy. What if Emu is jealous of Lily because she's with Joy Boy and made the world government in response? Yeah, that's basically what we're talking about. Also, Sukuna got blitzed by a Gojo holding back. Gojo was holding back? I don't know about that, bro. He said he gave him everything he had, so you would actually be objectively wrong on that. Minato isn't Batman? That's what I'm saying. Doesn't really need prep time for Sukuna. How does he beat domain expansion? How does he beat domain expansion? Where do you scale in terms of AP? I'll give him Continental to be nice. I'll give him Continental, but I really don't have a reason to give him anything above that. Country to multi-continental? Yeah, I think that's fair. I'll give him Planetary if people are complaining about, I'll give him Planetary when I do Luffy versus Naruto. I'll upscale him to Planetary. A, B, or C. What is the Hidden Cloud Village? What is the Hidden Cloud Village? I have no context for this question. What the fuck are you asking me? We see him physically straining when using it, and he states his whole body is in pain, and he can only do about 2 more dimensional slashes. If you have disc, I can send you the scan. You can also just tell me to pull up the scan. Actually, no, I have to do my work. What the fuck am I doing? I'm just reading chat at this point. Wait, no, that's not it. Okay, here we go. 30 seconds left. Okay, let's just finish off these last 30 seconds, and then we'll, what's more likely is that Emu is a legit child that doesn't age, but unlike Luffy, they act like a spoiled child. So, Viola has a fatty. Viola does not have a fatty. Viola 100% does not have a fatty. Viola, One Piece. Dude, I just need a break. I just need a break from, like, editing. Oh. Okay, I'm just gone, dude. I'm just gone. I'm just fucking gone. Viola. You know what? I'll do it like this. Oh, that was the Naruto wiki. I'm fried. I'm just fucking gone, dude. I need a break. I definitely need a break. Viola. She has normal One Piece woman physiology. She does not. That is not a fatty. This lady is thin, and there's nothing wrong with that, but that is not a fatty. It's also nothing wrong with having a fatty. Or being fat, just to be clear. Lily told Emu to get his money up. She told him to get your paper up is crazy. Because Dimension Slash drains a lot of magic. Chapter hugging Sukuna just to toy with him. You're gonna pull up a panel of Gojo. You're gonna pull up a panel of what? Gojo pulling up to Sukuna to fire a red at his face. Something he's never done to anyone else because he's never needed to. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro literally had to get up in front of Sukuna in order to fire a red. You're saying, oh yeah, he's toying with him. Yeah, sure. Who died, buddy? Who died? He isn't blitzing anyway. Maybe with his first hollow purple. That was his last hug to Megumi. That's what I'm saying. He means that the top 3 ninja of the Cloud Village are just the alphabet. Oh, A, B, and C. Ah. What is this? The Hidden Cloud Village? Oh, I see what you mean. My bad. My bad. You were responding to me, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was just me being stupid. Brain fart on my end. My fault. So we're going to talk about the Hikari image? You want to talk about the Hikari image? Yeah. This is what my fucking chat likes to send to me. In fucking Discord. This is what our chat's like. You guys want to join up in here and dogpile on Eon and also post animal pictures? Animal pictures? Yeah, you guys can totally do that. We have everything in this Discord. Except gooning. We definitely don't have gooning in the Discord. But you know what? I think that's a bonus. Let's keep it PG-13. Anyway, yeah, somebody said this is me right now. Because I explicitly always state that I will not do anything with Femboys. No matter how much chat wishes to ask me. If you needed context, I mean. Y'all gotta be rage baiting. These arguments, these are the worst arguments. Yo, Six, would you ever be down to, like, just defend, Universal Black Clover and just have people, like, come in and debate you? I would love to make, like, a stream like that, dude. I think that'd be so fucking funny. I'm joking because the Cloud Raikage name scheme. I know. I realized that. I was just being dumb. I couldn't read between the lines. They made her bob like thrice as large in some scenes in the anime. Gojo hugged him to toy with him. Come on, man. Can you not read? No, you're just misinterpreting the scenes, but that's completely fine. You can choose to interpret them however you want. I don't have a reason to entertain. Yeah, there's so much ass right here, right? She got that. There's such a fatty right here, right? It's not totally just the dress. I'd totally be down. That sounds like fun. That would sound like fun. Maybe after I'm done with this video, maybe the weekend after I'm done with this video, I can put up a stream like that. Subs out of the domain when he goes for the finisher after. When is he going for the finisher right afterwards? That's if Sukuna, he lets Sukuna use his hand signs? Fantastic. So how fast do you think Minato can put up a hand sign? How fast do you think Minato can throw kunai? They'll have by right, the hips ratio is crazy. Yeah, I mean, the hip ratio is kind of crazy. Let me look up One Piece women. What if I just type in women? Amazon Lily. Do the women in Amazon Lily have the fatty? What exactly constitute as such? Does Boa Sandersonia have the quote-unquote fatty? Jesus Christ, their hips are so fucking wide. No wonder some of my friends don't like this. Also, Minato stopped a Biju bomb. Fantastic. How is he stopping Sukuna's slashes without ever knowing where or how they're coming at him? Imu strikes me as the kind of person that spends his day raging and arguing with obvious rage bait online. Probably. Who's winning, Boa or Uta? Definitely Uta. Shit kinda got it, bro. I mean, come on. What was her burned in the fight arena? Wait, this is what she would look like after her clothes were burned in the arena? You know what's crazy? I think I've seen people with these exact facial proportions. Fuck. I'm terrible. I'm absolutely terrible, dude. Alright. It can't be all the fucking... What about her? Would you say she has the fatty? Would you guys say she has the fatty? Jeez, I'm objectifying anime women in my fucking stream, dude. What's wrong with me? Would you guys say she's got a fatty? I feel like it's one of those. No hips. All right. What about her? No. Fuck her. No. Whoa. How about? Yo, there's no way someone was just shaped like this. What about her, Ron? Ron definitely does not have a fatty. Under no fucking circumstance does Ron have a fatty. You're reporting? That's crazy. I'm gonna keep telling you, just so you know, Naruto's a medium outshines JJK, buddy. Fantastic. Good for you. Good for you, buddy. Good for you, friend. Look up Charlotte Cinnamon. Charlotte Cinnamon. Oh my god. Charlotte Cinnamon. Where have you been all my life? Guys, do you guys think that Charlotte... Oh my god, there is no... Oda is not for real, bro. This is not... I take back what I said before about her, where she's been all my life. Oda... What do you mean cake? What the fuck do you mean cake? She's literally just all legs. These proportions are just not real, bro. These proportions are just not real. I guess, sure. Now it makes sense why she's so tall. Now it just makes sense because Danji's dad is huge. What about Charlotte Smoothie? We all know Charlotte Smoothie. Charlotte Smoothie 100% has a fatty. Charlotte Smoothie 100,000% has a fatty. There's no reason to even remotely tell me no. She has a fatty. Cinnamon is part of the long leg. I gathered that. No, I gathered that. I know what the long leg tribe is. It's just every time it's just funny. Every time it's just seriously funny. I used to be so deranged by One Piece character designs, but I couldn't even look at without disgust. Not gonna lie, I outgrew it. Yeah. Oh, I missed that. I do have a Discord. I was talking to someone. You fool. You need strong glutes to support all that strength, I guess. All that length, I suppose. Settlement is, yeah, long-lived tribe. Yep. Smoothie got legs for centuries. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, to a certain point, though, it might be too much. Like, to a certain point, it might unironically be too fucking much. Yo, she's also just completely fucked up as a person. Jesus Christ. Stop spouting weakness. No, you guys just have problems. But anyway, alright. Back to work. I feel like that was a good little 10-minute, a little 10-minute break. As an artist, low-key Oda has never missed with his designs. Fair enough. Fair enough. Smoothie got legs for as long as Eon's been alive. So 20-something years. She's got 20-something years worth of legs. Drip is so bad. What are those boots? That's what I'm saying. I can't really speak on the drip. Alright. But Kamui does strain Kakashi disproportionately, just not as much as in the work. How long do these edits take you? This one's 59 minutes, so this has been about, like, what, 3 weeks worth of editing? That actually does line up with, like, my timelines. I usually, for, like, 15 minutes or, like, an hour-long video, it does take me about 3 weeks.
If the TSO are existence
one,
erasure itself, then that means that their capacity to destroy objects specifically comes from hacks and not attack.
Attack potency. If you believe they are if you genuinely believe they are greater than particle style, then it genuinely does not matter. If you genuinely believe that they erase things on a greater scale than particle style, you cannot. Then it does not matter how much powerful their attacks are. So you do have an answer as to who I asked about the Cloud Village. What did you? Can you ask me the question again? 20 astronomical units is crazy. 20 astronomical units is crazy. How do you know he was light speed back then? Can throw a kunai faster than A can run? As on their encounter as a shinobi? No, he's not.
Then
that's not true. Let me see. Scroll too far. Minato throws the kunai, sets them up. Minato throws a kunai, sets them up. The Raikage throws, and Minato simply teleports, and then while the kunai is simply tossed into the air, he simply jabs. And the Raikage is also not almost light speed, at this point especially. Yeah, right here. No, I don't agree at all. I don't agree, and mind you, even if you want to go by the anime scene when Minato kind of twirls the kunai up near A, or I guess I should say he literally just like flings it around himself, still wouldn't count as a light speed feat. B wouldn't count as the kunai itself traveling at it wouldn't count as the kunai traveling at lightning speeds, and 3, it doesn't even get a far distance in. It does not get a far distance in. Who's a better rapper? Kendrick, Hater, Lamarck, Drake, Steen, or Killer B? Maybe Killer B, although I have to give it to Kendrick, Hater, Lamar. I do have to give it to him. Speaking of the Cloud Village, they really like the tactics of trying to kidnap people with unique jutsu and abilities. How would they tap into those genetic abilities if they succeeded? Okay, that's funny. That's a little funny. Okay, that is a little funny. That's a little funny. It's common sense. Kakashi's AP doesn't scale to his Kamui. He is lightning speed. It was just a way to show Minato's speed superiority, not scalable in my opinion. And even then, you'd have to believe that Minato can get a kunai to Sukuna faster than he can just put up his hands. A, B, you'd have to believe that Minato knows he has to stop Sukuna from making those hand signs, and C, Sukuna, who reacted to a EM wave, which is borderline light speed, even if you don't want to say that he has the movement speed, still has the reaction speed, would be able to catch the kunai with his hands, especially if the kunai isn't even lightning speed. So, yeah. Minato loses against Sukuna, has no answers for domain expansion. I don't have a single reason to believe that Minato just throws kunai all over the place at farther than 200 meters. I just don't have a reason to believe it. I don't also have a reason to believe that these kunai are tough enough to withstand Sukuna's slashes. So, Sukuna literally wiped out the entirety of an infrastructure, including all of the scaffolding inside buildings, with his domain expansion, turned everything into dust. I mean, how tough could Minato's kunais be for me to believe that he doesn't just shave them down into nothing? Especially, and why do I have to believe that Minato, especially in any situation, whether he's in a forest or whether he is in a, city, in a city block, why would I believe that Minato just randomly throws a kunai farther than 200 meters? Like, no. Which form is stronger? I have no fucking clue. Potentially Sukuna inside Megumi's body just because he would have an extra curse technique on top of what he already has. Not debating, nor do I really care about this, but let's keep this simple. Does Kakashi and Obito scale to Kamui, yes or no? Yo! Yo, what a crazy ass way to... Wait, okay. So, but easier, light speed adjacent. Exactly. The secretary literally has a light speed transportation jutsu. He asked her to use it to get him to, so it would make it in time, yeah. Meguna, this would be an objectively defined as debating, stop, dodging accountability, provide proof, but claiming... Micro-claiming you aren't a debater or a power scaler. Please prove your claims. Exact Rakai has never been lightspeed. Yeah, so, like, there's really no argument for, like, Minato, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, in every single instance where Minato... Listen, I don't think Minato is a weak character by any means. He's a fucking pain in the ass to deal with under circumstances where either A, he's not dealing with somebody with a better form of teleportation than he has, or B, has an attack that literally just targets everything inside where he can even remotely teleport to. At that point, you basically have to say, yo, Minato is not only in the Naruto verse, you also have to argue, A, Minato would know to just get the fuck out of that location entirely instead of just where his kunais are at, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. Especially even being like 50 meters or even like 10 meters, because usually fights, people usually say they're like 10 to like, what, 30 meters apart? And especially in a scenario like that, it's like, I don't know, man. Why would Minato just instinctively just go to a kunai outside of the range of domain expansion at exactly 200 meters? And why would he just throw a kunai randomly at the range of 200 meters? What are we going to say? That he's fighting inside the Naruto verse and that he would also instinctively just go to one of his houses? Fantastic. Minato just BFR'd himself because he has no way of getting back. When do you want to do the stream? Let's do one next week. I'll do a stream on like Tuesday. I'll probably hype it up, and then I'll set up a date for like maybe Friday. I'll put up a whole thing there. If anybody wants to debate you on Black Clover, they can come on Discord and they can have a chat. If it's 10 or 20 meters, it just helps Minato, to be honest. I mean, 10 or 20 meters doesn't really help out Minato because that just makes it worse in terms of domain expansion. 200 meters, dude. Like, what does Minato do? Throw a kunai at Sukuna that he would then have to place a marker on Sukuna that still just automatically loses to domain expansion because Minato would have to, at any point, teleport. Again, you'd have to believe that he just throws a kunai outside of the range, but he should have none of. Only has infinite speed and a proper setup, and it's very limited in only one direction. That and the domain expansion just destroys the kunai. How is he teleporting back? Like, Minato essentially BFRs himself if he just, for whatever reason, intrinsically just teleports out of the range. If I'm not busy, I could hop on and help explain dimensional scaling if you want. How about this? You and Six talk it over. Let's figure this out next week. You and Six talk it over. I don't see how Sukuna survives a Rasengan. You've seen him survive Hollow Purple. Why the fuck would he survive Rasengan? Rasengan doesn't blow up the body. It's not a virtual mask. Can tank Shrine and attack Sukuna in less than a second. I don't believe he can. Minato has no good durability feats. Minato has no durability feats at all. I have no reason to believe he can tank Shrine. Why would I believe that? Can't Law also BFR people? So, not necessarily. His BFR basically comes from whatever distance his room is, which would be like the size of a mountain to the size of an island. I don't know, man. I would just say they just come back at him if they can cross an island's worth of distance. Can't survive anything like that in Naruto at very weak durability. Well, not necessarily that. It's more so just what Minato's tanking a world-cutting slash. I'm fucking crying. You heard of Death Battle is doing a podcast for Kane versus Alistair? I don't know who the fuck either of those two are. Kane. Who's Kane? Kane as in like the first human born? What the fuck are we talking about? Why are open domains better than closed domains? Not so much because of the open domain basically just allows you to also attack a domain from the outside, destroying its barriers, thus destroying the domain expansion. Do you want me to just be in a call with you during stream? Yeah, you can be in a call with me during stream. I have it like one of those TikTok streams where you can come and ask the person and debate someone. Yeah, like that. Exactly. I'll have the second Discord server up, and people can just join in and just debate you on however they want. We'll give them like 10 to 15 minutes. We'll do like a timeout of like 10 minutes where if the conversation isn't going anywhere or chat doesn't want them to continue, we'll just move on to the next person. What do you scale Gojo and Itadori Yuji at? I don't know. City level? City level? Mountain level? I don't really care. Like, city level, mountain level. I just know Minato's not tanking a domain expansion. I have no reason to believe it. Kane from the Amazing Digital Circus and Alistair from Hasbin Hotel. Oh, that might be fun. That'd be interesting. I don't really check out Death Battle. I haven't even checked out the last Death Battle. Unless you guys really want me to. Not a debater as he's debating. I'm not a debater. Dodge the claims. The Amazing Digital Circus versus Hasbin Hotel. Okay, got it. I'm not a debater, so I don't care about the rules. You're avoiding my question, sir. Fair enough. I mean, I guess if he doesn't abide by debating rules, he's not a debater. I guess, sure. You might like it. Cell versus Metal Sonic. I'll check it out. Okay, so let me do this.
Then that means that their capacity to destroy objects specifically comes from hacks and not attack potency.
You can't have both. You can't have both. Where's the particle style scan? Where's the particle style scan? What? Oh, there we go. Dust release. I didn't write particles. I wrote dust release. Particle style. Go. Okay. You know what? I'll just do it here. I'm not dealing with this. Letters. Flash pillar. Dust. Oh, I never threw in particle style in here. There we go. I need your opinion because I'm getting tired of someone saying Prime Roger over Dummy Reverse Side Rocks. Do you believe that? I don't have a reason to believe it because, they never interact, and I don't know how much stronger Prime Roger is. Disintegrates the target. Okay. Since it disintegrates the target... Okay.
Hacks and not attack potency.
I'll take versus battle at their word, but put Kane at multi-solar system when they have Mr. Frog at like building level. Yo, Mr. Frog from Smiling Friends, that motherfucker literally chucked a tree into the moon. What the fuck are we talking about? Dude, he literally chucked that shit and that shit hit the moon in like a second. What are we talking about? That dude is crazy. Minato sealed the Nine Tails with a hole in his stomach. At most, Sukuna gets a hand while Minato gets the kill. How does Minato get the kill? How does Minato get the kill? You're just saying, like, you're saying he gets the kill. How? How does he do it? By what? By striking him first? How does he strike him first? By getting to him first? How does he outspeed domain expansion? Especially if his kunai is just instantly destroyed. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I think he also shook the sun with the trophies he threw at it. Probably.
TSO can't be both existence erasure and also have star level attack potency because both concepts inherently contradict one another. Regardless, the jutsu is extremely slow, and even if it was going to be the start of a new time space, it didn't even remotely become a factor within the last... The TSO can't be both existence erasure and also have
can't
star
have it
level
be
attack
Hex.
potency because both concepts inherently contradict one another. Regardless, realm
Threshold. I misspelled thresh. Actually, did I let me look up threshold real quick. I don't remember threshold. Ah, it's only 1H. That's why it looked wrong. Okay, it was 1H. I had my suspicions. Okay, there we go. Threshold. If you believe the TSO are a hack, you can't have both. You can't have it both be star level and AP. You can't have it be star level, star, large planetary, solar system, and also argue it erased existence. It can't be. You can't Actually, I think I've already typed that in.
attack potency is actually within the realm where around large planets aim for in the first place. That simply leaves the ET any
Trying to argue Prime Roger got more than twice as strong than DR Rock, so Roger is stronger. The fact that Sengoku isn't certain about Rock's being the strongest rival to Roger, so he gets upscaled. You're telling me he's supposed to be MFTL? What are you guys talking about? It used to skew the debate in your favor. I see no reason why they can't just cane real world. Minato can tank a city block level AP shrine. Not city block level, but sure, for some seconds. No, he can't. Why would he be able to do that? Can you explain to me why he would be able to do that? Because Minato has no durability feats. I'm asking you first to prove to me that he can tank it. Why would I believe that he can tank the attack in the first place? Why would I believe he can tank a regular Sukuna slash in the first place? Trump wants much... Oh, right. How do you hotfix in... Oh, right. Alright. That is enough of that. Why did my friend send me this? You know what? I don't need to... Let me just text her back. Alright. Minato gets hits the head or guts with a Rasengan. Okay. He already aims for the areas anyway. By coincidence, they're both important to RCT. Fantastic. How powerful is Minato's Rasengan? Why do I have to believe that it would one-shot Sukuna? Also, how does he get up close into Sukuna in the first place? How does he beat domain expansion? You're saying, how does Minato get inside Sukuna's range of his domain expansion, which he stands at the center of, without getting up close first? How does he escape domain expansion? What do you think? Minato's just gonna, grab a kunai, run, grab a kunai, throw it, teleport, then grab another kunai, throw it, teleport. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Minato's Rasengan clash with the Ninetales Biju at 16? Right, the Ninetales Biju that was also being sealed away by Kushina weakening it, and a tailed beast bomb that wasn't even fully formed. Yeah, sure. Context is crazy.
Anywhere around large planetary to star to solar system to universal. These time spaces come from her ninjutsu Ame no Minaka, and her root time space was going
You're describing
to be wiped
Minato's
out
storm
by
jutsu. No, the kunai are already flying straight ahead. The kunai are already flying in a direction. Minato's best durability feat is getting stabbed by Kurama's nails, and that's an endurance feat, not even durability. Shiny Yami called light speed fast during his fight with Morgan.
Around large planetary to star to solar system to universal. These time spaces come from her ninjutsu Ame no Minaka, and her root time space was going to be wiped out by the ETSO. Considering that these time spaces come from a ninjutsu and the TSO are specifically stated to null all ninjutsu, I have no reason to believe that her attack potency is actually within the realm of star level, let alone anything above planetary, especially if I were to agree that the TSO are existence erasure. If the TSO are existence erasure itself, then that means that they
TSO cannot be both AP or existence erasure. Cannot be. TSO cannot have both AP and existence erasure at the same time. TSO cannot be existence erasure and have a quantifiable AP at the same time. That the sheer act of having AP means, with no implication, be hex based existence erasure at the same time. At the same time, you can't. Having AP means has a damage output limit. Make sure you autosave. My girlfriend told me that this thing should like autosave every 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you for reminding me, by the way. I still do appreciate it. I don't agree with Sukuna being FTL or relativistic plus, so I agree to disagree. I mean, why is Minato FTL or relativistic plus? Why is Minato FTL or relativistic plus? Yeah. You don't have to agree with Sukuna being FTL or relativistic plus. You don't have to agree with that. You also can't really tell me that Minato, objectively speaking, is even light speed. Raikage isn't light speed. You want me to prove Kakashi Kamui doesn't equal to his AP? Are you serious? That's why I'm not interested. Just silly points. No one thinks Kamui equals AP. Yeah, it's just a teleportation thing. Okay. Having AP means there's a damage output limit. Outside of prep is trash? I don't think he's outside of prep, he's trash. I just don't think he can beat Sukuna.
Because both concepts inherently contradict one another. Regardless, the jutsu is extremely slow, and even if it was going to be the start of a...
This thing was not a factor in the slightest bit. This thing was not a factor in... This thing quite literally threatened nothing. In the entire final exchange, this thing was nothing. You think Naruto motherfucker... Do Naruto motherfuckers think he's Batman? I mean... I think if you give Minato, like, some level of prep time in a fight, maybe fucking Shikamaru, but, like, actual objective, like, Batman, like, he's just as good at he just has every single precaution. Just knows exactly what to do. Has the money, has the tools, has everything necessary to make sure that he can just beat his opponent. They think Minato's putting hands on Kaguya like Batman putting hands on Darkseid. That's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? You can't believe. The TSO can't be both existence or half... The TSO can't have AP and be hacks-based existence erasure at the same time. Having AP means it has a damage output limit. And I also don't have a reason to believe these are universes. It is doing... The ETSO is simply... nullifying the root dimension. The root dimension is simply nullifying the root dimension.
Potency because both concepts inherently contradict one another. Regardless, the jutsu is extremely slow, and
This
even
thing
if
was not a factor in the slightest bit. I have no reason to even remotely think this thing is a threat to Law, who is faster than light. Yeah, no, this thing is not... This thing was never a factor in the final exchange. And I have no reason to believe it'll expand so quickly that Naruto, that Law, can't just immobilize Kaguya completely and probably just have her go in there first. If she's not feeding... Won't be able to return. In order to stop that thing, we need to seal the granite Rabbi... Like right now. Huh. Yeah, this thing was not a factor in this final thing.
they need time space, it didn't even remotely become a factor within the last skirmish before sealing Kaguya.
They had to stop Kaguya before the thing expanded to such a big size, but its size never even remotely came up, and it wasn't fast enough. Okay, let me see. Ah, damn it. This thing is expanding for multiple... It's not... let's just lower this down. Dude, I am starting to get real hungry. I'm starting to get really hungry. Have you ever tried dinosaur steak? What the fuck is dinosaur steak? What are you trying to sell me here, Magic Man? Shit. Group it first. There we go.
Is extremely slow, and even if it was going to be the start of a new time space, it didn't.
Chat, we all think Sukuna's outer right. Couldn't get out of the chair. I'll say Batman's unstoppable. Do not read his books. He gets slapped often.
Going to be the start of a new time.
Okay, I have to fix up the mask just a tiny bit. There we go.
It's going to be the start of a new time space. It didn't even remotely become a factor within the last skirmish before sealing.
During none of the panels, obviously it's expanding. Obviously it's expanding and leaving them with a time limit. But this thing did not even remotely expand quickly enough to impede any of them from simply going in there and sealing up Kaguya in a single attempt.
It didn't even remotely become a factor within the last skirmish before.
This thing was literally just in the background. Did it? Yeah.
It didn't even remotely become a factor within the last skirmish before sealing Kaguya.
Insert text media. There's jutsu. Well, they were on a time limit.
Hey!
Dude, I hate that so fucking much. Dude, I hate that so fucking much. Why is there just a button that literally sends you all the way back to the start? Right here. Well... 4 Team 7 and Sasuke's wife. Sasuke's wife. Well, it did set up a time limit for Team 7 and Sasuke's wife. The ETSO did not play any kind of a role in threatening Team 7 and Sasuke's wife. It did not play any kind of a role in threatening. Them when it came to sealing Kaguya. This thing was a big background stage hazard. Background stage hazard. I also probably just chucks her. Law can just amputate Kaguya to pieces and chuck her at the ETSO with tact. Sukuna gets folded by what? Her name is Sakura Hanu. If I see you disrespecting her again, I'm unsubbing. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I appreciate you, Jake. I think you are a wonderful part of this community, but no. I am not going to show her respect. You're calling Sakura pink C-Rack? That's crazy. If you want to unsub, I'm not going to make any smart-ass remarks. If you unsub, I respect that. You've been around the community long enough. I will completely respect if you want to unsub because I don't like, because I quote unquote disrespect her. That's fine. I'm not going to necessarily say I'm in the right in any way. I'm not going to even remotely remark that, but I think it's a funny joke, all things considered. It's not like its name is Sasuke's wife / Roomba, and I will unsub on all forms of you disrespect again. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm really not making any jokes here. Like, I'm being serious. If disrespecting Sakura really makes you unsub, I will respect that. It won't stop me from doing it as long as I find it funny.
This thing also did not expand whatsoever. What it did was threaten them with a time limit of taking down Kaguya before it gets too big for them to stop her. This is also a jutsu that only came out after Kaguya absorbed.
If we're doing by rounds, if we're doing this shit by rounds, this jutsu is literally meaningless. Okay. I think we just... Cool. And then we... It's just in the background. It is literally just in the background doing nothing. It just sits there in the background doing nothing. What would happen if Law bisected Kaguya and half her body got chucked into one of her other dimensions due to her using her jutsu to create a gateway to it? Probably the other body part. I mean, if you think they can still levitate while chopped up, and under the assumption that Law's room is obviously not affecting her anymore, that body part, I don't know, man. Probably the body part dangles there, floating endlessly in the sky. Sakura over Nami, though, you can believe that. That is definitely a take you're more than welcome to have. You know, that's definitely a take. Sakura has more sex appeal than Nami. You know what? You know what? If you see Sakura that way, you know what? More power to you, my guy. Nami looks mid compared to Sakura. You know what? Everything, all tastes are valid. All tastes are valid. I'm not going to say that you can't call her attractive. That's definitely a take. Kane is an AI. Nami was better pre-time skip. I don't agree with that. I like Nami's long hair. I'm done. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I just got my 5-minute mark done. We finish up tomorrow, and then I just start doing like the long end of the editing where I just go back through one more time and just put everything together. Tomorrow we are going to finish this, and then we're just going to clean up, and then we're done. I'm probably gonna see if I can work through this in the weekend. I will likely, at the very least... I don't know if I'm going to work on this in the weekend, actually, now that I think about it, just because my weekend kind of got packed over the last week. I have to go do some lessons. I have to go teach somebody. Sakura over Sukuna, that is definitely a take. I'm sure you like her more than Sukuna. Fantastic. I have to go teach somebody how to drive, and I am likely meeting up with a friend, so I don't know, man. 6.5 hours, and half of it wasted on corn discussions. No, that was half of you guys fucking with me. W live. I'm probably down to, like, watch something real quick with you guys. W live, indeed. Appreciate that. Scaled Nami versus Kaguya. Sure. Kaguya takes that one. If you don't think that Nami's lightning blasts are strong enough, sure, Kaguya can take that. I do agree that she could probably swap dimensions and then leave Nami there if you shove a controller up her ass. Let's watch some treadmill races. Alright, folks. You all know what the fuck time we're on. We're gonna do some Pixar's Mario Kart versus...
Alright.
Pixar's Cars versus Mario Kart. Alright. Oh, fucking right. Pixar Cars versus Mario Kart. Cars. Kart. Alright, I'm thinking about doing these at the end of every single stream. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and we are off! Oh wait, they haven't started yet. Wait, best 3 out of 5? Nah, fuck that, we're doing 1 round. We're doing 1 round elimination, folks. Alright, and all of a sudden, holy shit, a majority of the Mario Karts went all the way in the back. Team Pixar Cars is in the lead in terms of raw numbers. Holy shit, one of them is in the back, literally driving backwards. Oh no! Baby, Baby Peach is literally lagging behind while Waluigi is holding everybody down. Lightning McQueen up in front with Hot Dodgers or whatever the fuck his name is. Oh no, that's the police car. That's the police car from Cars. And Sally over there, holy shit! He tried to take out Baby, oh no, that's Cat Peach. Tried to take out Cat Peach from behind, but no, Waluigi lost the shit. God damn it! Waluigi fucking threw at the end and took out Cat Peach in one fucking go. Took out his own teammate. You hate to see it. You know what? I expect that kind of shit from Waluigi. I expect that kind of bullshit from Waluigi. Alright, now we're going into round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going into round fucking 2. This is treadmill races. This is an old tradition back in my early streams. Rigged? There's no way this shit is rigged. And we are off! Hopefully the Mario crew can, but holy shit, Mario crew cannot stay on. Wait, they're taking out some of the Cars members! They took out Vader alongside with them! No, but Mario Kart's losing some speed, and Boo is up here trying to hold it down. Holy moly! Diddy Kong and Boo are teaming up against Pinks McGee over here. I don't know who the fuck they are. And fucking Shy Guy took out his own goddamn team, and oh no, he's holding on to the back, trying to do their best. But can the pink guy? No, they took each other out. Holy shit. Yo, Mario crew, yo, Kart crew is just throwing. They just can't help but take each other out. They really can't help but keep each other out. This is fucking insane. Alright, Cars are winning 2 rounds in here, and all of a sudden we're already losing so many of our players, Lightning McQueen, to losing early on with only 2 cars left and 4 Mario Kart runners. Yoshi trying to survive towards the end. Can Yoshi at least clutch up 1 fucking round win? No fucking way! Yoshi won! Yoshi got us another fucking round, holy shit! What would happen if someone walked in on you fucking screaming at Cars versus Mario Kart Treadmill? It's a good thing I live alone, buddy. Haha. Holy shit, this is crazy, guys. Holy shit, Mario Kart got 1 fucking round. Can they make a clutch up run back? Holy shit, Yoshi clutching it up for them. And we are off with the race. And we're off. Holy shit. Cars are already getting taken down. Mario Kart's finally up in the lead. And I spoke too soon. Holy shit. 1 last car remaining before the Mario Kart crew can stand here on. And he's holding on strong towards the end, taking out Mario and giving Mario Kart a final go at it. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been absolutely insane. Absolutely fucking insane. Cars starting off with a strong 2-0 lead in this best of 5, only to come down to a 2 consecutive round loss with Mario Kart potentially performing a reverse 3 stock, a reverse 3-5-0. What is going to happen in here? And we are off, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hope to everything that one of these 2 crews can fucking clutch out a final run win with most of Cars already out and about, but Mario getting taken down with only Lightning McQueen. Holy shit, this is cinema. Only Lightning McQueen is left, and Sally trying to hold on strong with Donkey Kong's monkey ass. No, holding it out, and the Karts win. The fucking monkey won it. Holy shit! Donkey Kong clutched up. They won. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. Holy shit. I don't like Donkey Kong, by the way, especially in Mario Kart. I really don't like Donkey Kong. Holy shit, I can't believe he won this shit for them. Damn, our Cars members lost. There's no way you guys lost a 2-0 lead. You guys lost a 2-0 fucking lead and the last clutch 1v1. That's crazy. I'm gonna keep track every stream. That's crazy. That's so fucking nutty, dude. That's so fucking nutty. Damn. Damn. A reverse 3-stock go hard. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm fucking saying. What do you think about... Jesus. Peter, are you... Please tell me you're fucking black at least, dude. Please tell me at least you're dark skinned. I'm gonna just remove... I'm not gonna time you. I'm gonna just assume that was like a keyboard misclick, dude. Want to rephrase that question for me, Big Chief? This shit is so peak. That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm a pretty good fucking host. I think I'm pretty good at like calling at the announcement things. You're fine, Peter. We are heading out though in a little bit. So what's up, man? That shit was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That shit kind of went a little hard, just a tad, just a smidge hard. Damn. What did you guys think? I'm not gonna lie, I'm down to like just check out some treadmill guy and then just like click up some random races for us to watch. Obviously, I will say, within the context of the sanctity of the treadmill races, nobody here even remotely tries to look at any of these videos beforehand. Yeah, I don't know, man. You want to just rephrase your question, Peter? Let's just move past it. Nothing. The Harry Potter series casts black actor for Severus Snape, who is white in the book. I mean, that's fine. You know? As long as the guy is able to do the role, what do I care what color of skin the guy is, genuinely? After the whole, like, Vivi stuff, I'm like, it doesn't really fucking matter. Especially with some people, I guess some people getting also upset at Brook. I don't understand why Bro is trying to argue summons don't have chakra when he constantly... The Toads use different jutsu. Fukasaku literally reverse summons Naruto during the Pain Assault. Plus, one of Orochimaru's most famous jutsu where he sheds his body. We'll never guess who uses it. Manga, who is a snake. And Sasuke snake. Yeah. I don't know, man. Amatsukami? What's... Sounds so... Thanks for bringing back this peak tradition. Yeah, no, I find it fun. I find it like a fun little thing that we can just talk about. Yeah, isn't Brook black though? Brook's meant to be black, although I think he's supposed to be from like Austria. I don't know how Brook black though? Yeah, well, I think when Oda mentioned like what the Straw Hats nationalities are, I think Brook is from like Prague or something. Straw Hats nationalities. Brook is Austrian, yeah, Austrian. How many black Austrian... How many... Not black, how many black people in Austria? How many black people are there? I'm not gonna write how many blacks are in Austria. That just looks really bad. There in Austria. How many black people are there now? Afro-Austrians. Okay, so there are Afro-Austrians. Estimates of the black population in Austria, with figures generally suggesting around 40 to 55,000 of African descent, are representing approximately 0. Okay, so they're not very common. Well, you could still be black and be Austrian, so it's fine. He's at least mixed. Yeah, no. But, so I guess I understand why some people think Brook isn't black. I mean, Brook is black-coded. Like, Living Brook... One Piece. Living Brook is literally black-coded. I don't know about you guys, but he's black-coded. Nami is a New Yorker. I don't think Nami's a New Yorker. I don't think Nami's ever said the words bacon, egg, and cheese together at the same time. Kielge Opie is definitely German. Kielge. Luffy is Brazilian. Yes, Luffy is Brazilian. She's Swedish. Yeah, Nami is Swedish. Robin is... I think Russian. Robin is Russian, if I remember correctly. Yes, Robin is Russian, and Jinbei is Indian. He's Hindi, I think that would be the term. I might be wrong. Yes. Anyway, But anyway, Severus Snape, don't personally care. Never really watched Harry Potter, so they can literally do whatever the fuck they want with their actors, and I personally wouldn't care what happens with the series. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully people enjoy it. Hopefully that person doesn't get a lot of racist remarks online because Severus Snape is white in the comics. And yeah, hopefully nothing big comes out of that. So yeah, you know, don't really care about what happens with the Harry Potter IP personally. The reason I think Oda gave him Austrian is because of a lot of famous composers from the late 18th century, 19th century from there. That's fair. Triple domain fight was peak. I am excited to see it at some point. Why do YouTube games suck? Playables? Alright. That's funny. Oh, that old classic video. Someone insane just happened last night. Say goodbye to their opposites. Mario Maker. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do after this. Favorite WWE fighter? I do not know any WWE fighters. I don't know anything about WWE. I do not know who is currently active in it. I have two friends that would likely be able to easily answer that question for you. Yeah. I don't keep up with JJK, but apparently Hikari's dub voice actor is Yuri Lowenthal. I don't know if I'm okay with that. Isn't Yuri Lowenthal Sasuke's voice actor? Yuri Lowenthal. Who does he do? Sasuke. He does do Sasuke. I would have to hear it. I would have to hear it. I don't know how his voice would translate to Hikari in the English dub. I don't know if I'm okay with that. I'll have to hear it first. And also Ben 10, yeah. Ben 10 at like what 15, 16, yeah. Council apologized to court, biggest mistake yet. Hang out of nowhere. I personally prefer subs 100% of the time. Oh, that's fine. I respect that. I do dub just because I don't want to read. I already do enough reading in my time. Sometimes I like to just look at something else or just close my eyes and listen to the thing I'm watching. I'd rather not have to, you know, actively read what the characters are saying. If I have to wait, real talk, if I have to wait like 6 months to a year to watch something just so I can watch it in dub, I would do that. It's not even close. I thought people were saying Kirara's trans. Are they a femboy now? I don't know. Have you seen Avatar and Korra? I've seen Avatar, I've seen a little bit of Korra. I don't care for Korra. And no, not because she's a girl. I just stopped caring about... I was never really that into Avatar. And I stopped caring about... I stopped caring about Korra like halfway through like watching the first season. I was just like, you know what? I'm just not into this as much. I don't know. I always felt like I needed to watch Korra because it was like one of those things that everybody else had watched. And I was just like, I just don't care. Avatar's cool. Korra can be whatever it is. I don't know. I saw a video describing why Korra was bad, and I was like, huh. Maybe I was right to not watch it. What's the strongest bending style in your opinion? I don't know, man. I don't watch enough Korra to know. Maybe air style, wind style, air bending. Air bending's the best one. I like it the most. I don't know. Fire style's got like lightning. Fire bending's got lightning. I keep calling it styles. I gotta really stop watching Naruto. Kirara's caked up too. Justin Timberlake thinks he's above the law. What's happening here?
Not stopping at the stop signs.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Footage came out
Korra's peak? I believe it. I believe it. I heard the people that like Korra really like Korra. Good for them. Has strong roots for his afro, loves music, has a strong soul, and left his son. Brooks sounds like a brother to me. Last and a joke, I'm black, by the way, yeah. True. Yo, that's crazy. To be fair, Laboon was like his son. Korra whack. Everyone but her is dope. She is whack. Why is she whack now? Now I'm interested in this. Why do you think she's whack? Korra animated really well, though. I believe that. I did see a lot of, like, Korra videos every now and then, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I can't be mad at, like, I can't be mad at the animation. Earthbending and airbending are your favorites? Yeah, earthbending's pretty cool. I do like Toph's airbending. I mean earthbending. I do like Toph's earthbending. I did find out, like, I think it was like last year, that, like, there's a thing called lava bending, and you need to be like the son or daughter or the child of a firebender and an earthbender. That's interesting. She loses every fight, and she just isn't capable. I heard that she made the Avatar state trash. Combustion bending, I think. Oh, combustion bending is pretty fucking cool. I know, isn't combustion bending with, like, an airbender and a firebender or some shit? Or I guess it couldn't be combustion at that point. It couldn't be, like, airbenders since they're all dead, right? Unalaq is a piece of shit, though, because he severed the Avatar connection. Unalaq? Who the fuck is Unalaq?
Timberlake getting pulled over by cops. Cops again? Yes.
Vehicle? Whose vehicle is it?
Yeah, it's just a rental.
It's a rental? Okay. Do you have any registration with it? Do you know if they can put it in the glove box? What are you visiting?
Yeah, I'm on tour.
What are you doing?
I'm on the world tour.
He asked you what you were doing, not what you were doing.
Yeah, but you know, he's trying to pull off a celebrity.
Zahir is the best villain in that show. Zahir, he's the airbender, right? Korra's uncle, who is the season 2 main villain. Well, now I'm spoiled. Jeez Louise, man. Osh darn. Now I'm spoiled. No, I'll never watch Korra. Because of you, I will never watch Korra again. Wait, that's the installer, right? So where's Omega? Omega, yeah, right here, app. Let's pin it to taskbar. Yeah, let's just leave it over there. I think that's fine. You know what? Let's just throw this all the way over here. Is there any Radiant... Can I play Radiant Typhoon? Korra doesn't lose every fight, but she does lose it. Looks like absolutely painful every time. Korra gets bodied by everybody is crazy. Let's make a deck real quick. Yeah, I'm sure. Deck manager. I was trying to make K9, but it didn't work because I have to play the TCG because nobody plays fucking Master Duel on this fuck-ass app. Radiant Typhoon. I'm just gonna write Typhoon. Typhoon. Alright, let's see. Give me some MSTs. The fuck is Mystical Wind Typhoon? Fuck no. Give me 2 of these. Give me 3 of these. Give me 3 of this guy. Give me 1 of you, 3 of you. Give me 1 of this. Give me 1 of you, 3 of you, 1 of you, you, 3 of this. What's my points at right now? What are my points at? 81 out of 100. Sure. Nah, Korra sucks. I really wanted it to be good. I still watched it all, though. How is that anything but agreeing to disagree? What are you guys talking about? Orichalco Seal is the best card. No, that card sucks, dude. Like, competitively speaking, that card sucks. The actor who played the Reacher just beat the shit out of someone. Oh, Jack Reacher. Yeah, I saw that. They literally... Korra is objectively better than Korea. That might be racist, depending on how someone chooses to interpret that. I'd cook anyone in Yu-Gi-Oh! If he played DX decks. DX? What the fuck is DX? What the fuck are DX decks, bro? In the anime. In the anime? I don't know if I would still agree with that. Maybe like in the OG anime, you know, when like... Let me see. Card type. Let's do monster type. Let's do link monsters. Let's also do some Xyz monsters. Apply. And then let's just type wind. You know what? Let me not do it like that. Level, defense, attribute, wind. Alright, let's see what we got. Appaloosa, who is banned in the TCG. TCG. Just give me TCG. You play Gusto Emerald? Huh. I'm gonna recycle Monster? Fuck it, right? I can recycle a monster. Why the fuck not? No, these guys are 3s. I can't do that. That's so rough. Yeah, did you hear about the quad amputee shooting and killing someone today? No, I did not know about that. What the fuck? Reached for his hands. So, like, the whole situation with, like, the Jack Reacher dude was essentially that he was driving at, like, below speed limits. Apparently, like, with his son or whatever. Or I think he was, like, on his own. And some dude, some jagoff from, like, his community, from his, like, neighborhood, essentially tried to stop him. Or, like, got right in front of his bike as he was driving. And almost, like, flipped him over. Because of, you know, reasons. Apparently, like, he was, like, driving too fast or whatever. Anyway, so he kind of, like, punched them in the face and then said it was in self-defense. And they viewed it as self-defense. Which is absolutely insane that they viewed that as self-defense. Although, to be fair, you know, I'm not even mad about that. The guy was being a bit of an asshole. Ash Blossom. We need Ash Blossoms. Is Ash Blossom good now? Does anybody know that? I need... You know what? I'm just gonna net deck. I don't know any fucking good Yu-Gi-Oh decks right now. I don't play TCG. Radiant Typhoon. Yep. Radiant Typhoon. What's the? I need a deck. Deck. TCG. What's up with the TCG? Deck breakdown. I don't want to break down. Just give me the cards. No, I'm not going to disable. Continue without supporting you. Of course I'm going to continue. Okay. Go to this. There we go. Sample deck list. Okay. Forbidden. Yeah. These two. Yeah. The Noble Knights of Shield Bearer. Okay. So let's go back. Okay. Let's do Ash. Fua. Let's do Noble Knights. Shield Bearer. Ash Blossom isn't the best right now. You want the Mulch armies? Sure. I'll do Perulia. I'll do like 2 Perulia. Maybe 1 Nib? No, because Draco Tail's still good, right? Called by the Grave. Let's do some Extrav. I guess I should have wrote the V. Pot of Extrav. 1 pot. Wait, at 3? Jesus Christ. The Fallen and the Virtuous? What the fuck does this do? Send 1 monster Fallen of the Elbaz. If you have an Ecclesia monster. Is there a Fallen of the Elbaz? Then target 1 face-up monster on the field and destroy it. This shit just blows up cards? Sure, I'll take that. Why the fuck not? Send the screenshot on Discord. We definitely don't continue to debate like your claim. Thoughts on we were going to play an alien deck for a moment. No. Just looking at some stuff. Great Fly. 3 Varu Rune. Oh, send this guy and this chick. Okay. So 2 Fallen and the Virtuous. 3 Mystical Space Typhoon. Forbidden Droplets. Yeah, Forbidden. Droplets. Yep. Forbidden Droplets. We'll do Typhon. SP. S. Colon. P. We'll do an SP Little Knight. We'll do IP. Masquerena. Sure, we'll go with this one. Albion. Ecclesia. Bamboozling Gossip Shadow. No, thank you. Great Fly. Oh, let's take you out, and let's take you out. Gossip. And then we'll do Great Fly. Fua to Ash. The fuck are these guys' names? Tempest, Celestial. Celestial Thunder, 2 of them. Fallen and Fallen. Oh, two of those, sure. And I guess it's because I don't have the full 3 extrav. Oh, wait. 39. Oh, I guess it's because I don't have the extravagance. Sure, I'll throw in these. MST negate. Save. Cool. Online. Yeah, let's play one game. I'm gonna see what the game is like right now. Let's play some TCG. Burr sending me an essay on Discord. Give me a second. Ash Blossom. Everyone up to date with Invincible? I'm definitely not up to date with Invincible. I haven't watched it at all. I don't know. Paper Strat, always. Haha! Paper Strat always wins. Let me lower the speed just a tad bit. On draw phase... You know what? Yeah, let's activate this. This is... What the fuck are they playing? This also looks pretty fucking cool for a card. Long. Okay. I will add this, and then I will activate the effect of Crocia to special summon her in defense. Activate the effect. Now they Ash Blossom. I will pass. I have nothing right there, dude. That's so rough. That's so rough. I had nothing. I mean, I could have maybe have bounced back my my Sheena. There is no way I'm playing against Ghost Tricks. What the fuck does this thing do? Is there any way? Show actions as you hover. Confirmation prompt. Yes, I'm gonna activate a fucking effect. Activating MST. Blow this the fuck up. Cool. Dude, this is so bad. This is so bad. Sure. I will activate Fallen and the Virtuous. Okay, there we go. During your main phase, you can banish this card. Target this card's in your graveyard. You can target one level 8 future monster graveyard. Banish their card and shuffle both those cards back into the deck. Set one branded. I'll just send this and I'll blow this the fuck up. Cool. Cool. Damage calculations activate in effect? No. What does that thing do? Special summon Ghost Trick monster face down whose level is equal to the number of flipped face down monsters you control. Yes, I'll activate the effect. Set it right here. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, that's so rough. That's so rough. That's okay. That doesn't help you. That's completely fine. Okay, your opponent takes no damage. Monster opponent takes no damage when a third attack. A direct attack. Okay. Flip summon. No. Okay. No. Fine. A Doulahan. Cool. You just half attack. That doesn't matter. Special summon? No. I don't need to do that. Okay. Oh, damn. We playing Duel Links? No, we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! We're playing regular TCG. I don't need to do anything. I will. Yes. No. Korra washes Aang? You believe so. Doulahan activated in the hand target. Add one of your Ghost Trick monsters target to the hand. Okay, that's fine. So you add what's-her-face. That's fine. Cool. That's a face down. Sure, we'll do this. Now you don't get to add anything. Cool. Well, goes your cards in your field zone, which there isn't any. When an opponent declares an attack, you contribute this card. Okay. And I've got a Called by the Grave. That's fine. Reveal one Ghost Trick monster in your hand. And if you do, your hand this turn, Ghost Trick monster control face down first cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects. No, I don't have to change anything to that. This person, am I playing against a fucking bot? This person's got to be a bot. This is the worst game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I think I've ever played. Yes, I will activate this effect to now negate your card. Yes, I will attack you directly. Fantastic. We just finished. You won. Fantastic. Okay, and you have no cards to even remotely set this turn because you have a doll in hand. Fantastic. That does nothing for you. Fantastic. Still Called by the Grave. When an opponent declares an attack, you can special summon one Ghost Trick monster from your deck face down. Huh. What if I just do this? Activate the effect of Eldam, and I know you have no responses for this. Okay. Now, activate the effect of Sven. Use Sven to grab a... I might just grab this. Activate their effects to do that. Okay. I'm going to use this to special summon... to link summon. I'm going to link summon a Varuru, and I'm going to activate her effect to grab an MST. Then we will... Oh, I might... There was actually a way I could have done this better. There was definitely a way I could have done this 100% better. We're going to add a monster. No. We're going to add you. Yes, we're going to activate this. You play TCG Online for free? Yeah, you can play TCG Online for free. Yeah. This is called Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega. It's a pretty good game. Special summon. Okay, then we... If I MST... negate that thing's effect. No. What if I... You know what? What if I just do this instead? What if I just do this... and this, and then, nope, just set you back there, set you over here. Then we activate MST, blow that the fuck up, no. Activate Magala, and I win. I win. Rematch? Rematch me, little bro. Come on! That was fun for one of us. Ghost Trick players. Huh. Ghost Trick players in 2026. Who would have known? That is so interesting. Just type in YGO Omega. Just type this into Google, and you'll be fine. You'll get an instant link to the website, and it's pretty easy to like get in. Paper strats all the way. Fuck. All right, they got it. Oh, they are definitely going first without any form of interruption. Oh, and they're playing a back row deck, and I drew all 3 Mystical Space Typhoons. They're playing a back row deck while I'm playing all 3 Mystical Space Typhoons. That's so funny. That is so fucking funny. You can banish this card from your graveyard to set one from your deck. Cool. What are they gonna do? Do you guys think I could beat the back row deck with the MST deck? I think I can. I'm low-key a big fan of your work. Hugs, teehee. Wow. They're really losing time. Are they really thinking up of their plays this hard? They probably have to, like, get up and walk away or do something. Sure. I'll rematch them. You eating? I'm eating some candy. Nothing crazy. Nothing more than a little bit of, candy. Still had some left over from Halloween last year. No, I will not activate these. No, I will not activate these. Set it to auto. I will activate the effect of Sven. Of Swen. I keep saying Sven. I will activate and add a level 4. Or lower, and we will do... Are you still eating the nerd clusters or something? Or is it something else this time? There's just some gummy candy. There's just some one of those, like, sour gummy candies. They're not sour power straws. I think they're sour punch straws. I had the nerd clusters earlier. What do you guys think I should add? That makes it a little toughy. I can't add more cards from my deck to my hand. I can set up Varu Rune. What are your thoughts on the JJK ending? I think it was an okay ending. I don't really have an issue with it. JJK's ending, at least in my opinion, is by all means not a bad one. I just feel like people were expecting too much, and you can obviously tell that Gege Akutami was burnt out. I don't really put too much thought into it, though. Like, I don't know. Some people got, like, really upset about that one. There we go. Some people got really upset about that one, saying that, like, it was, like, too abrupt, like, it just came out of nowhere. I don't know, man. I don't know. A case for fucking K9. Jesus Christ, I hate this deck. And I don't have... Sure. Wait. I'm going to end myself. I could have MST'd that and started and got... no. Oh, and it's the Cyber Dragon pile, dude. That's fine. They bring out the Jokul, they bring out the Sidra. I'm gonna use Fallen and the Virtuous right now to blow this thing up. Do I activate her? Because they might not have anything else in hand, and I don't want them to get a Zuna out. It's fine. Who do you think Luffy's rival is? I don't really know if I would say Luffy has a rival. If I had to be honest, I don't know if I'd really say that. Cyber can either special summon it or equip it to this card. Damn it, they just always had it, dude. You know what? You know what? You got it. I don't feel like playing through this. I didn't have a good hand. It's fine. Yeah, you got it. I hate K9 so much. I already misplayed that. Someone say Blackbeard, Ivankov, upscale. I mean, would I call Blackbeard like a direct rival to Luffy? I mean, I guess you can call him that, but you can also do the same thing for like Buggy and Shanks too. They're all in this. They're all rivals for the One Piece. You know what I mean? I don't know. Okay, this one's definitely Eldam into... Don't do this to me. Ah! Oh, wait, that's fine. That's completely reasonable. That's completely fine. Eldam into Swen. Into... Do I do this into Magala? Yeah. Should I argue Sabo's top 1? You know what, Six? Right now, explain to me how the fuck you think, how the fuck you come to the conclusion that Sabo is top 1 of the verse. I would absolutely appreciate it if you could explain to my feeble brain how the fuck Sabo is top 1 of the verse. I would genuinely be interested in knowing. Okay, we'll definitely add these two. No, we will not activate that yet. We will special summon Magala. We will activate Radiant Typhoon. Draw 2. I think I will activate MST to blow it up. Now we have to discard Swen. And then we will activate her effect. Special summon this card from your hand. We will special summon this card from your hand. Then I'll activate Magala to special summon a Radiant Typhoon with a different name. And then we will use this effect to special summon, to set this card back. No, we will not chain this. To set this, I will special summon another... I'll special summon the dude right now. The big dude, the dude bra. And no, we will not do that. Auto, okay. Now we'll do Varurune. Yeah, we'll do Varurune into... which will add us an MST to hand. Which, no, we're not going to set this yet. We are going to summon... that is enough. We will summon Enter Blacknir, activate its effect by discarding her to banish a random card from my opponent's hand. The fuck is this? Neither player can add cards from their deck to their hand except by drawing them. Monsters cannot be special summoned during the main deck. Destroy this card on the second stand. Oh, you're a piece of shit. I definitely don't feel bad about doing that anymore. I really don't feel bad about that anymore. Could I summon the Perulia and summon what? Did I make something with the Perulia? No. No, I don't think I do. You're you're horrible. You don't want people having fun, dude. End phase. Yeah, I will end phase. Guess people assume I'm illiterate? That's crazy. What are you going to imperm? You're going to target him? Sure, you know what? I'm going to just right now, I'm going to activate this. I'm just going to, I don't know, draw 2 cards. No, I won't activate any other effects. I have to discard my whole hand. I'm crying. Until Blateneer. And yes, I will chain this to set a continuous trap. No, I won't activate anything. And then we will special summon her, which then leads us to adding an MST and you know what? Give me an Ascendance. Give me an Ascendance. Sure. What's next? Wedju Temple. Cool. 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 Wedju Temple. Activating the Wedju Temple? Activating the Wedju Temple. You know what? I think I just activate this and blow this the fuck up. And you know what? I am going to activate this effect real quick. To shuffle 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna... That's not terrible. No. Fantastic. You have Wedju Temple. I still have an MST, and you're playing Exodia. There's no... You have no fucking answers here. Okay. Activate the effect. I'm going to activate the effect to blow this up. And then, I'm going to activate this effect to negate. Then I will activate Varu Rune from the graveyard and special summon in defense. And I still have a Forbidden Droplets for any monster effect, sure. Oh wait, I can just negate this with Varu Rune. Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. Sweet! Sweet, awesome. God, I love Radiant Typhoon, it's so much fun. So much fucking fun, dude. Alright, nobody's been talking for a while. I'm assuming everybody's already left, so that's fine. Oh, we still got 12 people. Chillin'. What do you guys think about that game? You guys like modern Yu-Gi-Oh? How's that? Anyway, is there a Sabo Fire Awakening I don't know about? Yeah, no, Sabo hasn't awakened yet. I find it crazy if Sabo awakened that quickly. You're cooked? Oh, I cooked. Yeah. Master Duel is a cesspool. Master Duel is a cesspool, especially with K9. I almost kind of sold out and told myself I would buy the K9 bundle just to try and pull the cards. I'm typing out my Sabo top 1 scale into Discord right now. Let me see what you've got, and I'll head out right afterwards. So what, you put it in general debate? Where'd you put it? One Piece scans? One Piece poneglyphs? Where are you typing it up, man? Dude, that was a game. That was certainly a game. I played the whole thing. They tried to imper me. I blew up one of their cards, and yeah, they ghost ogred. I'm still typing it out. Almost done in poneglyphs. Cool. I'll just fuck around and wait here. I don't know K9. What K9 is. Every time I turn on Master Duel, I got some cheese factor going on. They might as well be Wisconsin. K9 is an archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! That essentially revolves around a design choice where the cards essentially let you play with like level 5 monsters. K9 Yu-Gi-Oh! They're also a bunch of furries. K9 monsters are also a bunch of furries. Basically, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is entirely designed around the notion of activating, you know, a lot of monster effects, etc. And a lot of monster effects also activate in the hand. Hand traps, for those of you that play somewhat, to a certain extent, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So the K9 monsters essentially get effects off if you activated a card effect from your hand during the turn. In some cases, for example, this fucker right here, K917 Ripper. I hate this fucking card, by the way. It allows you to negate monster effects in the hand and in the graveyard. You couple them with a deck called Vanquish Soul, which gets bonuses off of you playing Dark and Earth monsters. Dark, Earth, and Fire monsters. K9 just so happens to both be Dark and Earth. And you get a recipe for essentially a deck that, you know, just does everything and then some. At least it feels like it. I don't know, I hate that fucking deck. I might just call me bad though. It seems to be, at least like the good players seem to just say like it's a fine enough deck, it's beatable, and I guess that just makes me bad by comparison. But you know what? I don't play this game enough to really say I'm good anyway. I don't know. K9's fine. I play Radiant Typhoon. It's all about MST. Remember, like back in the past, when people used to say like, "Oh, can MST negate?" MST doesn't negate. Well, now it does, and I think that's funny. It's also one of the more fun decks I've learned to play. Definitely, Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now is not the same game that people who grew up with the OG Yu-Gi-Oh! No. It's not the same game. It's a completely separate fucking game with similar rules. And just a lot of extra text added. It's all about the back and forth. I don't know. It's all just about the back and forth. I think that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a fine enough game, though. Oh, 6 is typing. Fantastic. I'm going to give you, like, another 3 minutes, and then I'm going to head out. I'd say Law and or Kid could probably give the pre-time skip Admirals a run for their money. I would probably argue it. What did Casey send? Solo leveling meets DBZ abridged. All right. I don't really care for a bridge series. Should check out Zage's video about the strongest of each era in One Piece. It's interesting to see the least, to say the least. Want your opinion on it? Most is speculation, though. Zage's, the 3-hour stream, he did. Who's Zage? Zage? Zage.
Celebrity card.
Yeah.
It'd be like
Strongest. Wait, strongest character from, like, but okay, like, what eras? What are we talking about? Like, what are we referencing here? Jesus Christ, that's a scary fucking thumbnail. Oh, he meant Sage? SB the Sage? Alright. SB the Sage? Sure. Yo, that was such a bad take, bro. Strongest to weakest characters?
Starting with the bottom of the list. I mean, I'm sure you guys don't even really scale, like, low tiers that much. But essentially the bottom of the list against everybody below.
Dude, okay. Quality, I'm not going to get any better than that. Tashigi, Carrot, Beyond Captain, Vice Admiral. I would put Eva 100% above a Vice Admiral. I would definitely put Eva above a Vice Admiral.
Him, despite them, like, all being relatively similar.
Karasu and Morley at Vice Admiral tier. I guess. Sure. Virgo at Toby Ropo level. Virgo who is weaker than Doflamingo. Virgo who is weaker than Doflamingo. Why are you putting Pacifista above? Time out. Why the fuck are we putting Pacifista above? Why the fuck are we putting Pacifista above Vice Admirals? Vice Admirals literally one-shot Pacifistas. Zage SSJ is his channel.
Pretty self.
Horty Jones is in Toby Ropo level. Horty Jones is Toby Ropo level. Sure. Beyond Scabbard. Eustace Kid is Scabbard level. Zoro is Scabbard level. Okay, so I see there are different versions of the characters. There better be like a higher placement for Kid and Law. Holy shit. Sub-Admiral. Admiral. Sure. Huh. Let me think. So, Yonko level characters, Dragon, Sengoku with no feats or statements to back it up. Odin, I would not put at Yonko level. I don't think Odin was as powerful as Whitebeard. I mean... Sure. Sure, I suppose. Rayleigh and Gaban over the Gorosei? Over the Gorosei. No, I don't agree with that. You said Zage, SSJ? SSJ? Strongest of each era? Oh, I'm not watching this. That's 17 minutes. I'm definitely not watching that. We can watch that tomorrow on stream if you want. I'm not watching that right now. Yeah, definitely not. Yo, 6, I gave you like another 3 minutes. I'm done, bro. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm just gonna go eat. I've been streaming for 7 hours. Everyone, have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you guys have a just good rest of your night, rest of your day, whatever you guys are gonna do. Chilling. I'm sorry, bro. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I just don't want to. I need to go eat something, bro. I haven't eaten an actual meal since 10, 11 a.m., bro. I'm starving. Have a good day, guys. Peace out. By the way, I'll look at your thing later on, dude. I'll probably check it out like tomorrow on stream. I'm not checking it out today. I'm exhausted. And I gotta talk to my girlfriend afterwards. I'm tired, dude. Have a good night. Peace out.